Superman Saiyan brother. 12 years ago, the first spaceship brought a superhuman son to the Kent family. 12 years later, a second spaceship brought a Saiyan son to the Kent family. What kind of waves will the brotherly combination of Superman and Saiyan cause in this world? Chapter 1. The second spaceship landed at Kent Farm. In the vast chaos of the sky, a stream of light flashed across, and the vast worlds floating in the vast chaos one after another either expelled, avoided, or hid when facing that stream of light, as if no world was willing to accommodate this stream of light. Until the stream of light passed through a great almighty universe, a soft whine sounded, and then a force of attraction absorbed the stream of light into the great almighty universe. Suddenly, there seemed to be a golden dragon and a handsome man who nodded with a smile. The great almighty universe of American comics, Huang Wen. Huang Wen, a handsome man, introduced himself to his family. Dragon Ball Super Omniverse, Dragon God Salama. Dragon God Salama also said hello, and his breath slowly disappeared from the stream of light. Dragon Ball Super? It was originally a time traveler? It also condensed some different racial abilities in the Dragon Ball world? Interesting, such variables are interesting. Maybe you can save a lot of effort by investing. Huang Wen looked at the streamer from above. The central multiverse group of the Grand Almighty Universe thought for a moment and said, well, let's put the Saiyan spaceship in this universe. One at night, at the Kent farm in Smallville, Kansas, 12-year-old boy Clark Kent sat on the ground and stared at the stars, with a trace of longing and confusion in his eyes. Child, what are you thinking about? You are at the time when you are growing up. It is not okay not to go to bed on time. Jonathan Kent, who looked like a standard farmer, sat next to Clark Kent and said with a gentle and heroic smile. I always feel that the stars are talking to me, as if they want to tell me why I was sent to this place. The young Clark Kent seemed a bit artistic. He continued to stare at the stars and murmured in a low voice. You'll find the answer, Clark. It may take a lifetime, but remember what I say, don't rush and don't show your abilities in front of outsiders. People will be afraid of what they don't understand, unless you really be prepared to stand proudly in front of people and face everything. Jonathan Kent rubbed Clark Kent's hair and said seriously. You saved Lana and the others today. You should have felt the fear and uneasiness in their hearts. I know that it is impossible for you to watch them die in front of you, because you are a kind and good child, but one day, I mean, if one day, before you have thought clearly enough to stand up and face everything, even if I want to die in front of you, don't choose to save me. Dad. A trace of panic flashed in Clark Kent's eyes. He looked at Jonathan Clark in disbelief and wanted to say something, but he felt that his throat was blocked. He opened his mouth for a moment but no sound could be made, and Jonathan Kent watched as his son was lost in memories. I remember it was a spaceship landed near the Kent farm, and Jonathan Kent and his wife Martha Kent discovered that there was a baby in the spacecraft. Black Diamond. The couple, who had never had children, felt that this was a gift from God to them, so they adopted the child and named him after Martha Kent's original surname, Clark. In this way, Clark Kent became a member of the family. The Kent family originally thought that Clark Kent was just an ordinary alien child, no different from normal Earthlings. After all, he did look exactly like Earthlings. But when Clark Kent was 9 years old, he suddenly awakened to his abilities. Countless voices penetrated Clark Kent's ears, and his eyes could see through human bones and internal organs. Such changes made him almost crazy. Under Martha Kent's persuasion, Clark Kent initially adapted to his abilities, at least he would no longer be frightened by his abilities. At the same time, under Jonathan Kent's warning, Clark Kent began to hide his abnormality. He was silent at school and was often verbally bullied. Until today during the day, Clark Kent and his classmates were riding a school bus while driving across a bridge. The tires suddenly exploded and the vehicle lost control. The driver of the school bus subconsciously turned the steering wheel to avoid the oncoming car. The school bus went over the guardrail and fell into the car. In the water. Seeing the river flooding the school bus, the students lost the last of their oxygen. While struggling feebly in the water, Clark Kent still could not hold back and exposed his ability. He pushed the school bus from the water to the shore and rescued the children who fell into the water. The children's parents were thankful but a little scared. They didn't know how Clark Kent did it. This was a fear of the unknown. Even God's protection could not persuade them to eliminate this fear, even if they should be grateful to Clark Kent. Kent saved their children. When Clark Kent fell into confusion, Jonathan Kent took Clark Kent to the basement, pointed to the spaceship, told Clark Kent's life experience, and handed him the key to the suspected spaceship. However, even though Jonathan Kent has told Clark Kent's life experience, he still does not want Clark Kent's abnormality to be exposed to people, because he clearly knows that the identity of an unknown alien, an alien living on the Earth, existence will bring great impact and fear to people's ideas. What's even more terrifying is the various methods used by humans after that. Therefore, Jonathan Kent feels that even if someone dies in front of Clark Kent, even if the person who dies is himself, Clark Kent should not expose his ability to save the other person. Dad? 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 Just when Jonathan Kent was lost in memories, Clark Kent's call rang in his ears. The voice was hesitant at first, then unbelievable, and finally it was filled with unconcealable excitement. This is the excitement Jonathan Kent has never felt from Clark Kent. He looked at Clark Kent with some confusion, but saw Clark Kent's finger pointing in the direction of the night sky. Jonathan Kent subconsciously looked in the direction of Clark Kent's finger, and suddenly Jonathan Kent felt that he had returned to 12 years ago. A fire like a falling meteorite fell near the Kent farm, followed by a slight crash. Martha Kent heard the sound and walked out of the house. Everything that happened in front of her gave Martha Kent the same feeling of déjà vu. Dad. Mom. Spaceship. It's a spaceship. That's not a meteorite, it's a spaceship. I can see it clearly. Before Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent could recover, Clark Kent had already shouted, then he flew towards the direction where the spacecraft crashed. Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent were worried that something happened to Clark Kent and hurriedly followed them. Soon they saw Clark Kent looking around a spherical aircraft, as if they had not yet found a way to open the aircraft. Until Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent walked up to Clark Kent. With the sound of stuck, the aircraft opened at this time, and loud cries echoed around. Just like that night 12 years ago, the same empty environment, the same loud cries, and the same unknown alien origin the human baby made Jonathan and Martha Kent's hearts clench. Chapter 2. The Future of Adoption and Change, new book sets sail for various pursuits. Although Jonathan Kent warned Clark Kent that it was best not to reveal his ability to rescue when facing the death of his classmates, that was out of protection for Clark Kent himself. There is no doubt that Jonathan Kent is definitely a kind person, and the same is true for Martha Kent. Otherwise, Clark Kent, who is tortured by his own abilities, cannot maintain a kind heart when he sees the classmates who bully him being killed. Still willing to help. Almost subconsciously, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent were unwilling to let such a young child stay in the wild, let alone let such a young child be discovered by the authorities, and then conduct round after round of experiments. Moreover, from Clark Kent's performance, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent also understood something in their hearts. Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent looked at each other and knew what they were thinking. Martha Kent stepped forward and picked up the baby without waiting for the excited Clark Kent to speak. At this time, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent discovered that although the baby looked exactly like a human baby, it had a small monkey-like tail behind the buttocks. This made them stunned for a moment. Drink! At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the side. Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent looked over subconsciously, only to see their son Clark Kent lifting the spherical aircraft, his face full of excitement. Looking at them, he said, "I think this small spaceship should be placed next to my spaceship. I remember there is still space there. Mr. and Mrs. Kent." "Okay, okay." Seeing Clark Kent lift the aircraft directly, the expressions of the Kents changed, but there was no way to refute. The family hurriedly cleaned up the surrounding traces and returned home carefully. Hide the aircraft and the baby. The Kent family didn't know that their actions had been watched by others. A black-haired Lolita was suspended in another space, with a mysterious golden magical light surging around her body. Next to the black-haired Lolita, there was a naked humanoid creature, whose whole body was emitting blue light. It was watching all this with a faint blue light flashing in its eyes. Variables. The black-haired Loli said softly after a while, "Jonathan Kent should have only one child, that Clark Kent, who will become a god on Earth, but now, everything has changed. Dr. Manhattan, what do you think?" Originally, Jonathan Kent's future was destined to die in a tornado storm, but now, I can't see his future, or in other words, I can't see the future of this family. This is obviously not right. Dr. Manhattan shook his head and said solemnly. From the time I was born to the present, the timeline I have observed has not bifurcated. Theoretically, there are countless futures, but the future of this universe has only one established trajectory, and now, with his arrival, the future has become there are countless kinds. Master Ancient One, can the time stone see all of his future? It seems ordinary, but it is full of variables. Loli Guyi's body flashed with green light, and then he shook his head and said mysteriously. His appearance is very sudden. His spaceship is not owned by this universe. Also, some cities in this world are also very strange, as if they are twins. They obviously have the same city structure, but have different names. Are also distributed in similar places. A trace of confusion flashed in Dr. Manhattan's eyes. It was obvious that from the moment he gained the ability, there should be no secrets in the universe for him, but he discovered that there are still too many secrets in the universe. There were many things he couldn't understand. Buzz. Just as Dr. Manhattan finished speaking, a rule that Dr. Manhattan couldn't resist trapped Dr. Manhattan. Congratulations, the superiors have taken a fancy to your ability and promoted you to be an observer. From now on, we will be colleagues. A bald observer suddenly appeared, smiled, and held Dr. Manhattan's hand and said, from today on, your job is to observe and record what happens in this universe from outside the dimension of the universe, and you are not allowed to interfere. The bald observer did not give Dr. Manhattan a chance to speak. He glanced at Loli Guyi with a slightly teasing look, nodded, and disappeared with Dr. Manhattan. TCH. You deserve it. It's so offensive to ask you to run around without clothes. You're so young. You deserve to be arrested. Do you really think you're above everything? Do you dare to say anything? When Dr. Manhattan disappeared, Loli Gu curled her lips and sneered contemptuously in her heart. I don't think I should look like this. Whether I'm a bald woman or an old man with white hair, it should be more in line with my identity. But did I say anything nonsense? Loli Guyi's thoughts flashed, and her figure disappeared without knowing when. At the Kent home, Jonathan Kent went to the town overnight to buy various baby supplies, and then fed the baby with milk powder. After the family watched the baby sleep soundly, they all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Clark, you go to bed first. It's getting late. Your mother and I still need to discuss something. Even though he could see that Clark Kent was more excited than ever at this time, Jonathan Kent still pretended to be ruthless and rushed with Clark Kent gone. It was clear that the ensuing family meeting was not about Clark Kent. It's not cool at all. Clark Kent muttered softly, but his eyes kept rolling, obviously thinking of something. Since discovering the spaceship and the alien baby, Clark Kent has become much more active and cheerful, as if the impact of the school bus incident on him has been completely eliminated. Are we going to adopt this child? After a while, Jonathan Kent spoke first, looking at the sleeping baby. Haven't you already thought about it? Martha Kent smiled softly and said softly, Clark is different from ordinary people after all. Even if he doesn't say it, we can know that he is actually quite lonely and has no friends. Moreover, Clark is God's best gift to us. When we were confused, Clark came and brought us warmth. Similarly, when Clark was confused, this child came and allowed Clark to get out of the haze of the day's events. He is Clark's best gift, isn't he? Yes. I have never seen Clark so excited and active before. He was too taciturn before, and coupled with the depression caused by his abilities, I was worried that he would have psychological problems. Jonathan Kent said with a smile and a shrug. Besides, if we don't adopt him, how can we still hand him over? It's good that Clark has a companion. I guess Clark will rush to take care of him in the future, but it can save us a little effort. But what about his tail? Martha Kent noticed the curled-up tail behind the baby's butt and said hesitantly, what about his tail? After all, Clark looks no different from us, but this child has other everything is fine everywhere, but this is the tail. Let Clark take a look. If it can be removed without hurting him, forget it, hide it first. Anyway, there are clothes to block it. Just pay attention when wearing diapers. Jonathan Kent looked at I couldn't bear to cut off the baby's tail, and in the end I could only shake my head helplessly. Chapter 3. Robert Kent's Time Travel Experience. I'm coming. As soon as Jonathan Kent's words fell, Clark Kent yelled and ran over. Even though he was some distance away from the Kent's room, his super hearing allowed him to hear his parents' conversation clearly. Clearly. Yes, Clark Kent has been eavesdropping. He had been thinking about this in the blink of an eye. This could be regarded as joining the family meeting in disguise. What are you doing here? Jonathan Kent said, glaring at Clark Kent pretending to be angry. Of course, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent also knew very well that Clark Kent had super hearing. They just didn't let the child Clark Kent express his opinions in the family meeting, but it was still okay to listen in. And when Jonathan Kent mentioned Clark Kent just now, he was also asking Clark Kent to come over and check on the baby. Hey, let me take a look at my brother's tail. By the way, I just named my brother Robert. Robert Kent. What do you think? Faced with an extra brother, Clark Kent, he said with a playful smile, acting like a 12-year-old child at this time. Robert? It's a good name, but you just heard it. Since you gave him a name, you have to take time to take good care of him, you know. Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent looked at each other. Did not object to the name, but looked at Clark Kent seriously and said, I also want you to know how hard it is to be a parent. Mom and Dad, you have worked hard. From now on, leave Robert's affairs to me. Clark Kent's face became solemn when he heard this, he assured loudly, and then said weakly, then can you not cut off Robert? Bet's tail? His tail is also a part of the body. It will definitely hurt if it is cut off. Moreover, I found that his tail is more energetic than his limbs. I am afraid that even if it is cut off, it can grow back. So don't let it grow back. He suffered this. Okay, I'll listen to you, but now you have an additional task. Not only must you protect yourself and not expose your abilities, but you must also protect Robert and prevent his tail from being discovered. No question. Jonathan Kent looked at Robert Kent's tail and sighed, then told Clark Kent. Promise to complete the mission. Clark Kent solemnly promised, patting his chest. Okay, you can go to bed this time. I will go through the relevant adoption procedures tomorrow. Martha, please sort out Clark's childhood clothes. Fortunately, they haven't been cleaned out yet. Jonathan Kent waved his hand, and then said Clark Kent once and for all. In this way, Robert Kent became a new member of the old Kent family. After Clark Kent had this younger brother, he became a lot more cheerful. He was busy taking care of Robert Kent whenever he had time. Although in this there were many embarrassments about raising a baby in the process, but Clark Kent has always enjoyed it. However, as time slowly passed, Clark Kent gradually became confused, because Robert Kent seemed a little dull as he grew up. Apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping like a normal person, he basically didn't speak much. It's like a robot that follows a set program step by step. Even if it is bullied, it never talks about it. Clark Kent had doubted whether Robert Kent was the same as himself. Because he knew about his abnormality, he had been hiding himself and was afraid that the abnormality would be discovered by others. But after careful observation, Clark Kent knew that Robert Kent is not faking. Fortunately, because the Clark Kent family gave Robert Kent a lot of instructions, Robert Kent's tail has never been discovered. It was not until 15 years later, when Clark Kent was 27 years old, that 15-year-old Robert Kent gradually regained his sanity. This is a new world? Have I traveled through time again? Robert Kent sat on the haystack, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. The memories of 15 years slowly came to his mind, and the memories before the time travel slowly came to mind. Slowly blending together. Didn't I wish that I could have the greatest potential and then develop my strength step by step? Why did I travel through time again? It turns out that this was not Robert Kent's first time traveling through time. He was once an ordinary middle school boy on Earth. He loved Dragon Balls so much that he collected Dragon Ball figures crazily. In an era when there was no online shopping, from then on I bought 7 well-made Dragon Balls at a roadside stall for 20 yuan. After returning home, before Robert Kent could hide the Dragon Balls from his mother and calculate how much a Dragon Ball cost, the suddenly glowing Dragon Ball sent Robert Kent to the Dragon Ball world. After entering the world of Dragon Ball, Robert Kent didn't mean to panic. For an upright middle school boy to enter the world he likes, it is simply the miracle he dreams of. Thus, Robert Kent started an adventure in the Dragon Ball world, and became friends and competitors with Son Goku, growing step by step. It's a pity that the Earth's Shenron has limited abilities, and it can't even give Robert Kent Saiyan blood. In the end, Robert Kent can only choose to let Shenron maximize the recovery ability of his body in all aspects. This kind of ability allows Robert Kent to have more energy and time to practice and improve himself. In the early stage, he has been steadily following Son Goku's improvement speed, and even surpassed it. Although at the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, Robert Kent defeated Krillin and then lost to Master Wushin who transformed into a dragon. However, at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, Robert Kent defeated Wushin one after another. Teacher Tianjin Fan and Son Goku won the championship in one fell swoop. But it is a pity that at the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament, Robert Kent, who did not slack off, although he defeated the gods, he lost to the second-generation Piccolo. Later, the Earth encountered crisis after crisis. Although Robert Kent worked harder and became the most powerful Earthling among the Z-Warriors, even surpassing Piccolo, a Namekian, he was still defeated by Son Goku and Bei. Vegeta was far behind. Until the appearance of Beerus, the god of destruction, and the emergence of strong men from all walks of life, Robert Kent felt a huge gap. The birth of the Super Dragon Ball and the second Dragon Ball also allowed Robert Kent to rekindle his wish. Thoughts. In the end, Robert Kent found the Super Dragon Ball and made his wish. Robert Kent is not as short-sighted as Jas and Granola, ridiculously promising himself to be the best warrior in the universe, because even though Robert Kent has lived in the Dragon Ball world for many years, he still has no desire to become stronger. His sincerity has not changed. In his opinion, this act of wishing to become the first warrior in the universe is an insult to a true warrior. Robert Kent chose to let Shenron give him the ultimate potential. He wanted to rely on his own practice to develop and improve his combat power step by step, catch up with Son Goku and Vegeta again, and then surpass them. But what Robert Kent didn't expect was that after hearing the Super Dragon say that his wish was fulfilled, he lost consciousness and then came to this new world. It was not until just now that his memories were completely integrated. Chapter 4, 1m61. The memory of 15 years of warm family life allowed Robert Kent to slowly adapt to this new world and recognize his new family. After all, the experience of those 15 years was real. The Kent family's care and concern for him is not mixed with any other thoughts. After all, for being able to raise and take care of an alien who is almost dementia and doesn't communicate much with outsiders for so many years, the Kent family are good people in the true sense. So in Robert Kent's heart, the Kent family are his relatives in this new world. As for the reason why Robert Kent was so sure that he had traveled to a new world, it was because he discovered that he had traveled to the Earth. In the world view of Dragon Ball, only the 6th universe and the 7th universe exist on the Earth. The Earth in the 6th universe was restored by the God of Destruction's wish. Even if there are several mutated future Earths in time and space, none of them will be in a state of numerous countries like this Earth. The Earth in the Dragon Ball world is basically a unified state, except for a few small countries. Both humans and animals are part of the Earth Kingdom. The Earth in this world seems to have the same layout as the Earth before Robert Kent traveled through Dragon Ball, but Robert Kent can also be sure that this is not his original Earth. Because his brother Clark Kent's various performances told him that he was a warrior with a powerful body. Although this warrior doesn't seem to be very good at fighting, he is indeed powerful enough. Robert Kent even vaguely felt that the ability Clark Kent unintentionally displayed was a bit like a comic character called Superman, but Robert Kent was not sure. Knew. Because Robert Kent only knew that there was a comic character called Superman, he didn't know the specific name of Superman, especially Clark Kent did not have the iconic red S symbol. In addition, in the era before Robert Kent traveled through time, comics and movies were not popular around him at all. The most popular ones among Robert Kent and his group were the major migrant comics, such as Dragon Ball, Slam Dunk, Bleach, Naruto and One Piece, etc. After that came Walongayuan, Lofuzi, and the subsequent Zion Mank. This can be seen from the sales of comic books and viscose paintings around the school. Before traveling through time, Robert Kent had only vaguely heard of the names Superman, Spider-Man, and Batman. Robert Kent did not know the specific names of these people or what their experiences were. Therefore, for Robert Kent, this is an almost strange world, but fortunately, there should be strong people in this strange world. Brother Clark is also an alien. His spaceship landed near his home and he was adopted by his parents. Robert Kent thought of Clark Kent, his eyes slowly lit up, and he thought excitedly. Goku also had a similar experience. The existence of aliens at least proves that there are strong people in this cosmic civilization. Even if there are not many strong people on the Earth, but with the 2 spaceships at home, I can go to space to find strong men to practice fighting. Robert Kent has experienced many space voyages. As long as he has a strong enough opponent, no matter how long and lonely the space voyage is, Robert Kent will not flinch or become impatient at all. Robert Kent is no weaker than a pure-blooded scion when it comes to eagerness for battle and powerful opponents. Hey? No, I'm a scion now. Although I'm not sure why I came here on a scion single-body spaceship, it seems that Super Shenron also recognizes the Scion's ultimate potential. Thought of it. Here, Robert Kent clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. With the Scion body, I will definitely be able to break through the previous limitations and have stronger fighting power. Robert is also a good name, and he has some connections with Kakarot and Vegeta. From now on, I will be Scion. The demi-human Robert. Whoosh! With a sound, just when Robert Kent was enjoying the future, a figure ran over at great speed. With Robert Kent's current strength, there was no way to detect this figure in advance. After all, he's just an ordinary Scion without any training or training. Even though Robert Kent's physical quality is naturally much higher than that of people on Earth, there is still a big gap compared to the real strong men, especially the person who came here at this time was Clark, who had been in the sun for 27 years. Kent. Robert Kent. At this time, Clark Kent had his back to the sun, and the outline of the sun appeared in front of Robert Kent with golden light shining all over his body. He looked at Robert Kent with a somewhat puzzled expression. Obviously, he found that Robert Kent seemed a little different from before. Brother. Robert Kent looked at Clark Kent and nodded with a smile, and explained softly, when the spacecraft landed before, the impact may have been too great, so in order to protect itself, the brain sealed most of my consciousness. Fortunately, I have fully recovered now. I worried you before. Over the past 15 years, Robert Kent's sluggish performance has made the Kent family very worried. However, due to Robert Kent's special status and a tail that clearly does not belong to humans, the Kent family did not dare to send him to go to the hospital for a checkup. That is to say, Clark Kent's X-ray-like eyes told the Kents that Robert Kent had no hidden disease, otherwise the Kents would have been considering whether to cut off Robert Kent's tail first, and then I took him to the hospital for a checkup. Really? That's great. I'll tell my parents right now and let's celebrate tonight. Clark Kent was overjoyed when he heard this. He couldn't wait to tell the Kents the good news. Wait a minute. Robert Kent hurriedly called out to Clark Kent, looking at him with piercing eyes and full of fighting spirit, and said, "Brother, I want to test your strength. Although my energy is still very weak now, I don't know your strength at all, but I know you are very strong." Chi. Clark Kent was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said hesitantly, "Is it your special ability? I can see that the strength of the organs and cells in your body is far higher than that of ordinary people, which makes your physical fitness is much stronger than that of adults who exercise regularly. Even among the people I have met, you are the strongest physically besides me. But compared to me, you may still need to grow up. After all, you are still young and have not yet fully developed." At this time, Clark Kent is clearly telling the truth, but it makes people feel like he is showing off. Maybe this is the authentic Versailles. However, in Robert Kent's time, the word Versailles had not yet been coined. It is also true that Clark Kent said that Robert Kent is not fully developed yet. Perhaps it is because of the Scion genes, or perhaps because he is only 15 years old and has not yet fully developed. In short, Robert Kent is now just 1.61 meters tall. Among the boys in the school, he is definitely the shortest. Even if the girls are included, he is still at the bottom. Even though Robert Kent didn't really care about this kind of thing, he still felt helpless and unhappy about it after fusing his memory and becoming familiar with his body. Chapter 5. The Scion's first battle with the Kryptonians. "Brother, give it a try. I can't hurt you anyway." After Robert Kent came back to his senses, he looked at Clark Kent and said with a smile, "I have never seen you exercise your abilities. It's such a waste to have such a powerful body without exercising. I want to see, brother, your fighting ability. I don't like fighting, so I really haven't exercised my abilities. In other words, I don't like these abilities at all." Clark Kent sighed softly and said softly, "Robert, you seem to like fighting very much." "Yes, I really like fighting, I really like practicing, and I really like the feeling of constantly getting stronger." Robert Kent nodded calmly, and said with a hint of excitement and pride, "It can be said that liking fighting has become my innate talent, especially since I am a scion of the fighting race. This warlike factor is engraved in my blood." "The fighting race scions? Is this your race? Do you know your origin?" Clark Kent was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and subconsciously looked at Robert Kent expectantly and asked, "Then you know my origin?" "What? I'm sorry, I don't know your origin. My race is imprinted in my memory, but I don't know your race." Robert Kent shook his head apologetically, and then became serious. Said. However, judging from your abilities, brother, you must be a powerful race, and the abilities you possess are manifestations of your race's talents. Whether you accept these abilities or not, they will accompany you throughout your life. Accepting these abilities may help you better understand your origins and why you were sent to Earth. Isn't this the question you have been exploring? Accept your own abilities. Clark Kent stared at his hands and fell into silence. His eyes flashed with red light, and then slowly disappeared. Black Diamond. That's right. Robert Kent nodded in agreement and said, moreover, if you don't seize the time to improve your abilities during peacetime, and when danger comes, you will feel unwilling that your own strength is not enough. Brother, don't you think so? We'll want to know. Has your planet experienced many crises? Clark Kent came back to his senses and whispered, will my planet also encounter a crisis? I don't know if your planet has encountered a crisis, but my planet has experienced more than a dozen crises of planet destruction and several crises of the entire universe being wiped out. Robert Kent smiled. After spreading his hands and complaining about the Earth and Dragon Ball world, he looked directly into Clark Kent's raised eyes and said with enthusiasm. So, in order to prevent us from being unable to prevent crises when they come, we should practice hard to improve our strength in times of peace. Who can say that this planet will not be in crisis? Come on then, let me see your ability to fight against the nation. Clark Kent was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and looked at Robert Kent seriously and said. No. There was a sound of tear. Just as Clark Kent finished speaking, Robert's pants were torn, and a monkey's tail came out of it. Pants! Clark Kent shouted angrily, glaring at Robert Kent. What are you afraid of? It's my pants anyway. Robert Kent flashed and rushed in the direction of Clark Kent, shouting at the same time, don't forget, the battle has already begun. What you are wearing were originally my pants. Clark Kent felt that Robert Kent at this time was not at all as cute as when he was a child and his flesh was all soft and cute. He was not even as cute as before when he was slightly sluggish. At least at that time Robert Kent was still very obedient and would not ruin his pants. However, even so, facing the charging Robert Kent, Clark Kent still had no intention of taking the initiative to attack, but chose to defend and parry. For Clark Kent, he carefully controls his power every day, and he is doing his best if he cannot use power beyond ordinary people in his daily life. As for fighting, Clark Kent had never experienced it at all, and he didn't know how powerful it was to punch out without limiting his own strength at all. But Clark Kent felt that if he punched him, he might kill his cheaper brother, especially since he couldn't accurately control the power of each punch. So it's better to block Robert Kent's attack. Robert Kent's power can't hurt him anyway. From Clark Kent's perspective, Robert Kent's speed was not very fast, it could even be described as slow, even though Robert Kent's speed at this time was faster than that of Bolt, the takeoff man. But who made Clark Kent a born sucker? Whoa, but what Clark Kent didn't expect was that when he saw Robert Kent punching him, he subconsciously stretched out his arm to parry, but did not block Robert Kent. Kent's fist, Robert Kent's figure turned into an afterimage and gradually disappeared. Pang! Was heard, and the next moment, Clark Kent felt his chin was hit, but his body and head did not move, but his figure flew away. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Robert Kent covered his fists and shouted. Robert Kent knew that Clark Kent's body was very powerful, but he did not expect that Clark Kent would be without the blessing of Chi. Down, the body can be so hard. Robert, are you okay? Clark Kent was stunned for a moment when he saw this. He seemed to understand that Robert Kent suddenly accelerated and dodged his arm, but how did Robert Kent do it? Clark Kent isn't quite sure yet. It's not over yet. Robert Kent stubbornly refused Clark Kent's approach. At the same time, he put his hands behind his back and the chi in his body began to gather, turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. It is the first time in this life to use the turtle-style Qigong wave, and this Saiyan body has not been exercised, so the energy accumulation this time is very slow. Clark Kent looked at Robert Kent in confusion. He could clearly see every organ in Robert Kent's body, and he could also see the arrogance-like energy surging in Robert Kent's hands. Energy, but he didn't understand what it was. Wave. While Clark Kent was still at a loss, the turtle Qigong wave finally took action, and the powerful energy directly burned a scratch on the ground. With the sound of chi, almost subconsciously, Clark Kent shot out a red heat vision, directly scattering the turtle Qigong wave, and then he was shocked. Who? 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 Before Clark Kent could come back to his senses, Robert Kent, who looked a little tired and shocked, was already slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. This time, he used turtle-style Qigong. Bo took all his strength. Apparently, the first battle between the Scions and the Kryptonians ended in a huge failure. Clark Kent was relieved to see that Robert Kent was not injured. Chapter 6. The economic crisis brought about by the Big Eater. In the evening, at the Kent home, when they learned that Robert Kent had regained his consciousness, the Kents were very happy. The burden in their hearts finally dissipated, and they no longer needed to worry about what Robert Kent would do when he grew up. At Clark Kent's suggestion, the family decided to cook a big meal to celebrate. When Robert Kent repeatedly complained that he was hungry, the meal continued to increase in size. In the end, the meal was enough for 10 people. Personal food. But the Kents and Clark Kent still didn't expect that Robert Kent could really eat so much. Ang. Ong. Ong. That is to say, the Kent family do not understand idioms, otherwise they would be able to describe Robert Kent's eating state as wolfing down and whispering like a wolf. While the Kent family was still in a daze, except for the food on their respective plates, all the food on the table had been wiped out by Robert Kent. At this time, Robert Kent finally understood why Son Goku and the others were so edible. It's not like Robert Kent has never experienced hunger after a war in the Dragon Ball world, but no matter how hungry he is, it's just enough for a few people. But now, after eating enough food for 7 people, Robert Kent still didn't feel what it felt like to be full. Even Robert Kent, who had exhausted his strength in the battle, realized that his body had never been full in 15 years. After all, Robert Kent's consciousness had not awakened before, and he only had basic consciousness to maintain his actions. At the same time, he also needed to behave no differently from ordinary people, so his daily food intake was no different from ordinary people. And this may be one of the reasons why Robert Kent is already 15 years old, but he is still 1.61 meters tall. Well, that's right. That's why. Robert Kent thought firmly in his heart. Robert, are you really not going to be able to hold on after eating so much? Martha Kent looked at Robert Kent with some worry and said, no matter how hungry you are, you can't eat so much in one go. What should I do if it breaks? Mom, you don't have to worry. All the food he has eaten has been digested, and it seems that he has not eaten enough. Clark Kent on the side twitched slightly after carefully observing Robert Kent. He said with a somewhat helpless voice. Hey! Martha Kent and Jonathan Kent looked at each other. They didn't know what to say for a moment. In other words, they didn't expect that their second alien son was different from ordinary people in terms of appetite. Well, shall I go get some more food? Martha Kent came back to her senses after a while, and suddenly laughed when she saw Robert Kent touching his belly awkwardly. She felt that at this time, this son seems to be a real living being. The dull appearance before could only be regarded as a robot. In comparison, Martha Kent still prefers the emotional and lively Robert Kent, although Robert Kent's appetite does give her some headaches and helplessness. If Robert Kent's appetite was normal at this time, then she would probably spend a lot more time, energy, and money preparing food. No. I'll just go out and find something to eat. Robert Kent hurriedly stopped Martha Kent. He knew that it wouldn't be the same if he continued to eat like this at home. Things like eating were still be self-reliant. After all, the appetite of a scion is too great a burden for a family. Didn't you see that Kikai was still a wealthy young woman before she married Son Goku? However, after marrying Son Goku, she learned to be diligent and thrifty in running the house. She even had no choice but to let Sun Wufan, who was trained by her to be a scholar, to participate in the #1 competition in the world because of her family's financial problems. Earn bonuses at martial arts tournaments. Robert Kent knew that the Kent family was not poor, and at least had a farm. The Kent family lived a relatively prosperous life, especially when Clark Kent was young and strong and could help, and Jonathan Kent had no injuries. It can be said that with the financial strength of the Kent family, it is not a problem to raise their 2 children, or even let them stay on the farm to get married and have children. However, that refers to a normal child. Judging from the appetite of a scion like Robert Kent, if they are open to eating, even if they eat the cheapest food, the Kent family will be declared bankrupt in a few years. So Robert Kent decisively ran out of the house with the condiments and disappeared into the night. Robert! Where are you going? Seeing Robert Kent rushing out, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent were a little panicked. It was not necessarily safe to run out at night. It's okay. I'll follow him. It'll be okay. You guys should go to bed early after eating. Clark Kent probably understood Robert Kent's purpose. He looked at the Kents and comforted them before walking out the door. Be careful. Even though they knew Clark Kent's ability, the Kents still warned him carefully, then sighed and sat at the dining table, eating the food indifferently. Robert is such a good boy. He has just recovered and is so sensible. After a while, Martha Kent sighed softly. It's so delicious that I don't even have to wash the plate. I'm worried that he'll eat it. Jonathan Kent smiled helplessly. This is no longer a matter of a young man living in poverty. This is about eating. What a frustrating rhythm. Tell me, because Robert is so short, is it because their race is particularly good at eating, but they have never had enough to eat before? Martha Kent suddenly thought of something, and asked with some hesitation and guilt. This. Jonathan Kent was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He was also a little hesitant, and felt that this possibility was not impossible. Adolescent children instinctively eat better because of their development. If Robert Kent had not eaten enough before, he might have stunted his growth. Thinking of this, Jonathan Kent also felt a little guilty, and then gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, if it doesn't work, we will use the loan to buy another farm. After all, with Clark's help, I won't have to work much. This. Martha Kent hesitated after hearing this. After all, Jonathan Kent is not too young and his health has begun to decline. When Clark comes back, let's discuss it with him. By the way, I remember there seemed to be some kind of burger eating competition over there in Missouri. Can Robert give it a try? With his appetite, I don't think anyone can beat him. Jonathan Kent's brain was racing. Turning around, he suddenly looked at Martha Kent excitedly and said, even if he can't win the championship, at least he can have a good meal, right? After all, it's a competition for big eaters. No matter how big an appetite Robert shows, he won't be considered a problem. Let's wait until the children come back. Martha Kent was a little moved when she heard this, but quickly shook her head and looked outside worriedly and said, I don't know where they went to find food. Also comes with condiments. Chapter 7, where the Scions completely defeat the Kryptonians. On the other side, under the night, Robert Kent walked forward under the moonlight. He was a little lucky that today was not a full moon. He had never been out during the full moon in the past 15 years, otherwise Son Goku would accidentally turn into a gorilla and lose control and trample him to death. The tragedy of Grandpa Son Gohan may happen again. It can be seen that Scions are risky, so you need to be cautious when adopting them. Well, my energy is still too weak. I can only imitate the lake's senses a little. Robert Kent stopped and touched his belly along the way, looking for his prey. If Robert Kent hadn't once, he is a powerful Z-warrior. With the strength of his chi at this time, he cannot even sense the location of his prey. Whoosh! With a sound, while Robert Kent was still looking for prey, Clark Kent had already arrived at Robert Kent's side, so fast that Robert Kent couldn't react at all. In other words, if Clark Kent really wants to fight him, Robert Kent will most likely be killed instantly. The difference in strength is too big, and Clark can't control his strength at all. It's a pity that he can't improve his strength through sparring. Robert Kent looked at Clark Kent and thought with some regret. Are you looking for a prey? There is a herd of wild boars 8,000 meters away here, and a herd of bison 11,000 meters away here. Which side are you going to go to? Although Clark Kent guessed Robert Kent's purpose, but he was still a little confused about Robert Kent bringing the seasonings. He originally thought that Robert Kent was going to hunt and bring them home to eat. Speaking of which, you don't have a pot or fire, so what's the point of bringing seasonings? Don't you have to take them home to eat? That's because you don't understand chi at all, otherwise you wouldn't have said this. Chi can not only be used in combat, but can also be used to grill meat. Meat grilled with chi can not only completely eliminate all kinds of viruses and bacteria, but also stimulate the delicious taste of the meat itself. Of course, if you are not angry, it is better not to eat those dangerous wild meats, just buy meat and eat it honestly. Robert Kent explained, and then thought of it. What? He asked, looking at Clark Kent expectantly. I remember when I was in school, the textbook said that dinosaurs were extinct. But since you have the ability to see clairvoyantly, can you help me see if there are any dinosaurs surviving in this world? Dinosaurs? I have never seen them. Of course, I have not seen every corner of the world, and I have no interest in doing so. Clark Kent shook his head, and then asked suspiciously, "But, if you ask dinosaurs, what to do? Is it possible that you still want to eat dinosaurs? That's such a shame. There were dinosaurs in my original world." Robert Kent curled his lips in disappointment. Dinosaurs are good news for carnivores, especially the tails of dinosaurs, which have chewy meat, big chunks, and a strong meaty aroma. As Robert Kent spoke, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and at the same time regretted that he would never be able to taste the delicious food of the dinosaurs in the Dragon Ball world. That's all, there are no delicious dinosaurs, other meats are just fine. Anyway, Chi has a unique advantage when making food. After a while, Robert Kent came back to his senses. After all, now is not the time to think about delicious food. Filling your stomach is the key. Crack. Soon, Robert Kent appeared in front of a group of wild boars. Listening to the vigilant cries of the wild boars, Robert Kent took the lead in launching an attack. Pang! Snapped! Winter! Poof! Ordinary people could only avoid the wild boar group at a distance, and even the lions and tigers had to avoid it. Soon they were all knocked down by Robert Kent, without even spending much effort. After all, they were just a group of wild boars that only knew how to move. Just a rampaging beast. Clark Kent on the side was keenly aware that every time Robert Kent struck, the weakest part of the wild boar was the weakest part, and often after one blow, the wild boar lost its ability to resist. Clark Kent didn't quite understand how Robert Kent could find the weakness of the wild boar so accurately and quickly, and how he could control his power to the same size every time he shot. Is this also his talent? Just as Robert Kent felt that Clark Kent's body was abnormally powerful, Clark Kent also felt that Robert Kent's control of his own power was abnormal. Is this the fighting ability of Chi? Is this the talent of the fighting nation? What Robert Kent said before flashed through Clark Kent's mind, and he actually started to look forward to it. However, Clark Kent did not know that this extreme use of power was not the racial talent of the Scions, but the ability that Robert Kent had trained hard as a senior Z warrior before traveling through time. Robert Kent, who was once an Earthling, could not catch up with the Scion protagonists who were cheating, or even surpass Namek if he could not use 1 point of power to achieve 10 points of effect. It's impossible for anyone. Even though the current Robert Kent has traveled through time and obtained a Scion body that he has never had before, those battle experiences and those martial arts cultivation still exist in Robert Kent's body and have become him. Instinct. After all, although Robert Kent before time travel could not be called the top powerhouse in the entire Dragon Ball world, he was definitely a martial arts master. Tisk. Just when Clark Kent became interested in Robert Kent's abilities and fighting methods, Robert Kent was already using strong energy to start grilling, and soon a smell of meat wafted to Clark. On Kent's nose, Clark Kent's throat moved subconsciously. How come it smells so good? Clark Kent came back to his senses, but saw that Robert Kent didn't pay attention to him at all and had already started to enjoy the food. Robert Kent. Seeing Robert Kent eating so deliciously, Clark Kent, who was not very hungry at first, also felt a little greedy, especially since the aroma of barbecue was constantly entering his nose and arousing his stomach. The glutton. Give me some too. Clark Kent was not polite and directly started to fight for food with Robert Kent. However, he is just a Superman, with a powerful body, but when it comes to appetite, he is no match for the Scions. If we want to say that Clark Kent is most similar to ordinary people, it should be his appetite. Of course, Clark Kent also has a very strong ability to digest food, but appetite is not something that must be eaten if he can digest it well. Much more. Clark Kent, who had just started eating, soon felt full, just like an ordinary person who went to a buffet after starving himself. He obviously thought he could eat a lot, but in fact that was all. Even though Clark Kent thought Robert Kent's barbecue tasted great, he couldn't eat too much. In the end, Clark Kent could only sit aside and watch Robert Kent continue to feast. He also had to admit that he lost to Robert Kent in the appetite competition. In an appetite showdown, the Scions defeated the Kryptonians. Chapter 8. The Kryptonian who cannot cultivate Chi. Obviously they are just ordinary ingredients, but they taste so delicious after being grilled. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can actually open a barbecue restaurant, which can just relieve the financial pressure on your family. Clark Kent. Robert Kent said softly as he looked at the final stage. Jonathan is already suggesting whether to take out a loan to buy a new farm, or let you participate in a big eating competition to see if you can win a prize. Even though Clark Kent was far away from home when Jonathan Kent was talking to Martha Kent, his hearing could fully hear their conversation clearly. Clark Kent did not refute Jonathan Kent's two suggestions. The meaning of. After all, for Clark Kent, as long as the two farms are not far apart, it is easy to take care of one more farm. As for the Big Eater competition, after seeing Robert Kent's appetite, Clark Kent didn't think anyone would be Robert Kent's opponent, not to mention ordinary Earthlings, they were just mediocre. Neither can aliens. Hiccup. Robert Kent swallowed the last bite of barbecue and burped. He looked at Clark Kent with bright eyes and asked, Big Eater competition? Is it a competition to see who can eat more? Robert Kent. It seems that you are no longer disgusted with this kind of thing. Clark Kent's mouth twitched slightly when he saw Robert Kent's excited look, and then he smiled helplessly. He couldn't tell clearly for a while, does Kent prefer eating or fighting? Clark Kent didn't know that Robert Kent must have preferred fighting. For Robert Kent, food was still in a state where it was better to have it or not. But no matter what, now Robert Kent has Saiyan blood, which not only makes his warlike characteristics more prominent, but also makes food, which was not that important in the first place, become Robert Kent's favorite. Because Robert Kent's genes told him that he could no longer go hungry. How can I be disgusted when there is delicious food? Besides, eating out will not only satisfy my stomach, but also increase the family's finances. Why not? Robert Kent smiled. Wiping his mouth, he said with some anticipation, to be honest, I can't wait to participate in that big eating competition. It should be this weekend. We'll find out when we go back and talk to Jonathan and the others. Clark Kent recalled it, and then looked at Robert Kent with some expectancy and said, What's going on with your anger? Can you teach me? Of course. Robert Kent also looked at Clark Kent expectantly. To be honest, Clark Kent's body was already so strong when he didn't practice Qi. If he really practiced, Robert Kent couldn't imagine how much he would improve after losing his breath. Robert Kent has seen the fastest and largest improvement from weak to strong, that is Broly, the idiot who controlled the power of the giant ape in human form. In one breath, he went from being far inferior to the Z-Warrior. He grew up to the point where he could compete with Super Blue Gogeta, and it only took one battle. You know, that is Gogeta, or the Super Blue Gogeta, who is known as the Invincible Vegeto, the strongest Gogeta in the dimension. That battle even broke the dimensions of the real universe, which shows how abnormal the fighting power of both sides is. Robert Kent feels that if he masters Qi, Clark Kent's improvement will definitely not be that great, but it may be comparable to the gap between normal and Super Saiyan. After all, Clark Kent's body is strong enough. Such a powerful body means that he can condense more powerful Qi. The strength of Qi and body complement each other. Come. Follow my guidance. Thinking of this, Robert Kent looked expectantly at Clark Kent as he explained the mystery of Qi, trying to get Clark Kent to call upon this power that had always coexisted with the body. Hi! Just as Clark Kent was following Robert Kent's instructions step by step, Clark Kent's eyes suddenly turned red, and then a red heat vision appeared uncontrollably. Clark Kent's eyes shot out, just like the wave of Qigong from the turtle school before. That is to say, Robert Kent was alert enough and reacted quickly enough. He dodged immediately and was not hurt by the heat vision. But even so, Robert Kent still had Yuji's heart to see. Looking at Clark Kent, because the power of this heat vision was more powerful than the previous one, an unfathomable crack appeared on the ground. Robert Kent, ... Robert, are you okay? Clark Kent also put away his heat vision with concern, and looked at Robert Kent worriedly and asked. Successful? It doesn't look like it. Robert Kent didn't care about the cracks on the ground anymore. He just looked at Clark Kent with some confusion and muttered. For Robert Kent, it is not unusual to shoot waves from his eyes. Earthlings and Scions do not know such a move, but many aliens can use their eyes to shoot waves for surprise attacks. Opponent. There are even experts in this area on Earth, such as Piccolo the Great, Piccolo 2 and Tianjin Fan. They can all release light eyes and emit light from their eyes to attack others. However, this was the first time Robert Kent had seen someone who could only emit light from his eyes. After all, he had similar abilities and also liked to emit light from his mouth for sneak attacks. These moves don't have many skills to speak of, but there is nothing special about the eyes and mouths of Earthlings and Scions. If the Qi is released in these places, the power will not be that strong, and it will easily affect to fight on their own, so generally only strange-looking alien creatures will use this move. Ahem, it doesn't mean that only monsters that look like them will use this move. I don't know. I did what you said, and then I felt a force in my body being released along my eyes. It seemed to be no different from the previous release of laser. Hearing Robert Kent, Clark Kent said hesitantly. Well, there is a unique energy of your own in your body. You can't completely master it yet, but its existence also prevents you from practicing chi. Robert Kent observed carefully and nodded clearly. And then analyzed it. At the same time, this power is not the same as chi. It does not have as many uses as chi, but it seems to have replaced the original role and status of chi. It is a special energy that can strengthen your body, and this energy can be released through the eyes. Then next, you need to figure out where this energy comes from, and whether it can become stronger based on your training. If it can, then this energy is actually no different from chi. Chapter 9, agreed to get up early to practice. Where does this energy come from? To be honest, I don't know. Ever since I awakened my ability when I was 9 years old, I can feel that my power is constantly increasing, and I can't control it to stop growing. Clark Kent said in a low voice with a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Tisk, tisk, it can keep getting stronger, it seems there is no limit to the power. I don't know how many people dream of having such power. Robert Kent looked at Clark Kent with some envy and said with emotion, but soon he shook his head, because Robert Kent knew that with his current potential, he would definitely grow up. Why should he envy others when he has talents? Well, let's study it first. Tomorrow morning, we will practice together. Of course, the difficulty of our practice is definitely not at the same level. You have to supervise yourself and increase the difficulty based on mine. Don't be lazy. Of course, even if you can't cultivate chi or increase the energy in your body through exercise, don't be discouraged. You can master your abilities through exercise and make better use of the energy in your body to avoid losing control like before. Why is it your turn to educate me? Clark Kent suddenly realized something and glared at Robert Kent angrily and asked with a smile. The so-called master is a teacher. Although you are stronger than me, when it comes to the use and training of strength, you are obviously not as good as me, so naturally it is up to me to educate you. Robert Kent shrugged, he retorted with a smile. Moreover, the way you use your eyes to emit light is really limited. If you can use the energy to release it elsewhere, maybe you will be successful. Use energy elsewhere. A trace of hesitation flashed in Clark Kent's eyes. He thought of the way Robert Kent condensed chi in his hands and released it, and then his eyes flashed red again. Wait. Seeing this situation, Robert Kent quickly stopped Clark Kent. He didn't want Clark Kent to shoot heat vision everywhere again. Take it slow first. I think it's better for you to master your body strength first. After all, you have been living cautiously for so many years, and you are still relatively experienced. Let's talk about the laser eyes and other things later. Okay. Let's go back first. Clark Kent nodded, but he didn't mean to be impatient. After all, after so many years, Clark Kent has long been used to it. If it weren't for Robert Kent's influence, Clark Kent had no intention of practicing his abilities at all. Thinking of this, Clark Kent suddenly changed the subject and said. After you go back, you should mend your pants first. Even if you are on your farm today, and you can't see clearly at night, what will you look like if someone sees you swishing your tail outside? Are you afraid of being scared? Anyone else? It's okay, I can wrap it around my waist. Robert Kent flexibly controlled his tail and wrapped it around his waist. At first glance, it looked like a strange-shaped belt, and then he covered it with clothes. There will be people staring at Robert Kent's waist. Then it's time to mend your pants. Seeing Robert Kent being so cunning, Clark Kent could only show his brother's majesty without finding any flaw in Robert Kent's tale. Said angrily, glaring at Robert Kent. Okay, my great scion actually has to mend things. It's too miserable. I don't know when I will be able to wear a battlesuit. Robert Kent shrugged helplessly and mumbled in a low voice. If you don't have a scion battle uniform, you can get some martial arts uniforms. Regarding Robert Kent's beeping, Clark Kent didn't say anything on the surface after hearing it, and soon the two returned home. You're back? Where did you go to find food? Why did you bring condiments? It was obvious that the Kents did not go to bed after eating. After all, the two children were still outside, so how could they go to bed with peace of mind? What's more, Robert Kent among them has just returned to normal from a state of dementia. Oh, we hunted some prey to roast and eat. Robert Kent said subconsciously, but saw the expressions of Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent change slightly. Hunting? Are you injured? How can you eat the things you hunt directly? There are germs. Martha Kent was the first to come back to her senses and looked at her two sons and said worriedly. Hey, don't worry, Mom, we are not ordinary people. Robert Kent waved his hand and hurriedly explained, besides, I have a special way of handling ingredients, so there will be no problem. Yes, Mom, I looked carefully and found that there are no germs or anything. Moreover, the food baked by Robert's ability is indeed very fragrant. You will know when Robert shows it to you later. Clark Kent also explained. If possible in the future, we can actually let Robert open a barbecue restaurant. With his skills, the business will definitely be very good. Really? Martha Kent looked at her two sons suspiciously and asked. Although these two sons had never told lies since they were young, when faced with this kind of problem, Martha Kent still felt that it would be better to ask clearly. Martha. However, at this moment, Jonathan Kent on the side shook his head and gave Martha Kent a look, indicating that she did not need to continue asking. At first, Jonathan Kent, like Martha Kent, was a little worried when he heard that Robert Kent hunted and ate meat. After all, wild animals do have risks compared with meat that has been formally quarantined. But soon Jonathan Kent remembered that his two sons were not from Earth. Since they were young, these two children had never been sick. They may have had psychological problems, but their bodies were definitely beyond human beings. Food that is risky for humans really is nothing to these two powerful alien children. Dad, I heard that there is a big eating competition in the next state. Can you take me to participate? Seeing Martha Kent, Robert Kent did not pursue it any further. Robert Kent looked at Jonathan Kent with some expectancy. Asked. Jonathan Kent was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then glanced at Clark Kent who was looking calm, looked at Robert Kent and smiled with some relief. Okay, the game should be the day after tomorrow, which happens to be at noon on Sunday. We will set off tomorrow afternoon, and we should arrive in the evening. It will be up to you, Robert, to see how you perform. Leave it to me. Robert Kent patted his chest confidently and assured, then looked at Clark Kent and said, Brother, I'm going to bed first. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Don't forget to patch your pants. Clark Kent raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at Robert Kent and shouted loudly. Chapter 10, Words that Shock Superman for a Lifetime. That night, the Kent family slept peacefully. The intellectual problems that once troubled them, Robert Kent's intellectual problems, were now solved. Although Robert Kent's appetite became a new problem, a man who knew how to consider his family was Robert Kent still makes the Kents very happy. This shows that Robert Kent not only recovered his sanity, but also grew up and became a sensible child. Robert Kent didn't know that the Kents were happy. Before he time traveled, he was a pure martial artist. He spent his whole life looking for a way to become stronger. Apart from communicating with the Z-Warriors, he didn't have much experience. Interpersonal communication. But Robert Kent knows how to be grateful. The nurturing love he received over the past 15 years will not be any worse than his pursuit of martial arts in Robert Kent's heart. At 5 o'clock in the morning the next day, Robert Kent got up. This was his first exercise in the 15 years since he came to this world. He was not very excited. He quickly packed up and put on his patched pants. Put it aside, call Clark Kent and start a new training. There is nothing special about the training method. It is nothing more than carrying heavy objects over mountains and ridges, running long distances, and carrying heavy weights to perform various push-ups and frog jumps, and by the way, reclaiming the land at home with bare hands. For Robert Kent, the training intensity at this time is a little bit higher. His current pure physical strength is not necessarily stronger than that of little Goku who just debuted. After all, little Goku has grown up in the mountains for a period of time. And Robert Kent had not even traveled far in the past 15 years. Therefore, Robert Kent is determined to make up for the lost 15 years. However, Robert Kent had a great time increasing the amount of training, but Clark Kent did not go so smoothly. He and Robert Kent were doing the same training, but with weights and so on. For Clark Kent, it's really too simple. No matter how big a stone he carried over the mountains, it would not be the slightest burden to Clark Kent. In desperation, Robert Kent could only set up a different training plan for Clark Kent, such as unlimited punches and unlimited kicks, and at the same time, the force and hitting point of each time were required to be consistent. In the absence of a gravity chamber, even though Robert Kent was experienced, he could only think of these methods for Clark Kent to slowly master the power of his body. Soon, the whole morning passed. Robert Kent and Clark Kent did not feel tired at all. Clark Kent was because the training intensity was not strong enough, while Robert Kent was doubting that he had gone to the hospital. Is the desire to strengthen the recovery ability of the body in all aspects still valid after being acquired once? If it is really effective, Scions, coupled with their super recovery ability, seem to be able to try a special improvement method. You know, Scions, or the Scions of the Seventh Universe, have a characteristic, that is, after being resurrected from the near-death, their combat effectiveness will be greatly increased. Wingdings, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond. Of course, this kind of near-death resurrection is not useful all the time. It is more like bringing out the potential of the current body by moving from death to life. If you train your strength to the extreme, your combat effectiveness will not continue to improve even after a near-death resurrection. But now Robert Kent obviously has not exercised to the extreme. It is true that Robert Kent prefers to continuously improve himself through exercise, but if the talent of super resilience still exists, Robert Kent can also fight more without scruples, and even display the power that condenses himself, the original fighting method of martial arts. Brother, how about you try and beat me half to death? Thinking of this, Robert Kent, who was baking food in no man's land, looked at Clark Kent with some emotion and said, "This can't be considered cheating to improve your strength, it's just making reasonable use of and understanding your own talents." I, Robert Kent, did not open, ahem. Clark Kent, oh Delto. As Robert Kent's words fell, Clark Kent's whole body went numb. He had never experienced this emotion before, but now he did have a desire to open Robert Kent's head and see. Is his mind broken? Clark Kent wondered whether what Robert Kent said before that his consciousness had been fully restored was true. Robert Kent's consciousness must not have been fully restored, right? Is this what a person with a normal brain would say? Even aliens shouldn't say such things. Brother. Seeing Clark Kent staring at him blankly, Robert Kent looked over with some confusion, and then explained, "Well, it doesn't mean beating me half to death, you need to beat me until only one breath, unable to move the whole body, and on the verge of dying. I know this is a bit difficult for you, but you just need to do as I say, avoid the two critical points of the brain and heart, and then blah blah blah." Clark Kent, oh Delto. Superman was shocked for his whole life. It can be said that Clark Kent had never heard such a request from Robert Kent in his life, and actually let others beat him until he was left with only one breath. And the most important thing is that Robert Kent also it's so detailed. Brother? Why don't you speak? Are you having difficulty? Let's wait until you have practiced for a while and then we can try again. After a while, when Clark Kent still didn't answer, Robert Kent thought it might be Clark. Kent did not agree because he did not have enough control over his own strength and lacked confidence, so he suggested that we discuss it later. Robert, I heard that there is a lunatic asylum called Arkham on the outskirts of Gotham City. It is very famous. You can hide your tail now. Maybe you can give it a try. Clark Kent gradually recovered from his shock. After recovering, he took a deep breath, looked at Robert Kent seriously and said. At this time, Robert Kent fully demonstrated what it means to have a small head filled with big question marks. No matter how slow he was, he understood that trying to go to the lunatic asylum meant that there was something wrong with his brain. It's just that Robert Kent doesn't quite understand why Clark Kent thinks there's something wrong with his brain. After all, since he dared to let Clark Kent beat him to the point of death, he was naturally certain to recover. Isn't this something that can be known by just reasoning? Clark Kent couldn't understand this reasoning. It seemed that there was something wrong with Clark Kent's mind. And even if Clark Kent can't figure it out, wouldn't he just ask? He really thought that Robert Kent was sick and asked others to beat him to the point of death when he was not sure of his recovery. Thinking of this, Robert Kent looked into Clark Kent's eyes with some contempt and sympathy, and then the two people's eyes met. Chapter 11. Clark's Instructions. Soon, the incident in Arkham Asylum was revealed, and the matter of beating Robert Kent to death will not be mentioned again for the time being. As for whose brain is wrong, Robert Kent and Clark Kent has the answer in his own heart. And both brothers firmly believe that there is absolutely nothing wrong with them. After a hearty meal, Clark Kent and Robert Kent returned home, and the family drove the family's old pickup truck toward the location of the Missouri Burger eating contest. Robert Kent did not waste time along the way. He did not sit in the back seat of the pickup truck, but sat in the open car behind the pickup truck meditating, exercising his chi through will. Clark Kent was lying next to him basking in the sun, feeling extremely comfortable. At the same time, he also felt that his body seemed to be getting stronger again. The training methods taught by Robert are effective. Clark Kent, who didn't know the reason, had a beautiful misunderstanding in his heart, and decided to continue training with Robert Kent. The Kent family's old pickup truck doesn't drive very fast, at least not as fast as Robert Kent and Clark Kent, but the town of Smallville is not too far from Missouri. After all, the famous Kansas City, it is also the destination of the Kent family, located right on the border of Kansas and Missouri, and is administratively part of Missouri. Black Diamond. That night, the Kent family settled in a hotel in Kansas City. This time the burger eating competition was quite popular. In addition, Kansas City is a relatively prosperous big city, so the flow of people in the city is still very big. Robert Kent is not very interested in the flow of people and urban prosperity. After all, when it comes to prosperous cities, the cities in the Dragon Ball world are much better than here in terms of urbanization and greening, not to mention the level of technological development. However, Robert Kent is still looking forward to tomorrow's burger eating competition. Moreover, due to the popularity of the burger eating competition, there are many food businesses around. Although Robert Kent is not full, but I tasted a lot of delicious food and had a great time. Robert. Just as Robert Kent was enjoying the food, a hesitant female voice came to Robert Kent's ears. Robert Kent subconsciously looked over and saw a face. A woman with a little freckles and a hot figure. Robert Kent felt that this woman looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was, so he didn't pay attention to her. He just glanced at her indifferently and turned around to continue enjoying the food. Alena, what's wrong? A burly man with yellow hair walked up to Alena. Behind him were two idle boys. It could be seen that the two boys behind were not very old. It can be seen that the yellow-haired man who spoke is not very old, but he looks a little anxious. If Robert Kent is still here at this time, he may be able to identify the identities of these three boys, because these three boys are Robert Kent's classmates and are also the famous bully trio in the school. The leader is Ajanga, and the two younger brothers behind him are Endel and Alec. Although not every school has such a trio of bullies, there are indeed countless school bullies. Due to his sluggish performance, Robert Kent was naturally bullied by Ajanga's trio of bullies. If Clark Kent hadn't shown a little bit of strength, I'm afraid the Ajanga trio would have gone even further. It's Robert, he's here too. Alena said hesitantly, but he doesn't seem to be so dumb anymore. That fool? Is he alone? Isn't Clark here? A trace of fear and displeasure flashed in Ajanga's eyes, and he looked around and asked. It's him. After all, I can't mistake his hairstyle and height, and there doesn't seem to be anyone next to him. Alena's expression was a little incomprehensible, because she saw the look in Robert Kent's eyes, which was different from the one before. Bet Kent's eyes were completely different. There was no way they were the eyes of a fool. How could a fool come out alone? He must have come with his family. Leave him alone. I found something fun over there. Should we go over and have a look? Alec shrugged, coming out to play with such a good opportunity, he didn't want to waste it on a fool like Robert Kent. Ajanga took Alena out, and there would be a barrage of artillery fire at night. He also wanted to find a cannon stand to open up the meat. Forget it, I'm too lazy to worry about him, let's talk about it later when we get back to school. Ajanga nodded, hugged Alena and turned around to leave. Alena originally wanted to say something, but Ajanga's hand had gradually from the waist down, she touched an indescribable position. Alena's breathing became disordered, and she no longer cared about Robert Kent's affairs. When you attack ordinary people, don't be too violent. I don't know what your planet is like, but you can't kill people randomly on Earth, and it's best not to hurt others, otherwise it will be very troublesome. At the same time, Clark Kent found Robert Kent who was eating fried chicken and whispered. Hey! Robert Kent didn't know what was going on, and blinked at Clark Kent with some confusion. Yes, Clark Kent heard the conversation between Ajanga and the others, mainly because they mentioned Robert Kent's name, which was noticed by Clark Kent. Otherwise, Clark Kent would normally not bother to listen to others. Dialogue. And Clark Kent thought about Robert Kent asking him to beat him to near death. He felt that if Robert Kent was not reminded, Robert Kent would conflict with ordinary people. I won't be able to hold back. What Dad told me before, I want to tell you again, don't show your abilities beyond ordinary people in public, except of course when you show your appetite in the Big Eater competition. Clark Kent saw Robert Kent didn't understand what he meant and warned again. Don't worry, my control over power is far greater than yours. There are ways to deal with ordinary people. Although Robert Kent didn't know what Clark Kent had discovered, he was still full of confidence. Said, after all, I am an all-round development warrior. Robert Kent? Confidence. As long as you have an idea. Clark Kent nodded and did not ask what method Robert Kent would use. From Clark Kent's point of view, it is not impossible for a self-taught person to have so many abilities, and to be able to master a few more ways to deal with ordinary people than Robert Kent, who knows more about his own race. Even after seeing Robert Kent's various performances, Clark Kent began to wonder if he had lost part of his memory when he landed on the Earth. Otherwise, why didn't he understand his race as well as Robert Kent did? What about ability? Chapter 12. Big Eater Robert. Soon, the time came to Sunday, and the warm-up activities started early in the morning. As for the registration time, it had already closed last night. Robert Kent almost missed it. No. But the staff member who managed the registration point almost laughed out loud when he heard that Robert Kent was signing up and saw Robert Kent's height and figure. In the end, the staff charged Robert Kent's $10 registration fee with a smile on his face, thinking that if you don't make money, you won't make it in vain. Yes, the Burger King eating competition actually charges an entry fee. Robert Kent even wondered if the ingredients fees and bonuses were earned from here, especially since this Burger King eating competition actually had sponsorships. Business. Fortunately, with the registration fee of $10, if you win the championship, you can get a reward of $10,000. Although it is not comparable to the $100,000 awarded by the winner of the famous Burger King competition in Washington, it is still 1,000 times the profit. And Robert Kent was determined to get this 1,000-fold profit, and for this reason he didn't even eat breakfast. Soon, to the hungry anticipation of Robert Kent, the game began. The rules of the competition are simple. Whoever can eat the most burgers within 10 minutes will be the champion. There are 50 people in each round, a total of 20 rounds of competition. There is a timer and supervisor in front of each person, and there are countless onlookers and reporters taking photos around, which is enough to ensure the fairness of the competition. The organizer of this kind of competition really won't lose money. The registration fee alone is enough to collect the bonus, not to mention the sponsorship money and the money given back to promote the development of surrounding tourism. Jonathan Kent looked at the contestants. They whispered. Yes, every burger wrapper has the name of the sponsor on it, and there are sponsors who specialize in making burgers. It seems that the cost of the food is not much higher. Clark Kent looked directly at it with his powerful eyesight. Knowing the small print on the burger wrapper also proved that the sponsors filled every visible corner with advertisements. Contestant number 3 ate up to 27 burgers in the first 10 minutes of the first round. Contestant number 6 ate up to 23 burgers in 10 minutes of the second round. Soon, the results of each round were announced. Only the person who ate the most burgers in a round could stay, and those who stayed would soon know whether they would continue to advance and become the champion. Possible. When it was Robert Kent's turn to participate in the competition, the record had been set to 33 burgers. I have to admit that these participating big eaters are still very capable, but Robert Kent's appearance means that they all will be beheaded. Ang. Ong. Ong. Robert Kent opened his bow from left to right, throwing burgers into his mouth alternately with both hands. The exaggerated speed shocked the spectators in the same group, causing the progress of others to be very slow. At first, the audience was shocked, but soon they gave thumbs up and cheered. They even shouted the slogan in unison, "Big Eater! Big Eater! Big Eater!" Obviously, these cheering spectators were conquered by Robert Kent's behavior of eating a lot of food for a small body. It even seemed that there was no need for subsequent competitions, and the championship was directly assigned to Robert Kent. And Robert Kent did not disappoint the audience. Within 10 minutes, Robert Kent showed off 123 burgers in one breath. Not even full. A conservative estimate is that a Saiyan's appetite is about 30 times that of a normal person. The burgers here are not too big, and a normal person can eat 4 or 5. If you force yourself into it, 6 or 7 is not unreasonable. Possible. But there is a huge gap between this and Big Eater, let alone Robert Kent. The audience at the scene didn't quite understand how such a short and thin body like Robert Kent could show off 123 burgers, but this did not hinder their excitement. The atmosphere of the entire game reached a climax at this moment. However, the organizers did not directly award the championship to Robert Kent, and subsequent competitions are still in progress. But with Robert Kent in front, the subsequent games seemed a bit boring. Even those big eaters could eat 20 or 30 burgers, but the audience's appetite was no longer satisfied. Obviously, the audience is the real big eater, and the one who can never be satisfied. The impatient audience even began to boo and boo, echoing around, which also affected the performance of subsequent players. But even the most stubborn person would not think of talking about Robert Kent and saying that he could eat more burgers than Robert Kent. Therefore, after the competition, the championship was undoubtedly awarded to Robert Kent. Bet Kent. Robert Kent was put on a coat by the staff who rushed onto the stage. The names of the sponsors were printed on the coat. At the same time, the trophy and giant check props were also handed over to Robert Kent, with the words Robert written on them. Kent's record of 123 burgers and a $10,000 bonus. At the same time, reporters rushed up to take pictures of Robert Kent and asked some unclear questions. Robert Kent had no intention of answering and just smiled at the reporters. Just kidding, Robert Kent is someone who has experienced big events. He has won championships in martial arts tournaments, but he didn't wear clothes with sponsors at the time. It is worth mentioning that when Robert Kent was being interviewed, he saw the staff member who was managing the registration. His expression looked a little unnatural. That's Robert? Isn't he a fool? How come he can eat so much? And he got so many bonuses. At the same time, Ander, who looked slightly tired and pale in the audience, looked at the podium. Robert Kent asked in disbelief. I just said I saw him, right? And he seems different, not as stupid as before. Alena snorted a little unhappily. No one cared about her mention of Robert Kent before, but now that an inconspicuous fool became a big eater who attracted much attention, which really made her a little jealous. For these 15 or 16-year-old adolescent boys and girls, being famous is something to be proud of, but it is not them who are famous, but someone who has been bullied by them, which makes them very unhappy. Especially Robert Kent also received a large bonus. Damn it! Robert was definitely pretending to be stupid before. Boss, he dared to act in front of us before. I don't know what you think, but I can't bear it anyway. Alex's eyes rolled. Turning around, he suddenly looked at Ajanga beside him and said indignantly. Humph! Don't worry, this kid will return to school eventually. No matter if he is really stupid or pretending to be stupid, this bonus will be handed over to us, unless he doesn't want to hang around in school anymore. Jinjia's eyes flashed with a trace of greed and jealousy, and he said in a deep voice. Chapter 13. Superman who was urged to get married. Just as Ajanga finished speaking, Clark, who was standing next to Robert, glanced at Ajanga and met the eyes of Ajanga and others. This made the hearts of Ajanga and others jump suddenly. Boss, that Clark is not simple. Last time the three of us attacked together, not only did he not get hurt at all, but our hands hurt for several days. Andal saw Clark's eyes and was a little frightened for a moment. Reminded in a cautious whisper, what if he knows that we stole Robert's bonus? Humph! What are you afraid of? He was able to block the fist last time, so why don't we bring someone with us next time? Besides, he can't protect Robert all the time. A trace of fear flashed in Ajanga's eyes. But it was soon replaced by greed. Let's go back and prepare. There's no point in staying in this wretched place. Obviously yesterday, a group of people were so lively and happy that their bodies were being squeezed dry. Now after seeing Robert getting the bonus, they felt that this place was boring again. But they didn't know that after they left, Clark shook his head helplessly. Clark did not continue to talk to Robert about this matter. After all, he had already told Robert. Since Robert said there was a solution, there was no need to worry. As for preventing Ajanga from taking action against Robert, Clark really didn't know how to stop it without revealing his abilities. After all, Robert always has to go to school. Clark can't shoot Ajanga and others to death just because he heard their conversation. This is not in line with Clark's character, otherwise he wouldn't stand there and give Ajanga waiting for others to show their defense. X.com. After receiving the award, the organizer wanted to discuss something with Robert, but Jonathan refused. He did not want Robert to have deeper contact with these people to avoid being noticed. Jonathan feels that Robert has become famous enough in this competition. Although his appetite is a bit excessive, he can be regarded as a big eater. Even if Robert shows an amazing appetite in the future, no one will doubt him. What? In the future, Robert can also be allowed to participate in other big eater competitions. After all, it is not like there are no people in America who specifically participate in big eater competitions and use big eater as a career to support their families. At this point, Jonathan, who didn't know Robert's fighting talent, was optimistic that as long as Robert didn't expose his tail, there wouldn't be any big problems in the future. Soon, the Kent family happily cashed the check and drove their old pickup truck back home. Robert was not too excited and even wanted to have a meal after returning. After all, the burgers brought to the competition, even if they were not unpalatable, were definitely not delicious. They could only be described as mediocre. In addition, the time limit was 10 minutes, which was indeed not enough for Robert to eat. Even during the competition, the number of burgers prepared on Robert's table was no longer enough, so he still managed to get 123 burgers from the contestants at the next table. What? Did you ask the player next door if he had any opinions? He had already chosen to abandon the game. These burgers did not belong to this player. These were the organizer's burgers. What could he have to say about it? On the way back, Robert meditated as usual. For him, except after eating and sleeping, it was best to spend the rest of his time practicing and meditating. If he hadn't known that the Kents and Clark would not agree to his not going to school, Robert would have long ago proposed the idea of not going to school and focusing on spiritual practice. As for skipping school to practice cultivation, Robert had never thought about it, but who allowed Robert to have a perverted brother who also had clairvoyance and ears? Robert estimated that he would never succeed in skipping class. At most, he would be caught by Clark halfway through the run. By then, he would be so grey that it would not look good. Fortunately, Robert is free except when he is at school. Especially after regaining his consciousness, the Kents will not stop Robert from running around. Although Clark will still monitor him at any time, this does not hinder Robert's practice. After all, Robert also wants to know where the limits of his new body are, and whether the super resilience he once had is still there. So, as soon as the Kent family arrived home in the evening, Robert disappeared. The Kents, who thought Robert was hunting, didn't pay attention. Clark was a little impressed, at least he couldn't do it as a teenager. There was so much passion for things and they stuck. Clark, how was your chat with Lana? You are not young anymore. You are already 27 years old. It's time to find a partner. However, what Clark didn't expect was that he had just turned his gaze from after taking it back from Robert, he encountered the most terrifying thing in history, his mother Martha's urging to marry. Mom, He was as strong as a Superman. When faced with this problem, he still seemed a little at a loss and didn't know what to say. I know you are special, but you also have to try to integrate into human life, right? After all, apart from being a little stronger, you are no different from normal humans on the surface, right? Martha looked at Clark and shook his head. He shook his head and said softly. Robert didn't regain his consciousness before, so you needed to spend your energy to take care of him, but now that Robert has recovered, you don't need to worry too much except for eating more. You also need to think about your own affairs. Lana's child is not bad. In other words, the children you saved were not bad. At least they never said anything nonsense. Even after they grow up, they still remain grateful to you, which is not as good as when they were children. I'm so afraid of you. Between you and Lana, it's a good start for the prince to save the princess, so you have to seize the opportunity and don't miss such a good princess. Yes, the Lana that Martha was talking about was one of the classmates in the school bus that Clark pushed out of the river when his powers were exposed 15 years ago. And Lana is a special one among them. She was the only one who stood up to help Clark speak when he was bullied by his classmates for being silent as a child. Lana had helped Clark out more than once. After all, Lana didn't know Clark was that powerful at that time. Therefore, in Clark's heart, Lana is not a princess, but more like the prince who saves people. No, she is a warrior who dares to help the weak. Let's talk about it. After I can better control my abilities and understand my body, I will think about it. Clark came back to his senses after a while and sighed softly. Alas! After hearing Clark's words, Martha sighed with regret. To be honest, she still hoped to have a grandson in her lifetime, but now it seems that her hope may be a little slim. Chapter 14, no one wants to believe a fool. As for expecting Robert to give her a grandson, Martha had not thought about it. Not to mention that Robert was only 15 years old now. Even if Robert grew up in the future, Martha would find it very difficult. Not only will he not be able to hold his grandson, but Robert's abnormality will also be exposed. The risk is too great. Robert didn't know at this time that he had missed a big drama, and even this big drama almost involved him. Robert returned home in the middle of the night, and after 6 hours of full sleep, he once again called Clark to practice together. Clark didn't say anything about Robert's abundant energy. After all, he himself was also very energetic. Especially when the rising sun shone on Clark, Clark felt that he had become a little stronger, which made him feel more energetic. Working out with Robert makes me even more motivated. Remember what you said, you have ways to deal with ordinary people. However, before Robert went to school, Clark couldn't help but warned him again. He knew that Ajanga would definitely be taught a lesson by Robert. Emil. Clark will not stop this kind of thing, because this is the lesson Ajanga deserves, but Clark also does not want the matter to get too big and cause Robert's anomaly to be discovered. Don't worry, ordinary people can easily deal with it. Robert smiled, waved his hand and walked out of the house. Are you kidding me? How many ordinary people can't he deal with as a Z warrior? After Robert left, Clark originally planned to pay attention to Robert, but there is a saying that if you never forget, there will be repercussions. Of course, it was not Clark who never forgot, mainly because Martha kept thinking about him last night. So, Lana Blue came on the scene. She came to ask Clark out. She said she was going to Kansas City to buy some things, but she was not familiar with the place. She heard that Clark had just returned from there, so she hoped that Clark could go shopping together. If it were an appointment with Clark on the phone, he might have declined, but Lana had already come to the door, and it was really hard for Clark to refuse, especially since Martha was staring at him eagerly. Of course, coming to Kent Farm to find Clark is also Lana's long-term experienced choice. Lana has been to Kent Farm countless times in the past 15 years, especially after becoming an adult. Lana has come here so frequently. With the price rising rapidly, she naturally knew that Clark would probably refuse her if she called. It is precisely because Lana also has this intention for Clark, otherwise Clark would have saved so many people, and Martha would not have chosen Lana by name as her daughter-in-law. Under Martha's watchful eye, Clark finally went out with Lana. Lana was telling her experiences along the way. Lana was basically the one taking the initiative between Clark and Lana. On the other side, Robert followed the route in his memory to the school, speeding up in a deserted place, and soon arrived at the school earlier than before. Ajanga's trio of bullies did not arrive, but Alena had already arrived in the classroom, and she could not hold back and told about yesterday's victory in the Big Eater competition with Robert. 123 burgers? How is that possible? Did he cheat? Not to mention his short body, even a 220-pound fat man like Manuel can't eat 123 burgers in one meal. However, as soon as Alena finished speaking, some classmates quickly stood up to refute, thinking that Alena was exaggerating. Moreover, the students who stood up to refute were supported by a group of people, because eating 123 burgers in 10 minutes was simply beyond the understanding of ordinary people, especially when Robert had acted like a fool before. People don't want to believe that a fool can eat 123 burgers in 10 minutes. People don't want to believe that a fool can become a big eater and win a bonus of $10,000. People are more willing to believe that a fool can't understand the rules at all. For 10 minutes at the scene, the whole audience laughed at him for not tearing off the wrapping paper of the burger, and then he cried in grievance, which made the atmosphere even more joyful. However, Robert has not been wronged. Alena is quite wronged at this time, because she is clearly telling the truth, but no one wants to believe her, and for Robert's bonus of $10,000, Aliena was also jealous, and now she was being teased by her classmates because of Robert. Just when Alena wanted to explain, but didn't know where to explain, Robert walked into the classroom. Alena's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly ran to Robert and fucked her. Yao glared at Robert and said, "You. Go and tell them that we didn't lie. You did win the championship of the Big Eater competition and ate 123 burgers." Alena knows that Robert's performance yesterday has proved that he is not a fool, but Alena will not be afraid of Robert because of this. What does it mean to be able to eat? No matter how good he is at eating, Robert is still just a dwarf at 1.61 meters. With Robert's height, even if he doesn't act like a fool, he will still become the target of bullying. Not to mention, Alena knew that Ajanga and others were ready to extort Robert's bonus. In Alena's view, due to the existence of the Big Eater's bonus this time, Robert's future will be even worse than before, because Ajanga and others won't let Robert go until they squeeze out all of Robert's winnings. Even if you squeeze him clean, you may not let him go. However, what Alena didn't expect was that Robert simply ignored her and turned around and walked towards his seat. Damn! You! Alena couldn't help but get furious when she saw Robert ignoring her. She was about to get angry at Robert when she suddenly saw Robert's gaze looking over her. Alena couldn't help but be shocked, and then she felt her consciousness was a little blurry. She seemed to have forgotten something, and walked back to her seat in a daze. She was frightened by a fool. I really don't know how Ajanga found her as his girlfriend. It's so embarrassing. Seeing Alena being forced back by Robert's look, a female classmate seized this opportunity. Taunted in a weird manner. Ha 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 ha. The other students also laughed after hearing this. The classroom was filled with a happy atmosphere and began to change the topic. As for the previously discussed matter of Robert getting the Big Eater, they didn't know why they ignored it. Moreover, Alena, who was being scolded by her classmates, did not react at all. She just lay on the table with a silent expression and said nothing, as if she had thought of something sad and seemed to have forgotten the previous conflict with Robert. Chapter 15. Hypnosis. Well, although my chi is not strong enough, at least my martial arts will is still there and my spirit is strong enough. The hypnosis technique I learned from teacher Wu Tian has no effect on strong people, but it is still very useful against ordinary people. Especially simple hypnotic suggestion. And all of this was naturally done by Robert. This was not a powerful method, just a little hypnotic suggestion. When he first knew that teacher Wu Tian could use hypnosis, Robert had to spend dozens of collector's editions of Lu Suan to get teacher Wu Tian to teach him this unique skill. Although teacher Wu Tian had a lewd smile on his face when teaching, Roberta had never used hypnosis to do anything bad. What Robert showed at this time was the most basic ability of hypnotism. He used mental power to give a little suggestion to guide their current emotions and shift their focus. Moreover, this shift was only temporary. But these teenagers have a lot of concerns. As long as they focus on other things, even if they wake up later, they will not think too much about the things they ignored before. At most, they will be a little confused. As for the most powerful power of hypnosis, it is enough to make the target temporarily change the perception of certain things, and even weave a set of short memories that are consistent with the logic of the target's behavior. Yes, hypnosis cannot directly control everything of the target through hypnosis. After all, the mainstream power in the Dragon Ball world is Chi, and the degree of development of this power similar to will and spirit is not that high. However, even so, there is no problem in using hypnosis to deal with ordinary people. However, it is obviously unrealistic to expect to use hypnosis against real strong people, because the real strong martial arts will is too strong and difficult to be defeated. Affect. For example, Vegeta, who was controlled by Babadai, relied on his pride and strong will to block the control effect of magic. After Robert used hypnosis to suggest the surrounding students, he also solved part of the problem. However, the other part of the problem was that Ajanga and others did not come to school in the morning and did not know what they were doing until lunch. At that time, the three Ajanga came to the school aggressively. At this time, Robert was struggling with how to solve the lunch meal. Robert. When the three people from Ajanga found Robert, their eyes suddenly lit up. The three people directly surrounded Robert and blocked Robert's way. It was not that no classmates around him noticed this, but no one stood up because the Ajanga trio were a famous bully trio. Not only Robert, many classmates were also bullied by them. For the bully trio, the students only had fear, jealousy, and resentment, but for Robert who was bullied, their emotions were somewhat complicated, including helplessness, powerlessness, sympathy, ridicule, and contempt. Hey, Robert, come with me. I have something to tell you. Seeing that Robert didn't try to escape, Ajanga smiled, put his arms around Robert's neck, and pulled him involuntarily. Robert walked aside, but Robert had no intention of resisting, because he also wanted to see how evil this trio of bullies could be. Soon, the four of them came to a corner of the school. Usually no one comes here. There are also many people who have been caught by the bully trio and taught them a lesson. After coming here, the bully trio became even more aggressive. He became arrogant, as if he came to his home court. Robert, you were just pretending before, right? Ajanga pushed Robert towards the wall. The three people surrounded Robert and looked at Robert with a sneer on his face and asked. Well, maybe. Robert shrugged, watching the three people's eyes flickering slightly, and said with a smile after a surge of spiritual power. How dare you pretend to be stupid with me? Beat him. Ajanga couldn't help being furious after hearing this. He shouted at his two younger brothers, and then kicked the wall aside with all his strength. When he felt the pain, Ajanga and the three his expression was obviously confused, his body was trembling slightly, and his originally angry eyes gradually changed towards Qingming. There is still some trouble. Robert sighed helplessly and increased the output of his mental power. The three Ajanga who were somewhat awake once again fell into a hypnotic state, and their eyes gradually became angry. Humph! Do you know how powerful we are? Ajanga stared at the corner. From the perspective of the three of them, Robert had been knocked to the ground by them, twitching in pain. They felt extremely heavy in their hearts. Shu Chong shouted at Robert. Yesterday we saw you participating in the Big Eater competition and getting a bonus of $10,000. I tell you, obediently hand over this money to us as protection fee, otherwise you will have to suffer such a thing every day. Stop it. Then what if I'm very good at fighting but you are no match for me? Robert raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked. Good at beating? The bodies of the three people in Ajanga trembled again. It was obvious that Robert was very good at fighting, which conflicted with their knowledge that they had beaten Robert to the ground. This once again shook the hypnosis. The effect of the technique. You're good at fighting? Little brat, I want to see how good you are at fighting. However, before the hypnosis was completely lifted, Ajanga suddenly shouted loudly, took out a pistol from his waist and pointed at he sneered at the wall. Originally, this gun was prepared for your brother Clark. He withstood our fists last time and was unscathed. I don't believe he can remain unscathed when faced with bullets. As Ajanga finished speaking, Ander and Alec each took out a pistol behind them. The three pistols were of different styles, and none of them were too new. It looked like the three of them had stolen them from home. Yes, this is also the reason why the three of them did not come this morning. Then you really thought wrong. The bullets really can't hurt him. You can't even change the shells. Robert looked at the three pistols and sneered, saying with some disdain. A mere pistol bullet couldn't even hurt him, let alone Clark. However, Robert did not expect that the three of Ajanga could take out pistols to deal with him and Clark, because if Robert and Clark were just ordinary people, then the three pistols would be too much for them. A deadly threat. This also means that the three people in Ajanga not only have the idea of making money, but also have the intention to kill people. Even if they have not really taken that step, the pistol may only be a threat, but who can guarantee that it is true? When the incident reached that point, wouldn't the three impulsive Ajanga actually shoot? Well, you brought me here and wanted to extort money from me. I didn't agree, so you took out a gun and threatened me. In desperation, I could only agree to hand over the bonus to you. Thinking of this, Loebet began to weave hypnotic stories. But the three of you had a conflict because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. As the boss, Ajanga felt that he wanted to take the big prize. Ander and Alec felt that they also had guns, so why should they take so much less money, so you started to take out the spoils. Shooting guns at each other. Chapter 16. The impact of the shooting. Don't. Just as Robert finished weaving the hypnotic story, Clark, who was in a shopping mall in Kansas City, suddenly exclaimed, causing Lana to look at him blankly with the clothes she was holding in her hands, confused. So I was stunned there. Forget it, it's too late. After Clark came back to his senses, he sighed helplessly, then looked at Lana and said with a forced smile, it's okay, the clothes you chose are very nice, but something suddenly happened to me. Need to deal with it. It's okay, you can go. Lana's expression was slightly dark, and she was also a little reluctant, but she looked at Clark with a completely different smile and said softly, wrap this dress, consider it a gift from me, if you can accept it. Okay, I'll prepare a gift in return. Clark sighed inwardly when he saw Lana's expression. In the end, not only did he not refuse, but he spoke seriously. Really? That's great. I'm really looking forward to what gift you will give me. Lana's eyes suddenly lit up, and her previous dark self disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was considered a master in the face-changing industry. At the same time, Lana summed up another experience in her heart. When she is with Clark, it is not good to be too proactive and strong. She needs to show a little weakness appropriately to make Clark soften. Eat soft or hard, Clark. Boom. 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 On the other side, after Robert completed the hypnosis, the three Ajanga turned against each other and shot each other at their former boss and younger brother. The bullets passed through their bodies, and the severe pain made them wake up from the hypnotic state. Come over, but the hypnotic story Robert spun before has changed their memories. The beating of Robert didn't happen. When they threatened Robert, they took out their pistols, but they shot at each other because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. Now after being shot and falling to the ground, they were filled with panic and regret. After all, they didn't have any money. It would be too stupid to start fighting once you get it. Tisk, 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 it seems that your lives should not be cut off. I don't know if your marksmanship is too good or too bad. However, you are destined to be disabled for the rest of your life. This can be regarded as a lesson to you. Robert T. glanced at the trio of bullies lying on the ground and groaned in his heart, then took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Help! Someone killed! Shot! Help! After shouting, Robert shrank into a corner, as if he was frightened, fully demonstrating what acting is. And proper acting skills can save Robert a lot of trouble at this time. Soon, the campus police arrived with guns and quickly sent the three Ajanga to the hospital for rescue. The town police chief also arrived quickly. The occurrence of a school shooting or even a shooting of a minor is definitely a big deal for the town of Smallville and even the state of Kansas. If the sheriff does not handle it well, the people who elected him will not be satisfied. As a witness and client at the time, Robert was naturally subject to a rigorous investigation. However, not only did Robert not have much physical conflict with the Ajanga trio, there was no trace of Robert's fingerprints on the pistol. Coupled with Robert's slight mental suggestion, Robert was soon released. After all signs indicate that Robert is innocent, he is the one being bullied, and the bully trio is a famous gang of bullies, as many students and teachers in the school can attest to. Later, the police also investigated and collected evidence from the bully trio. After a series of methods, they obtained the same confession as Robert. Theoretically speaking, the matter is over now, and Robert can go to school with peace of mind, without having to pay attention to these three bullies who have been disabled for life and need to be slowly cultivated. Even in Robert's view, it was not bad for the trio of bullies to end up like this. They learned an unforgettable lesson this time, and the pain would accompany them throughout their lives. At least it would be difficult for them to bully others again in the future. I will make a bigger mistake because of bullying. This can be regarded as Robert helping the bully trio to change their minds and become a new person. Robert, I am indeed a good person. However, what Robert didn't expect was that the incident did not end there. Good boy, are you scared? It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. When Robert was picked up by the Jonathan family in the car, Martha hugged Robert, who was sitting in the back seat with some distress, and comforted her. It's so lawless. Such a young child dared to steal a gun from home. Fortunately, they divided the spoils and started fighting each other, otherwise this matter would not be over. Jonathan also said angrily, with a rare emotion. Somewhat grumpy. After all, in the eyes of Jonathan and Martha, their youngest son was no different from ordinary people except that he had a bigger appetite and a longer tail. They did not want to see Robert injured by a bullet or even die. Don't worry, parents, I'm fine. Seeing the concerned looks on Jonathan and Martha's face, Robert felt warm in his heart, and then said with a smile, actually, although I'm not as powerful as my brother, but in ordinary small scenes, I can still handle it. How could it be a small scene? The guns were all pulled out, but you didn't see it. Your three classmates are in a miserable state. They won't be able to take care of themselves for the rest of their lives, but they definitely need someone to take good care of them. Hey! But they asked for this. Martha curled her lips with some dissatisfaction. Although the current situation of the bully trio was miserable, Martha had no sympathy at all, because this tragic situation almost happened to their youngest son. Robert, you don't know that some of their parents even want to blame you. If Jonathan hadn't been so strong, and Ajanga and the others were still in a panic when they were asked about the flaw, things would have been terrible. It doesn't end that easily. The matter is not over yet. Clark, who had been silent all this time, sighed helplessly at this time and whispered. Hey! The three members of the family were stunned at the same time and looked at Clark. Did you hear something, Clark? Martha looked at Clark hesitantly and asked. She naturally knew Clark's ability. Yes, because the impact of the shooting of minors on campus was too great, the parents of the students rushed to the school and demanded that Ajanga and the others be expelled. Clark glanced at Robert and said softly. This is a good thing. However, it would be difficult for them to go to school if they don't drop out. After all, it seems that their popularity is not very good and they have offended many people. Maybe after returning to school, they will become the victims because of their disabilities. The target of bullying. Robert shrugged and said with a faint smile, of course, if this is the case, evil will be punished. Chapter 17. The Dropout Troubles. Although the Kents did not agree with Robert's words, they also did not refute it because they did think so. Alas! Clark sighed at this time, looked at Robert and said softly, not only the 3 Ajanga people were asked to drop out of school, but Robert was also asked to drop out. Why? Why? Ah! The Kents exclaimed almost at the same time, but Robert was just a little surprised, not angry at all, and there was even a hint of joy in his surprised voice. Sure enough. When he saw the change in Robert's expression, Clark's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that he had guessed correctly. Robert really didn't want to go to school. After all, going to school changed Robert's practice and eating habits. Gotta be a little troublesome. Why do you want Robert to drop out of school? Robert is obviously a victim too. Aren't they unreasonable? Martha asked with a puzzled look on her face. When the number of people reaches a certain level, it doesn't matter whether they are reasonable or not. Their number is the biggest reason. After all, no one wants to see them making trouble. Clark shook his head and said softly. According to their statement, Robert witnessed the shooting at close range and may suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. If he is stimulated again and something happens, it will be a potential problem for their children. Threat. Of course, this is just an argument they came up with. In fact, they thought Robert was a bad actor. They were worried that Robert would bring bad luck to their children, so they simply took this opportunity to combine Robert and Oaken. Join them and drive them away. That's nonsense. Jonathan couldn't help but cursed when he heard this, and then he was about to turn around and head towards the school, find the principal and have a good argument. Ding ding, ding, ding. But at this moment, Jonathan's phone rang. Jonathan stopped the car and picked up the phone with a bad expression. Sure enough, it was the school calling. Hello. Jonathan took a deep breath and answered the phone, and what happened next was exactly as Clark told him. The principal reluctantly suggested that Robert should withdraw from school. Why, Robert was the victim from the beginning to the end of this matter, why should Robert drop out of school? After hearing the principal's proposal, Jonathan first asked in a deep voice, and then paused, as if hearing something, he said even more angrily, compensation for some compensation? I'll send you, woo woo woo. Before Jonathan could finish his words, Robert covered his mouth and gave Clark a wink. Hello? Principal, right? I am Robert's brother Clark. Regarding the matter of dropping out of school, we are now ready to come to the school. When we get there, let's have an interview. Clark glanced at Robert helplessly, and then took the after calling him, he said softly, well, yes, we are already on the way. We will be there in about 20 minutes. Robert, our family is indeed not rich, but we are not so rich that we would let you agree to be expelled from school for a little money. After Clark hung up the phone, Martha frowned slightly and looked at Robert. He said with a serious expression. Ahem, well, actually, I don't really want to go to school. Robert scratched his head, looked at the Kent family a little shyly and said with a smile, I actually want to go out for adventure and practice, and look around for this in this world. Adventure and practice are much more interesting than going to school. Robert, Omega. Adventure and practice. Jonathan and Martha didn't quite understand the meaning of adventure and practice, but they understood it as the world is so big, and Robert wanted to see it. Child, we have no objection to you wanting to see the world, but you are still young and have not grown taller. It is too dangerous to travel. Martha's expression softened and she looked at Robert gentle advice, no matter what you do, you have to go to school first. Wait until you become an adult before deciding whether to travel. Actually, I'm very powerful. Didn't I just say that pistols are just for small scenes, and pistol bullets are of no use to me? Robert spread his hands, said helplessly, and at the same time threw his weight at Clark. He looked for help, but Clark turned a blind eye and showed no intention of saving the situation. No matter how powerful you are, can you still be as powerful as your brother? Wasn't he going to school honestly before? Jonathan glared at Robert and said angrily, "Do you think you are better than Clark?" The corners of Robert's mouth twitched slightly. He was 12 years younger than Clark. This comparison is simply unfair. Parents, let me have a chat with Robert alone." Clark shook his head helplessly when he saw the fire burning on his body, and said softly, "Okay, I'll leave it to you. Talk to him." Jonathan nodded and gave Clark a look that indicated that continuing to go to school is the final bottom line. Soon, Robert and Clark walked to a deserted corner, then glared at Robert angrily and said, "Is this what you said, the way to deal with ordinary people? Isn't this great? I haven't been exposed at all. Even if I was fired, it would be nothing more than an innocent disaster." Robert spread his hands to show that he was innocent. "There have been minor shootings on campus, and you've made the whole city a storm, and you're still fine." Clark rolled his eyes and asked, "Then what can I do? They all have guns, so I can't let them catch the bullets with my bare hands, right? That won't cause a storm in the city, but people will definitely notice." Robert shrugged, "Still insist that you have done nothing wrong. Aren't you capable of hypnosis? You can already weave memories, why not just weave their memories so that they will not interact with you in the future?" Clark frowned and looked at Robert questioningly. "Because I can't do it." Robert sighed helplessly and explained, "I am a warrior, not a magician. There are limits to hypnosis. The story I weave is in line with their respective personalities and behavioral logic. It's not that I control them to shoot each other, but after the prerequisite event that I choose to hand over the bonus happens, they will really fight because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. As for me forcibly hypnotizing them so that they will no longer interact with me, it is impossible, because it is inconsistent with their own behavioral logic. After all, they are originally here for me, and their obsession is very deep. I can divert their attention temporarily, but I can't affect them permanently. Every time they meet me, or someone mentions me, it wakes them up. Even when they see others eating, they may think of me. Then break the hypnosis, wouldn't it be more troublesome then?" Chapter 18. I don't want to go to school and want to take risks. Is that so? Clark sighed softly. He was also not a magician. He didn't know whether what Robert said was true, but what Robert said made sense. Judging from the words about preparing bullets for him, the three Ajanga people will indeed conflict with each other because of greed and anger. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Let's talk about going to school. You should know that Martha and Jonathan can't agree to your not going to school. Clark quickly came back to his senses and looked at Robert speaking. Said. Even I will not agree to you not going to school. Even if you want to go out and take risks to practice, you have to wait until you are an adult before considering it. When you are an adult, I can also look around. If it weren't for your appearance, in fact, I should be confused about the meaning of my existence, and then leave home early to experience a different life state. This is also a kind of practice, a practice of the heart. Robert's eyes lit up and he said seriously, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go home, pack up, and set off. Don't even think about it." Clark glared at Robert and said angrily. "Then what should I do? The school wants me to drop out, and it seems that there are many people, so I am helpless. Why not get some compensation?" Robert deliberately curled his lips and sighed in a pretentious manner. Said. "Then take the compensation and go to another school to report." Clark was silent for a moment and then said, "After all, you made such a big fuss. Even if you are a victim in the eyes of others, if you return to the school, I'm afraid your life will not be easy, so just change to another school. However, you are not dropping out of school, you are transferring to another school. Being dropped out of school will have an impact on you. Even if you don't care about this, Martha and the others do. This can be used as a condition for the school to hand over formal documents and other documents. The principal is eager to let you leave to calm down this incident and other students' parents, so he should agree." Hey! Robert was dumbfounded for a moment. He blinked and looked at Clark, wanting to struggle again. "Let's go. We should go. If we don't go over, we will be late." Clark didn't give Robert a chance to speak any more. He directly pulled Robert back to the car, and then told the Kents what he thought. The Kents were a little helpless that Robert had to transfer to another school, but they felt that Clark was right and that Robert should be given a different school environment. New. So, the old pickup truck set off again and soon arrived at the school. At this time, some of the parents at the school dispersed, but there were still parent representatives talking to the school. It seemed that they would not leave if they were not satisfied. Clark heard that parent representatives were taking advantage of this wave of public opinion to temporarily add conditions to seek more benefits, but those were things like increasing campus security, increasing the number of cameras, and providing better teaching conditions for children. It had nothing to do with Robert, and Clark didn't bother to pay attention to this information. Soon, the Kent family came to the principal's office and saw the rather anxious Principal Bob. "Phew! Are you here?" Bob breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the Kent family, and then looked a little embarrassed. Bob, who was a little easier to talk on the phone, was not confident when faced with Jonathan's unkind expression. "For a moment I didn't know how to start." However, thinking of the parents of students who had not dispersed and their increasing demands, Bob felt tremendous pressure. In the end, he could only sigh softly, looked at the Kent family and said softly, "Things are with me. It's the same as what I said on the phone. It's not that I want Robert to drop out of school. After all, he is also a victim of this incident. But there is nothing we can do about it. You should have seen that the parents of the students in the school have not dispersed yet. This is their request. I know that they asked Ajin and the three to withdraw from school. It is normal, but asking Lo, it makes no sense for Bet to drop out of school. So, the school knows that it is in the wrong and is willing to give you some financial compensation. I hope you can understand our school's difficulties. After all, we don't want to see this happen, right? It's impossible to drop out of school." Clark started the negotiation on behalf of the Kent family. He looked at Bob with a serious face and said, "What impact will being dropped out of school have on Robert? I think you know it, Principal. When I was in school, even though some classmates were injured and hospitalized, no one dropped out of school. Not to mention that Robert is still an innocent victim now. If the forced dropout really happened, I think some media would be willing to report it. Cause and effect. This." Bob couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard Clark's words. He didn't understand why this kind of thing happened in his school. If the matter of Robert dropping out of school was not solved as soon as possible and the parents left with satisfaction, if the influence of public opinion is eliminated, then his role as principal will be over, because the school board has already put pressure on him. It's okay to say that the three of Ajinga dropped out of school. After all, the three of them were injured and had to suspend school. In addition, they themselves made mistakes, so Bob was able to deal with them forcefully. But Robert is different. Robert is a pure victim. If he is dealt with forcefully and the Kent family also gets into trouble, there may be new troubles. However, just when Bob's heart was ups and downs, Clark suddenly changed the topic and said, "But it is not impossible to leave this school, but we have conditions." "You tell me." "The price is negotiable. I heard that Robert won the championship of the Big Eater competition and received a bonus of $10,000. In this way, our school will provide $50,000 and help you pay the $50,000 in taxes. How about the compensation for classmate Bate? You know, the average scholarships of many excellent universities are not even this amount." Bob breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said quickly with a smile, "Money is not a big issue. The main issue is Robert's schooling. Robert is not dropping out of school, but transferring. The school will help deal with Robert's transfer issue. When the time comes, Robert will go to school somewhere else. Both of us are happy, right?" Clark waved his hand and looked at Bob seriously. "Robert, no." Super loud. "Hey." However, what Clark didn't expect was that after Bob heard this condition, he was stunned for a moment, and then said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "Well, it may be difficult to transfer to another school." "Robert, yet." Chapter 19. Come on, show it off. "Why?" Unlike Robert, who secretly cheered in his heart, Clark's brows instantly frowned. He looked at Bob questioning in a deep voice. Bob didn't know why, but he felt tremendous pressure when Clark asked. Even more stressful than facing the school board and parent representatives. "You also know that this shooting incident is really too big. It can be said to be a storm in the city, so not only our school has been affected, but other surrounding schools have also been affected." Bob organized his words, he said somewhat helplessly. "No. So it is unlikely that Robert would like to go to other high schools nearby because they don't want to be involved in this matter. How about forget it, it seems like I have no chance to continue going to school. Robert felt happy when he heard this, and had already begun to plan what kind of training he would do every day, but on the surface he said with pretense of regret. Robert! Is there really no other way? Clark glared at Robert angrily, suddenly thought of something, looked at Bob and said, actually, it doesn't matter if you go to a school farther away. If you haven't learned it, then I think we still need to discuss this matter carefully. Is this, okay? Bob glanced at the Kent family hesitantly after hearing this, and then seemed to understand something, and said softly, I know some people at Midtown Middle School in Center City, Missouri. You can help Robert go through the transfer procedures. You also know that each state has its own conditions. The shooting in our state has no impact on Missouri. Missouri? Central City? It's too far to go to school. Martha frowned slightly and grumbled with dissatisfaction. Then I'd like to trouble the principal. I've heard about Zhongcheng Middle School. It's a pretty good school. If the principal really helps Robert transfer there, then this matter will be over. This will be good for both of us, right? What? However, Clark quickly agreed, stretched out his hand, looked at Bob and said with a smile. Thank you for agreeing. I will make arrangements as soon as possible. A stone finally fell in Bob's heart. He stretched out his hand and held Clark's hand with a smile. Don't worry, all of Robert's information will be included. Record that this is a normal transfer, there will be nothing unusual. As for the $50,000 compensation, I will have someone process it and pay it to your account later. Okay, just call us directly when the time comes. After all, it seems that it wouldn't be good for us to show up too much in school. Clark nodded with satisfaction and said meaningfully. Thank you for your understanding. This time the incident can finally be turned over. Bob seemed very happy and polite to Clark, who was considerate of others, and personally sent the Kent family away. At this point, Robert's transfer to Midtown Middle School seemed to have been confirmed, but except for Clark and Bob who were very happy, no one else was happy. Needless to say, Robert originally thought that the situation was serious enough that he would not need to go to school. However, the greater his hopes, the greater his disappointment. The Kents were also a little confused. They didn't quite understand why Clark agreed to let Robert go to school in Center City, Missouri. Although calculated, their home is not too far from Central City, Missouri, which is equivalent to the distance to Kansas City last time, but it is too time-consuming to go to such a far place every day. The Kents would not be at ease letting Robert live on campus. After all, Robert not only has an appetite that exceeds that of ordinary people, but also has a shameful tale. If they really want to live in the dormitory, the tale will be difficult to hide from their roommates. Clark, do we still need to discuss the matter of Robert going to school in Central City? After all, the old pickup truck at home can't drive very fast at all. The last trip to Kansas City took an entire afternoon. Central City is about the same distance from Kansas City. Almost, if you drive there every day. After returning to the car, Martha looked at Clark with some confusion and whispered. It's time to let you know something, parents, drive to a place where no one is around. Clark sighed softly, glanced at the unhappy Robert and said. Soon, the old pickup truck came to a stop in the wilderness where there were no people or even roads. The atmosphere in the car along the way seemed a bit silent. That's it, there is no one around. Robert, don't pretend to be dead. Go and show your abilities to your parents. By the way, prove that you can go to school in Missouri on your own. Clark glanced at Lili. Robert said in the car. Why should I prove such a thing? Robert complained speechlessly, but still got out of the car honestly. Aren't you clamoring for adventure and practice? Such a long journey can maintain your practice, right? Clark chose to use Robert's words to deal with Robert. Hey? That's right. Anyway, I have to get up early every day to practice. Such a long journey is no different from practicing in the wild. I can even do weight-bearing exercises on the road. Robert's eyes lit up when he heard this and he agreed. He nodded, and his whole body became energetic instantly. It's a long way to go to school in Missouri. You can practice spiritual practice on the way. You can also meditate silently in school. You can practice spiritual practice again after school. Moreover, you can have breakfast and dinner on the way. It seems to be pretty good, at least in the future. Among the options of going to school, it's pretty good. Then let me show off my speed first. Robert, who was in a good mood, stretched his muscles, kicked his feet, started burning tires, and rushed out, making an unknown sound in his mouth. Da-da-da-da-da. Although Robert was making strange noises while running, the Kents had to admit that Robert's speed had exceeded the limit of the family's old pickup truck. Jonathan even felt that the speed he had seen when he was young was, the cheetah's ultimate speed when hunting may not be as good as Robert, not to mention that Robert seems to be able to run forever. Okay, you ran very well. Stop running and shouting. Aren't you afraid of drawing attention to yourself? Clark saw the expressions on the Kents' faces and hurriedly shouted to Robert. He didn't know why. Clark was a little embarrassed when he saw Robert's performance, but Robert, who stopped, didn't feel any embarrassment. This is probably because you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Chapter 20. Negative teaching material. Clark. That's right, Robert, why are you running and shouting? The Kents are quite accepting of extraordinary abilities. After all, they have Clark Pearl in front of them, but for Robert's running and shouting ta-da-da-da they also said they didn't understand the da-da behavior. Oh, I'm just in a good mood. I thought of a legendary warrior of our science. He often made such a sound when he was a child. Robert smiled and spread his hands to explain. But later, after he became a legendary warrior and even the strongest among the Scions, he no longer screamed like this. Instead, people began to miss the pure joy and innocence of his childhood. Scion, is this your race? Do you know your origin? We haven't taken you to see the spaceship yet. The Kents were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Robert already knew his origin. Robert is different from me. He was born with some memories of his own race. He looked a little sluggish because of brain protection before. Now that he has recovered, he has more abilities than me. Clark told about Robert. Special circumstances. It is precisely because of the special characteristics of his race that he has a special obsession with adventure and practice, that is, exercise. He takes me to exercise every day when we go out these days. The Kents nodded clearly. They finally understood how Robert had hunted before. It was really difficult for the prey to escape at such a fast speed. The two looked at each other in silence for a while, then looked at Robert seriously and said, "Since you have such extraordinary abilities and have such needs, we can't stop you. However, we have one requirement for you, the same requirement as Clark, which is that you must not show your abilities beyond ordinary people at will in front of ordinary people. When you go to school, you should also choose a remote route first. When you get near a town, you have to slow down so you don't get discovered by others. Don't worry, parents, I will be careful. Look, when I faced Ajanga and the others with guns this time, didn't I expose any problems?" Robert said with confidence. "No. Robert? Confidence?" After hearing Robert's words, the Kents not only did not refute, but also nodded in agreement. After all, in their view, during the school shooting, Robert, who clearly had special abilities, did not reveal anything abnormal. Indeed, very well done. And if Clark was Robert's age, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it so well. Thinking of this, the Kents couldn't help but glance at Clark. They thought of Clark's accidental exposure of his abilities when he was a child. Looking at it this way, you can make a decision. Clark never dreamed that one day he would become a negative example. Especially Clark knew the truth about the shooting. Clark was just a little bit exposed when Robert, who was pretending to be a good boy, was exposed, but in the end, Clark endured it. Because Clark doesn't know if this is Robert's plan. If Robert's behavior is exposed, he may not be able to go to Zhongcheng Middle School. At that time, Robert will have a reason to go out and take risks to practice openly. Already. Thinking of this, Clark glared at Robert angrily and decided to give Robert a good warning, especially when he noticed that Robert didn't seem to take the Kent's advice to heart. Soon, the Kent family set out on their way home. Having seen Robert's speed on the way, the Kents felt more and more that their old pickup truck was really slow. After returning home, Clark took Robert away to talk again. "I know that you have many abilities, but you should also take what your parents say to heart. After all, we are not the same as humans. If our abilities are really exposed, it may not be a big deal for us." "Good thing." Clark looked at Robert with a serious expression and warned. "So, on your way to school, you must pay attention to hiding yourself and not being discovered. Tomorrow we will go to the places to see which road is more suitable. Brother, in fact, there is no big problem if you hide yourself, but you don't need to work so hard and carefully suppress your abilities. Robert shrugged upon hearing this and explained with a smile. I don't take my parents' words to heart, but we are not the only two aliens in this world. I believe that other strong people will indeed hide themselves, but they will never be cautious. Hey? Have you discovered other existences that are different from ordinary people? Clark's eyes lit up and he looked at Robert with some expectancy and asked. It is true that Clark has the ability similar to the mythical clairvoyance and ears, but Clark has never listened to voices that have nothing to do with him, let alone prying into other people's privacy. And the most important thing is that Clark cannot sense strong people on the energy side. At most, he can see some people whose physical strength exceeds that of ordinary people, but he cannot really identify those strong people who are hidden deeper. But Robert is different. Robert can sense the existence of strong people through Qi. Even if these strong people have never practiced Qi, most living bodies and even things have the existence of Qi. Robert can preliminarily judge the opponent's strength based on these Qi. Just like Clark, even though the Qi in his body was replaced by a special energy, Robert was still able to tell the difference between Clark and other people through Qi. Of course, the Qi that Robert felt from Clark was far less powerful than Clark's own energy. This also made Robert a little wary. The strength of Qi does not necessarily represent the strength of strength. Weak. My Qi is still very weak now, but I can already sense some Qi that is more powerful than ordinary people. The existence of these Qi shows that there are also strong people in this world who are beyond ordinary people. Maybe some like us, they are not from this earth. Robert explained with a smile. There are other, different people in the world. I didn't expect this. Clark's eyes flickered slightly, seeming to be relieved and a little happy. Clark didn't show any abnormality after returning home, but he obviously ate a little more than before. As for Robert, he naturally had to go out for extra meals. It just so happened that Robert didn't need to go to school in a short time, so Robert simply increased his training time. After all, he could feel his growth every time he practiced, which was much stronger than his original body in the Dragon Ball world. Robert had to admire that the Scion's potential in cultivation is indeed far superior to that of Earthlings, not to mention their combat abilities. Chapter 21. The teacher who made Superman run away. Robert's good days of practice did not last for a few days. In order to end this incident as soon as possible, Principal Bob not only quickly paid the compensation, but also quickly contacted Zhongcheng Middle School, and successfully I helped Robert go through the transfer procedures and completed the handover. It can be said that Principal Bob has spent a lot of money, but compared to the parents making trouble on the other side, this is just a drop in the bucket, because those parents occupy a strong position and rely on the number of people to become more and more greedy. But all this has nothing to do with the Kent family, and Principal Bob did not come to visit the Kent family, because in Principal Bob's opinion, the Kent family may have already made a decision to let Robert go to such a far-away place to study. Ready to move. In the past few days, Robert's progress was not rapid, but Robert was vaguely aware that there seemed to be other abilities in his body that had not yet been developed. Since the time to get familiar with the body is still relatively short, Robert has no good solution. He can only continue to become familiar with the Scion body and gradually improve his strength. When the strength is enough, those hidden abilities will naturally appear. This morning, Robert and Clark set off early, and the Kents also got up early to see Robert and Clark off, watching them disappear from sight in the blink of an eye. Do you think they can really continue to hide? Martha, who got up early, looked tired and murmured in a low voice. Although Clark has been hiding for so many years, he always uses his abilities unintentionally. Especially when encountering things, he still cannot stand by and watch. After Jonathan thought for a moment, he gave a standard wrong answer. On the other hand, Robert is a little stronger than Clark. At least we didn't know much about Robert's other abilities except that he has a big appetite. This shows that he hides them very well. He can hide so well in front of us, let alone in front of outsiders. What's more, not only was he not exposed in this shooting, he was able to escape unscathed. This is already good, isn't it? This wrong answer also caused Clark's running steps to stall, and he almost fell down on the spot. Then he glared angrily at Robert, who was unaware. You sensed the existence of those people, wouldn't you want to check on their situation? Seeing Robert looking at him for unknown reasons, Clark suddenly thought of something after he stopped and looked at Robert tentatively. Asked. Why do you want to check on their situation? Robert said doubtfully while carrying the boulder. Everyone has secrets, and they don't show the characteristics of warriors. To me, they are just strangers, and you are not. Do you also have clairvoyance and ears? Why don't I see you observing others every day? Besides, chi perception is not invincible. My current chi perception is still very weak. There may not be anyone who really practices chi in this world. Except for those whose bodies are powerful enough to reveal amazing chi, others in fact, it is difficult for people to judge the strength and weakness through chi. It may not be a good thing to rush past it. Wait, you don't want to find those people and then observe them quietly, do you? Robert stopped as he spoke with his eyes widened, looking at Clark suspiciously. How is that possible? Clark felt very uncomfortable when Robert looked at him, and refused to admit that he had ever thought about this. He said with the dignity of an elder brother, "Put down the stone first. I am going to report today, so I need to be early. Let's start the cultivation matters when you go to school by yourself." Tch. Robert curled his lips upon hearing this, threw the boulder to the ground with a winter sound, and then continued on his way. Clark's eyes flickered slightly as he followed Robert. To be honest, he did have the idea of observing those people. When he was young, Clark felt that he was the only alien in the world, until the arrival of Robert made him feel the breath of his kind. And now, when he learned from Robert that they were not the only two aliens on Earth, Clark definitely wanted to see how they lived. But after hearing Robert's words, Clark suppressed this thought. It is best to find the lifestyle and meaning of life that suits him by himself. "Teacher, I'll leave Robert under your care. He doesn't like to talk very much and is more used to being alone. I hope the teacher won't take offense." After a long time, Clark acted as a parent in Zhongcheng Middle School, interacting with the school. After completing the handover, he went to Robert's teacher Selena and said hello. "Is that so?" Selena looked at Clark with bright eyes, looking up and down, then smiled charmingly and said softly, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Robert. However, if something happens to Robert, I need to contact you." Clark's mouth twitched slightly, then returned to normal. He looked at Selena and said, "Well, I'll give you a number. If anything happens to Robert, you can contact me." Robert, who was standing by, laughed secretly when he saw this scene, but his expression management made it look normal, and he didn't twitch the corners of his mouth slightly like Clark, even though it looked like his teacher wanted to shoot his brother. "Robert, please listen to the teacher at school." Soon, after Clark reported his number, he told Robert and left in a hurry, looking like he was running away. "I have to say, Selena is really powerful. With just one sentence, she can make Superman, the future god of humanity who is the focus of attention, run away." "Robert, does your brother have a girlfriend?" After Clark left, Selena blinked, turned to look at Robert and asked with a smile. Robert was silent for a moment, and did not say that Lana Blue had not succeeded. Instead, he shook his head and said softly, "No." "Then I'm relieved." Selena didn't mean to hide her purpose at all. She quickly led Robert into the classroom and found a corner seat for Robert according to Clark's wishes. Since there was no class, Selena briefly told the early students about Robert's status as a transfer student and then left. There were a few students who were still very curious about Robert who suddenly transferred to another school, but after all the conversations were answered by Robert in a concise manner, no one asked for trouble anymore. Robert, who was so happy to be quiet, once again began to meditate and practice. I don't know how long it took, but Robert suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the door. At this time, a beautiful blonde girl walked in. Chapter 22. Kara Danvers. "Hey!" When Robert and the blonde girl's eyes collided, they both raised their eyebrows almost at the same time. Robert felt that the blonde girl's chi was stronger than ordinary people. He did not expect that he would meet an extraordinary strong person here, a strong woman. Her chi was no weaker than Chi from the Dragon Ball world. However, what Robert didn't know was that the blonde girl also noticed the difference in him, subconsciously turned on her clairvoyance ability, looked directly through his clothes, and finally noticed Robert's tail wrapped around his waist. This is why the blonde girl raised her eyebrows together with Robert, because she has never seen a human with a tail. Yes, this blonde girl has the same abilities as Clark. She is a member of Clark's clan and a closer blood relative than the Kent family. The blonde girl's name is Kara Danvers, and her Kryptonian name is Kara Zor-El. She is Clark's cousin. In theory, she should be older than Clark. But Kara had an accident while sailing in the space on a spaceship. When the spacecraft had just left Krypton, a meteorite hit Kara's spacecraft, causing the spacecraft to deviate from its original route. Not only did Kara's spaceship arrive late, for several years, the Earth also put young Kara into a long-term dormancy. Clark's spaceship was on one, and Kara's spaceship was on one, where they were accidentally discovered and adopted by the Danvers. Yes, Kara and Robert's spaceships landed on Earth in the same year. It can only be said that in this era, when faced with the arrival of high-tech alien spacecraft, the Earth has no means of monitoring and tracking at all. It is almost like a big colander can't stop anything. The reason why Kara came to Earth was because her parents wanted her to leave the harsh living environment of Krypton and at the same time take care of her helpless cousin Clark, but Kara's parents did not expect that. Accidents can happen during space travel. And the most important thing is that after Kara came to Earth, she didn't remember taking care of her cousin. She didn't even know that her cousin was now her cousin and was older than her. After they really recognized each other, who would take care of whom? It's really hard to say. Due to the meteorite impact and long-term dormancy, Kara also had some memory problems. She only remembered that she was an alien and that she should have a relative on the Earth, but who and where that relative was, Kara had no idea. I can't remember clearly. Yes, Kara is the alien child who lost his memory due to the spaceship voyage. Robert just used this as an excuse. As for the source of the excuse, it is naturally the Son Goku who became kind after his brain was damaged when he was a child. Hello, my name is Kara, Kara Danvers. Are you a new transfer student? What's your name? In the classroom, Kara was very curious about Robert's tail. She quietly turned on the X-ray to look at it. Catching Robert's tail, he noticed other objects at the same time. His face was slightly red, but he still walked towards Robert calmly and said hello. Robert, Robert Kent. Robert frowned. He felt a familiar aura on Kara's body. This aura seemed to be somewhat similar to Clark's aura, which made Robert there were some doubts in my heart. Robert, it's not the new semester now. Why did you transfer to another school at this time? Carla was not polite and sat down directly next to Robert. She looked at Robert curiously and said, her eyes finally, he landed on Robert's tail intentionally or unintentionally, and at the same time he opened his mouth to talk to Robert. Under Carla's observation, she discovered that Robert's tail wrapped around his waist looked a bit like a monkey's tail, but it was cuter than a monkey's tail. It was like the tail of a cute creature running out of an animation. This Kara couldn't help but want to touch it and explore why a human has such a tail. What do you want to do? Seeing that Kara was getting closer and closer, Robert gave a low drink and looked at Kara with a wary expression and asked. Oh. Sorry, I think you are quite cute, I can't help it. Kara woke up when she heard Robert's voice. She knew that she was a little abrupt and lost her temper, so she smiled shyly, slightly apologetic. As he spoke, he almost said the word tail, but luckily he stopped in time. As Kara's words fell, the classmates in the class looked over one after another. After all, Kara was a popular figure in the class. Almost every boy liked this class beauty with a beautiful face and bulging front and back. Therefore, most of the male classmates cast unhappy looks at Robert. Only one thin male student stared at Robert with envy, then shook his head and turned his head to study. Class is about to start, you should go back to your seat. Seeing the eyes of those classmates, Robert knew that Kara's words had brought him some trouble. He shook his head helplessly and said angrily. Kara could see Robert's dissatisfaction. She was unwilling to have a stalemate with the only extraordinary person she had discovered. After all, she had not yet discovered Robert's secrets. Thinking of this, Kara lowered her voice and said solemnly, sorry, I really didn't mean to do it. Don't worry, I will help you handle this matter, and no one will cause trouble for you. Hopefully. Robert shrugged, not very optimistic about Kara. Unless she had special abilities, these restless male classmates would not be able to speak easily. You'll see it. Kara raised the corners of her mouth slightly, raised her head confidently and proudly, and returned to her seat. Robert didn't pay attention to this matter anymore, but started meditating again. While Robert was meditating, Kara was still peeking at Robert intentionally or unintentionally, with a curious light flashing in her eyes. Now she was not only curious about why Robert had a tail, but also curious about what Robert had done. What on earth are you doing and why are the cells in your body increasing in strength? The time at school passed quickly, and it was time to get out of school in a blink of an eye. What Robert didn't expect was that until now, no one had come to trouble him, even during lunch. This was it actually made Robert a little curious about how Kara did it. How's it going? No one is going to trouble you, right? Kara proudly found Robert when school was over, and extended an invitation and said, "Where is your home? Let's go together later." "No, it's not your way." Robert shrugged. What a joke. He was going back to Kansas, and he had to practice and find food on the way. After all, he hadn't eaten enough at noon. How could he be with Kara? Let's go together? Chapter 23, Barry Allen's kind reminder. I didn't even say which way I was going. Why did you say it wasn't the right way? Kara Danvers shouted angrily as she watched Robert leave the classroom without looking back. Black Diamond. Ever since Kara went to school, no one had ever dared to ignore her like Robert, even if he hid most of his power. No matter which path you take, it won't go well with me. After leaving the classroom, Robert raised the corner of his mouth slightly and mumbled quietly. To be honest, the performance of this extraordinary person exceeded his expectations. Not only did the other party successfully integrate into ordinary people's lives, and they seemed to perform better than Clark. Humph. Then I want to see which way you go. Tomorrow I will pretend to meet you by chance and see how you hide. Hey. Robert did not expect that what he whispered after leaving the classroom could still be transmitted to Kara's ears. The corners of Kara's mouth turned up, and she stared complacently in Robert's direction. Suddenly her face darkened, and she said with a dissatisfied expression. Didn't I already warn them not to cause trouble for Robert? Do they think I won't be able to see after leaving school? Well, theoretically, I should indeed be invisible. No, I can't. I promised these guys to solve these troubles, so I can't let them slap me in the face. Kara subconsciously rushed out, but stopped after not taking 2 steps, because she saw Robert glance in a certain direction, and she vaguely guessed that Robert had discovered those classmates hiding there, which made Kara somewhat confused. Forget it, I can stop him once, but I can't stop him every time. Moreover, his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. It seems that it is not impossible to leave it to him to solve it by himself. It also allows me to see what else he has. What's so special? After thinking for a while, Kara decided to watch the show to see what other surprises Robert could bring her. Even if there was an accident, she would be able to rush over and stop it in time. Kara was confident enough in her speed. I said it's not that easy to solve. Robert noticed that someone was following him. Not only was he not angry, but he breathed a sigh of relief. At least this proved that Kara did not rely on some special ability that he didn't know to solve this matter. At the same time, Robert was also thinking about how he would solve this matter later. Hypnosis is not necessarily suitable. After all, if hypnosis does not weave a story, it will be difficult to continue to influence the other party, and the influence of hypnosis can easily be exposed by external forces. And weaving stories is too troublesome, and these students are not worthy of using it. Troublesome means. Then I'll give you a good beating. Anyway, no one stipulates that I can't beat 5 with 1, as long as I don't use any strength or speed that exceeds that of ordinary people. Soon, Robert made up his mind, but in this case at that moment, Robert suddenly raised his eyebrows because a classmate in the class walked towards him quietly. Robert remembered him. When Kara said she thought he was cute, he was the only boy in the class who looked at him with envy and never showed any jealousy or displeasure. Robert remembered his name, which seemed to be Barry Allen. He was the nerd with the best grades in the class and a good student among the teachers. The reason why Robert could remember Barry Allen was mainly because he was so popular. The teachers welcome him, and the teacher will call on him in almost every class. Robert, you have to leave quickly. At school, Demeet and the others won't do anything to you because of Kara's face, but that won't necessarily happen after school. Barry pretended to pass by Robert's door accidentally. He didn't even stop, he just whispered something and walked away. It can be seen that Barry does not want to get into trouble, but he also does not want to see the new classmates being bullied. It would be best if Robert could run away immediately after hearing what he said. Interesting. Robert winked at himself after watching Barry walk away, and couldn't help but smile. Robert still had a good impression of people with Barry's personality. At least such people are better than those who just sit back and watch. He is much kinder, especially when Barry is able to protect himself very well while reminding Robert. However, having a good impression of Barry does not mean that Robert should leave quickly as Barry said. After all, Even if he can avoid such trouble the first time, he cannot avoid it the second time. It is better to solve it directly at once. Good. Thinking of this, Robert walked towards the remote alley. He had no intention of lecturing Demeter and the others on the street, and Demeter and the others also had no such intention. After all, it would not be good for anyone if things got too big. That kid went to the remote alley over there. Hey, he found a good location. Demeter looked at each other and the four people around him and said with a smile, let's go, teach that kid a lesson. Keep him away from my Kara. What's your Kara? It's my Kara. Kane, Jeffrey, Felipe and Jimmy glared at Demeter almost at the same time and retorted, and then stared at each other, turning into cross eyes. He became hostile and said disdainfully and confidently. Kara is mine. Only scoundrels like you are not qualified to be Kara's boyfriend. Kara doesn't like you at all. Yes, unlike the trio of bullies in Robert's previous school, those who are causing trouble for Robert now are Carla's admirers. They just want to teach Robert a lesson and make Robert leave Carla farther away. As for the fact that it was Carla who approached Robert, became interested in Robert, and told him that Robert was cute, the five people selectively forgot about it. Okay, let's stop fighting among ourselves. When it comes to pursuing Carla, we each have our own abilities, but Carla has never been so interested in us. This Robert is our biggest threat. We must keep him away from Carla. After a while, Demeter took a deep breath and said solemnly. Okay. Go faster, don't let him run away. The other four people looked at each other and hurried towards the direction Robert left. TCH. Are you the only one who wants to chase me? You are as weak as an ant. I am afraid that I will get too close to you and accidentally shoot you to death. Kara, who was far away in the school, listened to Demeter and others' conversation, he said with some disdain. Robert is still interesting. He is different from them. Could it be that he is not a human, but an alien? Or is it because of a genetic mutation that he became like this? When Carla said this, she looked at Robert's position with bright eyes, somewhat looking forward to how Robert would deal with Demeter and the others next. If Demeter and the others could hear what Kara said, I don't know what they would do. Oh, they are pure lickers. They would pretend they didn't hear what Kara said and continue to be immersed in their own world. Chapter 24, 1 against 5, as long as you have the skills. They are coming so slowly, can't they hurry up? I'm even hungry. Robert was waiting for the arrival of Demeter and others in a remote alley, but the speed of these five guys made Robert very uncomfortable. Satisfy. Hey? This guy is waiting for us? Does he know that we are going to cause trouble for him? Is he going to give in? When the five Demeters saw Robert waiting for them in the alley, they couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, the original momentum weakened by 3 points. After all, it is great to be able to solve the problem without taking action. Boy, you are sensible. Since you are so sensible, we will not embarrass you. As long as you stay away from Kara in the future, we will naturally not embarrass you. After Demeter and others came back to their senses, they looked at Robert. He nodded with satisfaction and said, shouldn't you go talk to classmate Carla about this issue? Robert spread his hands pretending to be helpless and said softly, after all, you also know that I just came to school and I have no intention of socializing with others. She came here on her own initiative. Shut up. Before Robert could finish his words, he was interrupted by 5 loud shouts at the same time. Demeter and others glared at Robert angrily, and the momentum that had just weakened rose again. Are you kidding me? Who is Kara? It's a goddess. How could a goddess take the initiative? Fake, all fake. This must have been imagined by Robert. Especially since Kara has never taken the initiative to find them except for warning them today. Thinking of this, Demeter and others felt even more sour. After all, Kara came to warn them for Robert, which seemed to prove something, but they still didn't want to believe it. It seems that we can't negotiate. To be honest, Robert didn't quite understand what Demeter and others were thinking. He looked at the angry 5 and shrugged, and said with a smile, so, what do you have? 2 options, go find Carla later and ask her not to get so close to me and cause me trouble, and at the same time, you should also honestly stop provoking me. I have no interest in that Carla. Humph. Bastard. How dare you say bad things about me behind my back? Kara, who was far away in the school, gritted her silver teeth and looked angry. After listening to Robert's words, the 5 Demeters were not immediately angry. Instead, they were stunned for a moment, because not only did they not understand where Robert's confidence lay, but they also did not understand the two things in Robert's mouth. Why is this choice a parallel structure? What a nonsense choice! Are you kidding us? Demeter and the others couldn't help but get furious after they thought about it. The clay figurine was still quite angry. What's more, Demeter and the others came to trouble Robert in the first place. In addition, Robert's words they despised their goddess Kara, how could they not be angry? After Demeter and others finished speaking, they angrily punched Robert in the direction. They wanted Robert, a little dwarf, to know how powerful they were. However, the angry punches of Demeter and others seemed to him to be powerful and heavy, even with all their strength, but in Robert's eyes they were full of loopholes. Robert suddenly felt that, as he had thought before, not using strength beyond ordinary people to deal with Demeter and others was too much for them. Wouldn't it be enough to have the skills to deal with them? Robert stepped back, dodged Demeter's fist, and kicked Demille in the hip. Demille fell to his knees directly. Then came Kane, who was hit in the chin, Geoffrey, who was hit in the chest, Felipe, who was kicked over the ankle, and Jimmy, who was thrown over the shoulder. Robert's speed is not too fast, at least Demeter and others can see clearly, but seeing clearly does not mean that they can withstand it. The eyes say that I can see clearly, the brain says that I know how to fight and crack it, and the body says that it is a fool's errand. If you have the ability, you can do it yourself. Just like that, in less than a minute, the 5 Demeters were lying on the ground. Although the place where they were hit did not hurt, they still felt that their bodies could not exert their strength. This made them look at Robert in a panic. They were afraid that Robert would continue to hit them. Don't worry, I won't continue to beat you, but can this matter end here? Or do you still want to get it back in the future? Robert shook his head with a smile and squatted on the ground to watch. The 5 Demeters asked with a smile while looking at Demeter, who was so frightened that he held his head in his hands. Don't dare! Don't dare! Demeter and others shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that they had given up. We will never trouble you again. No matter how close you are to Kara, we will never trouble you again. Troublesome! Demeter and others looked even more depressed as they spoke. It was obvious that although they had given up, they still couldn't help but feel sour and sad in their hearts if they wanted Robert to get closer to Carla in the future. Why am I so close to her? I'm not interested in her. Robert waved his hand, not intending to stay long. He was already a little hungry. Don't worry, you won't feel uncomfortable for too long. You can recover after a while, but if you dare to come to trouble me next time, you won't be able to recover all at once. No. We definitely won't. Demeter and the others gradually felt better after hearing that Robert was not interested in Kara, and they hurriedly promised with a flattering smile. And Robert had no intention of staying long. He walked out of the alley in a few steps. Feeling the energy around him, he quickened his pace when there were few people and headed in the direction of Kent Farm. On the way, Robert found the big stone he had thrown there, carried it on his back again, and started his own practice, while looking for his prey. He is so powerful. We are no match for him. No wonder Kara looks at him differently. It turns out that he can fight just as well as Kara. Shortly after Robert left, Demeter and others crawled away in despair after recovering. Getting up, Demeter sighed helplessly. Impossible. Kara must be better at fighting. After all, Kara's strange strength is no joke. When this guy hit us, he didn't show any amazing strength. He just had good skills. Even if he was beaten by Robert fell to the ground and gave in. Jimmy still defended Kara very stubbornly, without any intention of wavering. Fortunately, he is not interested in Kara, otherwise we would really have no chance. Kane smiled happily and whispered. Do we really have a chance? Geoffrey hesitated for a moment. He looked at the 4 people around him and asked tentatively. Yes. Felipe said with a firm voice, as long as we work hard, we will definitely have a chance of success. As Felipe's words fell, the 4 Demeters rekindled their hopes. The 5 people felt a little sympathetic to each other at this time, even though they were still competitors before being defeated by Robert, they only formed a wartime alliance, but after the Robert incident, they became true comrades in arms. Comrades who have been beaten together. Chapter 25. The Full Moon and Transformation. But it was a pity that Kara did not pay the slightest attention to the high-spirited and re-energized Demeter and others. When she saw Robert's method of quickly defeating 5 people, her eyes suddenly lit up. Because Kara could see that Robert didn't use any force at all. The reason why he was able to knock down the 5 Demeters so easily was because Robert's skills and timing were so exquisite. For this reason, Kara was not even angry because Robert said he was not interested in her. Instead, she continued to pay attention to Robert and wanted to see where he lived. She would intercept him halfway and meet Robert tomorrow morning. Very familiar, find out all the secrets of Robert. But soon, Kara's mouth grew slightly, and her eyes looked in the direction of Robert with some disbelief. At this time, Robert just picked up the big stone and started practicing. It wasn't that Kara couldn't lift the stone on Robert's back, it was just that she had never seen anyone perform weight training in this way, and Robert's performance after that made her even more confused. Because Robert knocked down a few bison after training, roasted them and ate them happily. Is he so edible? So much meat was digested immediately after entering his stomach? What is his stomach made of? Kara's expression looked a little dazed, and then suddenly came back to reality, unable to bear it. Zhu Daigu said, "Wait, where is he going? He has to go to Missouri. Why is he traveling so far? I can't see him any further away." Yes, compared to Clark, Kara, who is also a Kryptonian, is still a little immature, not only because she does not spend as much time in the sun as Clark, but also because her ability has not been awakened for too long. Powerful. Therefore, Clark can see through almost every corner of the Earth, but Kara, who has been on Earth for 15 years, can only observe a distance the size of half a state. After all, what Clark had extra time was 12 years to master his abilities. And the most important thing is that Clark himself is the most special one among the Kryptonians. Humph. I will definitely keep an eye on you tomorrow. After Kara lost track of Robert in the blink of an eye, she puffed up her mouth angrily. She vowed to keep an eye on Robert tomorrow and never let Robert go again. Run away from her nose. Robert on the other side didn't know about this. He returned home after practicing and eating. Clark sighed helplessly. He naturally knew about what Robert had encountered, but Clark did not agree with it. The theory of victim guilt means that it was because of Robert that Demeter and others were targeted. Clark is kind-hearted, but he is not a believer in the theory of slaps that make no sound. Okay, brother, don't sigh. Come out with me later. I have something for you to help with. Robert smiled and waved his hand, and at the same time began to look for something at home. Dad, where are the sunglasses? I remember, did you have a pair of sunglasses before? Sunglasses? Why do you need sunglasses so late at night? Martha, where are my sunglasses? Jonathan said that he could never find anything at home, so he decisively called Martha for Robert. I really can't expect you to find anything. Martha rolled her eyes angrily, then took out a pair of sunglasses from the second small box in the third drawer of the cabinet and handed them to Robert. Faced with this situation, the 3 men in the family fell silent. No one dared to speak at this juncture. Robert winked at Clark, and the two nodded and left together, leaving Jonathan alone. Man endures the violent storm that follows. Jonathan opened his mouth when he saw his 2 sons ruthlessly betraying their teammates, but he did not dare to ask his 2 sons to stay. You really wear sunglasses when you go out at night? Are you okay? Clark watched Robert go out with him wearing sunglasses, and couldn't help but complain, also, what do you want me to do for you? Isn't that right? Is it the near-death experience I mentioned before? You are still too unreliable in your near-death experience. I have some doubts whether you can really control yourself, so let's forget it. Robert heard Clark bring up the past and mocked Clark meaningfully. IQ, and then pointed to the bright moon in the night sky and said. As for me wearing sunglasses, it's because I can't see the full moon. You should be lucky that I haven't gone out at night in the past 15 years. Otherwise, even if Martha and Jonathan don't get into trouble, our house I'm going to tear it down too. The bright full moon was shining in the night sky. If it weren't for the obstruction of his sunglasses, Robert would have transformed into a giant ape. Naturally, Robert had to find a way to master this ability that he couldn't control himself. Therefore, after calculating today's day, Robert deliberately trained less and went home early to avoid any accidents. Although Robert knows that his martial arts will is still very strong, Robert has never experienced the transformation into a giant ape, and he cannot guarantee that he will not lose control after transforming into a giant ape, so he called Clark. It's also considered an insurance policy. After all, only humanoid monsters like Clark can stop Robert after he transforms into a giant ape. Can't see the full moon? What will happen if you see the full moon? Transform into a werewolf and tear down the house. Clark raised his head and glanced at the bright full moon in the night sky. He could only associate the werewolf with the full moon, but Robert's performance was different from that of a werewolf. Like, it's not a werewolf, it's a giant ape. Robert shook his head, and his tail came out of his pants with a tearing sound. He pointed at his tail and said, "If you wait a minute and I lose control, don't be too nervous. If you don't panic, just cut off my tail, and I will naturally change back." Giant ape? Ape? How big are you? Will you lose control? Why? Clark looked at Robert's ripped pants again and opened his mouth. He resisted not asking about the pants first, but asked Robert with concern. "Special. I don't know how big it is and whether I will really lose control. After all, this is my first time to transform. You just need to remember what I said and cut off my tail when I lose control. Just cut it off. Tail, I can recover," Robert ordered as he fumbled and began to take off his clothes. After all, this is not a Saiyan battlesuit. Once it bursts, he will run away. "No, why are you taking off your clothes?" Clark looked at Robert's revealing behavior with a puzzled face and yelled. "I told you that I'm going to transform into a giant ape. Do you think I can still keep my clothes?" Robert rolled his eyes. He didn't know that Clark had a super brain. After seeing Clark's various transformations, he became more and more worried. "I feel that my brother, who has well-developed limbs, may really be a little simple-minded." "Robert, as expected, I wasn't the one who had problems before." Chapter 26, Giant Ape vs. Superman. After scorning Clark's brain, Robert threw his clothes far away and his sunglasses to avoid being accidentally hurt. Then Robert raised his head and looked at the bright full moon in the night sky. In an instant, Robert felt a powerful chi awakening from every cell in his body. It was as if these chi already existed. Sleeping in Robert's cells, now the blues light contained in the full moon stimulates these cells, causing these cells to gradually wake up. After the power of Brut's light stimulated Robert's cells, it was directed to Robert's tail, causing Robert's body to gradually expand, and thick hair appeared on Robert's body. On the top, his mouth and limbs are also rapidly evolving towards the beast. At the same time, Robert felt a ferocious aura rushing straight into his consciousness. Even with his martial arts will, when faced with this ferocious aura, it was still as if he was hit by a huge wave, and his consciousness began to gradually the model lake rises, and the ferocity of the beast slowly rises in Robert's giant ape. Roar! A deafening roar echoed around, announcing to the world that the Saiyan giant ape has arrived in this world. Warda! Clark rarely cursed because the scene in front of him was really shocking to him. A 17-meter giant ape roared in front of him. He was so tall that he couldn't even see the giant ape. Can't even see from above. Is this a giant ape? Is this a monster? The powerful visual impact made Clark's face slightly stiff. The giant ape he imagined was taller than a gorilla, similar to the ancient giant ape inferred from the remaining fossils. The height is only a little over 3 meters, but the 17-meter giant ape in front of him can only be regarded as a monster in Clark's eyes. Robert. However, Clark quickly came to his senses. He thought of what Robert had said before. He tried calling Robert to see if Robert had lost control. Roar. As soon as Clark's words fell, a roar sounded again, and then the giant ape Robert noticed the little ant at his feet, so he raised his foot and stepped on Clark's hard body. Out of control. Clark's eyes narrowed and he dodged away. With the sound of winter, the surrounding ground made a muffled sound, and a huge footprint appeared on the ground. Clark frowned and looked at the tail of the giant ape Robert, with a red light flashing in his eyes. Black diamond. Wait a minute. Just when Clark was about to release his heat vision, a rough voice rang. After Clark carefully distinguished it, he recognized that it was Robert's voice, so he quickly put away his heat vision. Vision. During this period of time, Clark has been training with Robert. Although he has not become stronger due to training, he has a better grasp of his own abilities. Otherwise, Clark may not be able to recover his heat vision at critical moments. Robert? Are you not out of control? Clark raised his head hesitantly, looking at the ferocious face of the giant ape Robert from a distance and asked. Hey! The giant ape Robert exhaled a long breath of turbid air and turned it into a gust of wind. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses and thought with some clarity in his heart. No wonder so many Saiyans in the 7th universe lose their minds after transforming into giant apes. The ferocious aura during the transformation is too powerful. This is probably the reason why most Scions have bad tempers. After all, the strength of most Scions is actually not enough to control the S cells in the body. When the S cells explode, this ferocious aura will make them lose their minds. Even under normal conditions, they will still be affected by the influence of viciousness. Later on, when Goku and the others became more powerful, although their personalities were still warlike and they still liked to become stronger, their irritability was almost gone. It wasn't that life had smoothed the edges, but that their strength became stronger and their will became stronger. Firm. This is also the direction I want to work hard. Improve my strength, improve my willpower, and master every power in my body. Robert? Are you okay? Seeing the giant ape Robert exhaling and turning into a strong wind, he froze on the spot. Clark didn't know what happened. He looked at the giant ape Robert with some worry. Bate stared at the tail eagerly, as if the giant ape Robert would cut off his tail if he didn't speak. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm in great shape now. The giant ape Robert came back to his senses, lowered his head and looked at Clark, his eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and he said heroically, Clark, I was so angry before, it's too weak and I can't use many methods, but now, my energy has been strengthened 10 times, and we can compete again. Let's compare? In your current state. Clark slowly typed 2, then raised his head and looked at the giant ape Robert and said, you transformed into a giant ape just to fight? In this state? Can you really control your strength? Don't worry, I still have the ability to lift weights with ease. I'm not in the out of control state just now. The giant ape Robert patted his chest and said with a bang. Okay. Upon hearing the giant ape Robert's invitation to fight, Clark's eyes flashed with light. This short period of practice was not enough for him to master the powerful energy in his body, but the ability to master his body partial strength is still no problem. Under Robert's influence, Clark, who was originally not very interested in his own abilities and fighting, has obviously changed. Be careful. Even though he knew that Clark was very powerful, the giant ape Robert still warned him, because the giant ape transformation under his control was completely different from those ordinary scions. Boom! With a sound of boom, the giant ape Robert kicked out with one foot in a deft way that went against his huge body. Clark dodged and dodged. This kick hit the ground, leaving a far deeper footprint than before. On the land, Clark's reaction speed is very fast, but because the body of the giant ape Robert is so big, the distance for him to dodge the attack of the giant ape Robert has to be increased accordingly. This makes Clark, who has no combat experience, feel not very adaptable, even because the dodge distance is too long, the attack method originally thought of cannot be carried out. Roar! At this moment, a powerful chi condensed in the mouth of the giant ape Robert, turning into an energy wave and heading towards the position where Clark had dodged. Super Magic Mouth Cannon. Used in the giant ape state, energy waves are emitted from the mouth. What? Robert said before that only people who look like monsters can release energy waves with their eyes and mouth? That's what Robert said. What does it have to do with Robert, the giant ape? Chapter 27, Two Brothers in Embarrassment. Of course, the Super Magic Mouth Cannon can be regarded as Robert's helpless move, because in the giant ape state, even though Robert has amazing control and the ability to lift weights with ease, the giant ape transformation is too big. Yet, it's not that easy to attack little Clark, especially with fists and kicks. In addition, in the giant ape state, a series of power charging methods such as the turtle-style Qigong wave and the Dong-Dong wave are too slow, and the power of the energy wave released at random is not strong enough. After thinking about it, I found that the Super Magic Mouth Cannon is more suitable. Fighting in this state. This is why Vegeta gave up the prince's strategy after transforming into the giant ape state. Isn't it because it is more suitable and powerful to use such a method? Chi sounded, and when the giant ape Robert released the Super Magic Mouth Cannon, Clark, who had just dodged, was completely locked and could not dodge again. Subconsciously, Clark's eyes released a red ray. The heat vision collided with the Super Magic Mouth Cannon. This time, the Super Magic Mouth Cannon did not dissipate directly like the first time when the Turtle Qigong wave collided with the heat vision, but instead collided with the heat vision tenaciously. Zitsizi. Two completely different energies were colliding with each other, and the surrounding ground began to tremble slightly. The ground at the dividing line between the heat vision and the Super Magic Mouth Cannon had begun to crack. Two small pits appeared under Clark's feet, which were the reaction force of Clark's steps on the ground. As for the giant ape Robert, it was even more serious. His body had already left several deep pits and footprints on the ground. It can be seen from just this brief exchange that even though Robert is now transformed into a giant ape and has gained a tenfold increase, there is still a big gap when facing Clark, who has been in the sun for 27 years. Wow! After a long period of confrontation, the giant ape Robert let out a strange cry. He finally couldn't bear the energy from the heat vision, and quickly turned his head to avoid the backlash from the heat vision. The super magic mouth cannon is back. The heat vision and super magic mouth cannon rushed into the air and slowly dissipated. The giant ape Robert took a deep breath and shouted at Clark, "Come on! One last punch!" Okay. Clark's body was also full of fighting spirit at this time. He stared at the huge fist bombarded by the giant ape Robert, and punched out as well. Winter. With a cry of winter, compared with the previous collision between the heat vision and the super magic mouth cannon, this time the collision of fists was more violent. The giant ape Robert's huge body flew out directly and fell in the distance. The ground smashed into the earth heavily. Clark was kicked out for the first time, and fell to the ground in disgrace. There were no injuries on his body, but his clothes were all torn. Ha 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 ha! It's great! The giant ape Robert on the other side shouted happily. Clark on the other side was also lying on the ground with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He was looking forward to Robert's growth, because he also wanted to let's see if, when Robert grows up, he can release his power as he pleases and no longer suppress himself like he did all these years. It's really embarrassing. After a while, Clark stood up and patted the dust on his body. Looking at the clothes that were too damaged to be repaired, he suddenly felt that he had been cheated. Because Robert took off his clothes in advance, there was no risk of being exposed. When he put on his clothes later, he would look like a normal person, but Clark had to run home at the risk of being exposed. Fortunately, it was quiet at night and there was no one around, so no one would see Clark's miserable appearance. When the power in the cells is consumed to a certain extent, if you don't continue to observe the moon, you can slowly recover from the giant ape state. The giant ape Robert on the other side was lying in the pit, feeling himself. He silently speculated on the changes in power within his body. Well, in the same way, I can also find a way to control the body with my own willpower, forcibly suppress the influence of the bolt's light on the cells, and return to the normal appearance from the giant ape state. As Robert's thoughts flashed, his body began to shrink slowly until it returned to its previous appearance, except that his right arm was hanging down, as if he had been injured in the collision with Clark. Robert. Clark also noticed Robert's injury in the distance at this time. A trace of remorse flashed across his face. He felt that he was a little too excited just now and accidentally injured Robert. If you know, you don't need to use so much force. Is your injury okay? Don't worry, it's okay. It also proves my super resilience. This bone injury can be cured by just 2 days of rest. Robert smiled, waved his hand, and said softly, "Now you see me with your recovery ability, you can fight with me with confidence in the future, right? How about it? Although the fighting time is not long, is it still fun? Have fun. To be honest, I have never dared to have such fun in more than 20 years. Clark breathed a sigh of relief after carefully observing the recovery speed of Robert's arm, and then said with some emotion. Robert said before that he didn't know how many people envied Clark's talent of being able to continuously get stronger every day, but Clark never liked this talent because he became stronger too fast, making Clark feel like the world all the time. And human frailty. Sometimes, Clark didn't dare to take a big breath, for fear that he would spit out a powerful hurricane or the cold air would freeze everything. Living is indeed a bit tiring for Clark, but the bond of family affection and the appearance of Robert have allowed Clark to persist until now. Today's short battle can be regarded as Clark's first small release of himself. This feeling is like the feeling of relief that a person who has been suppressed for a long time feels after climbing a high mountain and yelling at the distant sky. While Clark was feeling emotional, he realized that Robert didn't mean to feel the same as him at all. Instead, he picked up the clothes and sunglasses in the distance and put them on neatly. Then he looked at Clark and joked with a smile, "It seems that this time the battle, I still want to be better. Although my arm was a little injured, I managed to save my clothes." Hey! After hearing Robert's words, Clark laughed angrily on the spot. He glared at Robert angrily, then took a deep breath and blew it out gently. In an instant, the breath turned into a gust of wind, sweeping across Robert's body and ripping holes in Robert's clothes. He was even more embarrassed than Clark before he stopped. Hey! I'm going to report you to Martha. Say you ruined my clothes. Robert, who managed to protect his sunglasses, shouted angrily at Clark. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Clark glanced at Robert blankly and said. A delicious meal. Robert's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly without any restraint, fearing that Clark would regret it. Deal. Chapter 28, Carla exposes her abilities. Speaking of which, what about the surrounding environment? There are pits, burn marks, and deep pits made by the footprints stepped on by your giant ape transformation. If others see this. After a meal, Robert after dismissing it, Clark looked around and spoke with some hesitation. This is not simple. You still have the strength. Of course you are the one to clear the area. You use your laser eyes to erase a layer of the surrounding land, and then a gust of wind blows the dust to bury the ground. Wouldn't it be enough? I know this is a test of your ability to control your laser eyes and breath, but it is also considered a way to exercise, isn't it? Robert looked at Clark with a smile on his face and said kindly. Whenever you can control the power of the laser eye perfectly, you should be able to develop new ways to use the energy in your body. Really? Clark narrowed his eyes and looked at Robert. He always felt that Robert was shaking him, but Clark had no evidence. It must be true. After my help during this period of time, don't you feel that your control over your own power is stronger? Robert nodded seriously and looked directly into Clark's eyes. Said without the slightest evasion. Besides, my hand was injured. Although it healed quickly, there is no way to do it now. Can you bear to see me do it with the injury? I can't bear it. Clark glared at Robert angrily. At this time, he was sure that Robert was shaking him, but seeing that Robert's arm had not recovered yet, Clark could only helplessly shake it. Shaking his head, he released his heat vision and began to smooth out the bumpy marks on the ground, physically smoothing it out. However, Robert was not deliberately trying to fool Clark. Clark had indeed used his heat vision very rarely, and there were no opportunities to develop and use it. This time was indeed a rare opportunity for Clark, especially with such a large amount of work. After Clark smoothed the potholes on the ground and blew dust to cover everything, the two brothers returned home quietly. Clark made sure outside the door to make sure that the Kents had fallen asleep before going in. Otherwise, if the Kents saw their two sons come back disgraced and in an almost desperate state, they would not know how they would react. Those who knew it was a battle between the Kryptonian Superman and the Saiyan giant ape, but those who didn't know thought that the Kryptonian Superman and the Saiyan were begging for food in ragged clothes on the street. The next day, Robert still got up early to practice and rushed towards the Central City School. Even though his arm had not fully recovered, as long as there was no collision or fighting, he would basically be fine. What Robert didn't know was that Carla also woke up early today, and started scanning the direction of Kansas early, vowing to find Robert, forcefully create a chance encounter, and get close to Robert. Why does he eat so much early in the morning? I didn't see him eating like this at school. Well, if he eats like this at school, I'd be scared to death. Soon, Kara saw what was going on. Robert ate a lot, and then his brain quickly analyzed the path Robert would take to school, and prepared an ambush in advance. After a while, Robert entered the central city, slowed down his speed, and headed in the direction of the school. Suddenly, Robert felt a powerful chi on his path, and the owner of this chi is Kara. Is it that Kara? A coincidence? Or? Robert's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not stop. Instead, he quietly changed a route to see if Kara would transfer in the same way. If it is a coincidence, then it is staggered, but if it is not a coincidence... Hey? I've been discovered. Carla watched as Robert walked to other roads without anyone noticing. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but murmured, could it be that he also can you see me? Is it the same perspective as me? Doesn't that mean that I have also been seen by him? No movement? Am I overthinking it? After Robert changed his route, he found that Kara's breath showed no sign of movement. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to ignore it and continue to move towards the school. But at this moment, Kara's energy began to move at high speed and appeared at the corner of the street in front of Robert. The corner of Robert's mouth twitched slightly, and he realized that he didn't think too much. Kara was coming after him, and Kara's movement speed exceeded Robert's expectations. Sure enough. Anger cannot be the only criterion for judging strength. The moment a thought flashed through Robert's mind, Kara had already appeared in front of Robert. What a coincidence! Kara looked at Robert's energetic greeting with a blush on her face. Is your home over here? Then let's drop by and we can go together in the future. You injured? What happened? Kara was talking, and her eyes suddenly focused on Robert's arm. In her eyes, there were several cracks on the bones of Robert's right arm. Although they were healing faster than ordinary people, the distance was completely recovery may take a while. This made Kara very confused. She could see that Robert's body strength was completely beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, Robert's attack skills yesterday were very exquisite. Kara couldn't understand why Robert was injured. And judging from the speed of injury healing, when Robert was injured, it was quite serious. Hey? Can you see my injury? Robert's eyes couldn't help but condense. He looked at Kara with some suspicion. You know, the surface injury on Robert's right arm has been completely healed, and only the bone has not yet grown. Well, Kara can see his injuries, which also means Kara can see his bones. This made Robert couldn't help but think of Clark, especially when Robert met Kara yesterday. He already felt that Kara's aura was somewhat similar to Clark. Carla's face stiffened slightly when she heard Robert's question, and her eyes moved quickly. Just when she was about to find a reason to explain, Carla's ears suddenly moved, and then her face suddenly changed. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a ray of heat vision shot to the ground uncontrollably. Robert, what the hell? Is this to kill people and silence them? Ask for me a leave. Just as a thought flashed through Robert's mind, Kara's figure disappeared in an instant, and then Kara's voice came to Robert's ear, and in Robert's perception, Kara's chi was moving rapidly, gradually disappearing at a speed far exceeding his current speed. Chapter 29. An accident caused by a stone. Laser eyes? Perspective ability, super fast speed, physical strength many times higher than ordinary people, powerful energy, an aura similar to Clark. After Kara left for a while, Robert came back to his senses and looked, seeing the scorch marks on the ground. My heart started to growl. No. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The first extraordinary person I officially met was a member of Clark's tribe? Clark's abilities were not acquired through cultivation, and Kara's control power did not seem to be acquired through cultivation. Instead, it was different from Clark's. They are all the same, they are not very good at controlling their abilities. This can only be explained by racial talent. However, this race is too powerful, isn't it? How many races should feel despair if they are born so powerful? Wait. She has clairvoyance, can she see my tail? Yes. Yesterday he stretched out his hand as if to grab my tail. Robert, that's too much. Thinking of this, Robert felt uncomfortable all over, and even his tail had a slight stress reaction. She left suddenly. She must have seen or heard something. Go and ask for leave for her first. After Robert came back to his senses, he shook his head helplessly and walked towards the school. When she comes back, follow Clark told her to take her to meet Clark again. I think Clark would be very happy when he saw her tribe, well, provided that their race does not have similar traditions to the Scions. Soon, Robert came to the school. Under the resentful eyes of Demeter and the others, Robert asked Carla for a leave. Faced with the eyes of Demeter and others, Robert also thinking of what I said yesterday, I felt a little embarrassed. Because Robert felt that no matter how hard he tried to dodge, it would have no effect when facing Kara, who had the same ability as Clark. It would be too easy for the other party to discover him. Coupled with Kara's relationship with the Clark tribe, it seems that it is impossible for him to keep a distance from Kara. And this was without Robert knowing that Kara and Clark were cousins. On the other side, Kara rushed back to her home at an extremely fast speed. At this time, her home was in a mess, as if it had been plundered by robbers, and things were turned over everywhere. However, Kara was slightly relieved at this time, and then walked straight towards a certain corner of the home. With a sound of pang, Kara's foot kicked a brick in the corner, and then the ground suddenly moved with a caucus sound. A flight of stairs appeared in front of Kara, followed by two faces full of worry and panic. Faces stretched out, their expressions visibly relaxed a bit when they saw Kara. Kara, hurry up, your sister was taken away. She discovered the abnormality in advance and asked us to hide here with the small stone, but she... After the Danvers came back to their senses, they hurriedly looked at Kara reminded. Don't worry, Alex is fine for the time being. She was just tied up. There is no danger to her life. Kara glanced at Alex's direction and shook her head, comforting her softly, I will bring her back right away. You stay here and don't make any sound, wait for me to come back. What about this small stone? Mr. and Mrs. Danvers picked up a small stone and handed it to Kara, and said hesitantly, is it safer to put it here with you? Isn't it just a broken stone? I can easily crush it, and Alex actually said this thing is an extraordinary item. It's not as interesting as Robert. Kara curled her lips and took an octagon. The small stone with a mouse pattern printed on it couldn't help but complain, and disappeared in a flash. Have you found it? There were 5 masked men sitting in a high-speed car. The masked man sitting in the passenger seat was talking to his superior, and the superior's urgent voice came from the headset. No, but we have captured Alex. After taking it back to the base and interrogating it, we will know its whereabouts. The masked man said confidently, I don't think anyone can use the organization's methods to extract confessions. Hold on. Well, be careful not to leave any traces. Has her house been cleaned up? The cold voice of the superior came again. Her family is not at home. We searched carefully and did not find the target object. To prevent an accident, we evacuated first. The masked man was talking when he suddenly found a person standing next to the rearview mirror of the moving car. Startled him, Wardfa. What happened? The superior's solemn voice came from the headset, but the masked man no longer cared about answering. Except for the masked man driving the car, the others simultaneously pulled out their firearms and started shooting. Pang! 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 It has to be said that these masked men all have precise shooting skills. None of their bullets missed, and all of them hit the head of the attacker. This is much better than those who shot 7 people. However, no matter how accurate the bullet was, it did not cause any harm to the visitor, because the visitor was none other than Kara. The bullet hit Kara's face, deformed violently and fell to the ground. Kara held down the roof of the car. The wheels of the speeding car rubbed against the ground crazily, but could not move any further. You, what kind of monster are you? Although the expressions of the masked men could not be seen because of their masks, their voices were full of fear. It was not that they had never seen extraordinary abilities, but the scene of resisting bullets with one's body and grabbing a car with one arm undoubtedly had a huge impact on them. Pang! Snapped. Winter. Kara did not answer the masked man. Her figure flashed, and the next moment several masked men were thrown out of the car. They fell to the ground in embarrassment and lost the ability to move and speak. Whatever they had on them, both the firearm and the headset have been destroyed by Kara. Stuck. Sounded. After dealing with them, Kara opened the trunk and saw her embarrassed sister Alex lying there with her mouth sealed with tape and her hands and feet bound, unable to move. She quickly rescued her. Out. Phew. Fortunately you're here, it's so dangerous. Alex breathed a sigh of relief after regaining her freedom. She looked at the masked men lying on the ground with a stern look in her eyes and said in a deep voice, judging from the conversation I just heard, they came here just for the talisman. Did you bring the talisman? Spell? Are you talking about this broken stone? Kara erased her eyebrows slightly and casually threw the small stone called the charm to Alex and said, in order to help me figure out the origin and the unknown relative, okay? The official organization that is easy to join is not very good. Not only did it cause such a big commotion, but also found a broken stone, my gains are greater than yours. Chapter 30. Today is a good day. Be careful, don't break it. I found this with great difficulty. Didn't you see that these guys are just here for it? Alex took the spell carefully, and then looked at Kara hesitantly. Asked, you said you gained more than me, what did you discover? A very interesting person. Carla said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth after Robert's weight training, eating and meditating, and the untouched tail flashed before her eyes. Forget it, let's talk about this later. I have to deal with them first, and then take the spell back to the base. Alex seemed to notice Kara's strange mood when she saw Kara's expression, but soon he waved his hand, put away the charm, walked towards the masked men, and then was stunned for a moment. Why did you dismantle all their firearms? What else? I'm not afraid of these toys, but if you get hurt, wouldn't I save you in vain? Kara spread her hands and looked at Alex with an innocent face and asked. Okay, you have nothing to do here. I'll take care of them. You go back and see your parents so they don't have to worry. Alex sighed helplessly and said softly. Can you really handle it well? I have some doubts about the capabilities of you and the organization behind you. Carol looked at Alex with some suspicion. Alex's performance made her unable to leave with confidence. I have already contacted the agency. You should leave first. After all, theoretically, I should keep it a secret from my family. Alex's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and she twisted the necks of the masked men one by one. Break. Kara on the side opened her mouth, not because she wanted to stop Alex or because she couldn't bear it. After all, these masked men almost threatened the lives of Mr. and Mrs. Danvers, and Kara couldn't let them go. Kara left them alive just because she thought Alex had something else that needed to be interrogated. Although I joined an official organization, it's better not to let them know about your existence. After all, I don't know them very well. Alex explained softly after finishing the solution, so, you should leave quickly. Then it's better to just destroy the corpses and eliminate all traces. Kara shrugged, and after pulling Alex away, a red light shot out from her eyes, directly bombing the car on the spot, swallowing up the corpses and traces of the surrounding masked men together. In the flames of the explosion. Boom. As the flames rose, Kara nodded towards Alex and disappeared in Alex's slightly twitching expression. After a while, a black car picked up Alex, and Kara, who had been observing here, returned to her home with confidence, comforted Mr. and Mrs. Danvers, and at the same time began to discuss moving matters. It wouldn't work if they didn't move. After all, Alex's side has been targeted. Those masked men are obviously from the same organization. If they attack the Danvers family again, the Danvers couple may not be the same. He would be so lucky to be able to hide in the basement. But moving couldn't be done in a short while, so Kara first placed the Danvers in a relative's home and packed up some valuables. It is worth mentioning that the spaceship that brought Kara to Earth was hidden in the basement. If this basement had not been built to hide the spaceship, the Danvers would not have been able to escape today. However, Kara, the spaceship, did not take care of the spacecraft for the time being, and planned to wait until after the move, and then find a way to transport it away at night. Hey! When school was about to end, under the puzzled eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Danvers, Kara rushed to the school. Robert, who was meditating, also felt Kara's anger and opened his eyes to look at the school door. Direction. Yes, Kara did not enter the school. After all, she had taken leave. Why would she enter the classroom when school was about to end? It was impossible for Robert to escape from under her nose anyway. The reason why Carla insisted on rushing back to see Robert was because she felt that since she had exposed her abilities in front of Robert one after another, she no longer needed to make up any more lies to hide it from Robert, so she could just tell the truth. Both sides have a good talk. Maybe this can bring us closer to Robert, or even figure out Robert's secret. Waiting for me. Robert felt Kara's breath stop at the school gate, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he vaguely guessed Kara's intention. After school, Robert walked straight to where Carla was. Carla was in a good mood when she saw that Robert was not avoiding her. She jumped up and down in front of Robert. In Carla's view, this was the first step to successfully figure out Robert's secret. After all, part of my secret has been discovered by Robert. If I don't figure out Robert's secret, I always feel like I'm at a loss. And if I can use this to uncover Robert's secret, then today is really a good day. Thank you for asking for leave for me. Thinking of this, Carol looked at Robert with energy and thanked him with a smile. Let's go and talk. Robert nodded and left the school with Kara. I knew, how could anyone resist Carla's charm? He really lied to us when he said he was not interested in Carla. Jimmy said sadly, looking at the backs of Robert and Carla as they left. I really didn't expect that we would fall out of love like this. The gap in strength is too big and there is no chance of a comeback. Kane murmured with the same sad expression. At this moment, the emotions of the five-person group resonated again, and a sad atmosphere filled the surroundings, causing the surrounding students to stay away from these five losers. At this time, the sad Robert and Kara of the five-person group did not know that even though Kara had Shunfeng ears, she would not pay attention to other parties for the time being. Her attention was now on Robert, and she even peeked from time to time. He touched Robert's tail, and he was ready to touch it with his hands. Okay. Stop using your clairvoyant eyes to peek at my tail. Robert noticed that Kara was constantly staring at her tail and said angrily to expose Kara. Yet. Carla couldn't help being startled when she heard the words, her face turned red, and there was even a faint air rising in Carla's head. Kara didn't expect that her voyeurism would be exposed by Robert on the spot. She had obviously been very careful to control her gaze and said, "Let's go home with me, and I'll take you to meet someone." Robert shook his head helplessly when he saw Kara's expression, and said seriously, "Isn't it appropriate to meet the parents so early?" Carla felt that her super brain was confused at the moment, and she replied with a rare shyness, "Robert, something is wrong with you." Chapter 31, Meeting Parents times Recognizing Relatives. What are you thinking about? Don't peep at me with your clairvoyant eyes in the future. I took you home because of your abilities. I know you relatively well. There is a person. After Robert came back to his senses, he felt a little confused. He looked at Kara silently and explained, but was interrupted by Kara before he finished speaking. X.com. Then you are not allowed to look at me with clairvoyance anymore. Kara said with a blushing face and glared at Robert. Is the Clark race not very smart? Robert, who didn't know that Kryptonians have super brains, had a thought in his mind, Yazzie, who seems to be even less intelligent than Science, maybe is this the price of being born powerful? Why didn't you speak? Could it be? After Carla saw Robert staring at her with confusion and falling into silence, she became suspicious, and then gradually lost her confidence. After all, she had possession of Robert. The clairvoyance is just speculation, there is no evidence yet. I don't know how to see through. As Robert finished speaking, Kara's expression gradually became embarrassed, her face turned red again, her toes were clenched together, and she almost dug a villa out of the ground. I brought you home mainly because I want you to meet my brother, because your abilities are very similar, and you even have the same breath. Robert looked at Kara with a red face and lowered her head and stopped talking. He shook his head helplessly and spoke softly. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It seems that there is no need. He is already here. Let me introduce him. His name is Clark, and he is my brother." As Robert's words fell, Clark's figure appeared not far away, and then rushed in front of Robert and Kara the next moment. Yes, when Roberta decided to let Clark meet Kara, she notified Clark. As for the notification method, it was very simple. She didn't even need a phone call. She just called Clark twice and said a few words. As a relative of Clark, Robert's voice print was naturally recorded in Clark's brain. There was no problem in calling Clark from a distance to convey the message, but there was no way to complete the conversation. Clark? No, your name is not Clark. However, what Robert didn't expect was that when Kara saw Clark, she froze on the spot, and at the same time, memory pictures appeared in her brain, which made her a little uncomfortable. This is a picture of Kara being forgotten due to amnesia. In the picture is the reluctance and advice of her parents towards her. Kara? Classmate Kara. Robert couldn't help but be startled when he saw Kara's eyes suddenly turned red and she was stunned. He called Kara's name hesitantly, not understanding why Kara's mood changed so quickly. Cousin. Listening to Robert's call, Kara gradually came back to her senses, watched Clark sigh quietly, and shouted softly. Excuse me, what did you call me? Clark looked at Kara hesitantly and asked. Your real name is Kall, and he is a Kryptonian. Kara sighed softly, looked at Clark and said softly, Your father is called Jor-El, and he is a respected scientist on Krypton. He predicted that Krypton was about to be destroyed, but it was not accepted by everyone, so he and your mother Lola gave up their lives before the destruction of the planet and put their infant son, you, into the space capsule. Send away. And I am your cousin, and my father is your uncle Zor-El. When Krypton was destroyed, part of the city was thrown into space. Because there was still enough air coverage, the residents of the city could short-term survival, but that is not a long-term solution. My parents also chose to send me to Earth in order to let me live. They felt that life as a Kryptonian was too lonely. After I came to Earth, I could just take care of you, but my space capsule was leaving Krypton. I was hit by a meteorite when I was there, which put me into hibernation. Not only did I arrive on Earth late, but I also lost part of my memory. Fortunately, now that I have met you, I have remembered these things and learned about my origins. Thank you, cousin, and thank you, Robert. My name is Kall. Clark froze in place, a little confused. The sudden information made it difficult for Clark to accept it for a while. He didn't expect that he would figure out the mystery of his life experience just like this. Although Robert had already said before he came that he seemed to have met one of his own people, Clark was still a little at a loss when he suddenly had a relative and learned about his life experience. Even Clark once again began to wonder if he had really lost part of his memory. Why were both Robert and Kara able to remember what happened before they came to Earth? Is it because I am too old? Missed the chance to refresh your memory? No, since my father is a scientist, and Krypton's technological level is sufficient for space navigation, why don't they come to Earth together? Clark was thinking, and suddenly discovered a blind spot, looking at Kara with a look of dismay on his face. Syed asked, also, since your parents can send you to Earth, why don't they come with you? Are the number of space capsules so rare? It seems that Clark is still smarter than Goku. Goku has never discovered this blind spot. After hearing Clark's words, an idea flashed in Robert's mind, and he felt that Clark's experience was similar to that of Son Goku. Maybe this is called the other side of the world? A lot of things happened on Krypton at that time. General Zod of Krypton launched a rebellion, and the entire planet was in chaos. Your parents chose to send you away first, but when you left, General Zod rushed when you arrived at your parents' place. Your father was also killed by Zod. Kara sighed softly and explained with a hint of sadness. As for my parents, they are reluctant to leave Krypton. They feel that it is their fate to return to dust with Krypton. However, they hope that I can have a better life and a more exciting future. Now they should have been with Krypton. Let's disappear together. My father died and was killed, and my mother also. Clark opened his mouth, a feeling of grief surged in his heart, and he didn't speak for a long time. Clark had never felt such emotions before. He had always wanted to find out his life experience, but when he heard that his parents had sacrificed, Clark still couldn't accept it. He even wished that he had never known these things. Clark, you still have us, Jonathan and Martha, you will never be alone. Robert patted his back and comforted softly. Thank you, but I want to be alone for a while. Clark smiled reluctantly, but his smile was uglier than crying. Please tell Martha and the others for me. Chapter 32, The Memory of Talismans. Whoa! With a sound, as Clark's words fell, his figure flashed and turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Soon it was beyond the range of Robert's chi perception and beyond what Kara could see. Range. Okay, Clark wants to go quietly, let's go back to our respective homes. Robert looked at the direction Clark left and sighed helplessly. He had known that Clark would be like this, so he should have taken care of it slowly and slowly. Slowly tell Clark about Kara. However, Robert didn't expect that Kara would reveal such big news as soon as she met Clark. Robert thought that Clark and Kara were only members of the clan, and neither of them had any memories of their original planet. No. Carla heard Robert's words and hurriedly stopped Robert. Didn't I agree to visit your home? Let's go. No, I said I took you home just to meet Clark. Now that you have recognized each other, why are you going to my house? Robert frowned and looked at Kara with some confusion and asked. Because I'm going to see my cousin's living environment. By the way, I'll take a look at my cousin and your parents, and thank them for raising my cousin up, even though my cousin hasn't called me cousin yet. Kara, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he said confidently. Hey? It seems okay. Martha and the others will be very happy to know that Clark has you as a relative. They can have a good meal tonight. Robert heard this, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he said with some regret. Well, if Clark hadn't been in a bad mood, I would have been ready to have 2 big meals. In Robert's plan, Clark and Kara, 2 Kryptonians, recognized each other and had to celebrate. The 2 families should have a meal together, or even 2 meals. But now, Clark is in a bad mood, and Robert can only cancel these plans. Fortunately, taking Kara back, it seems that he can also have a good meal. You can also have 2 meals. Carla said with a smile after hearing this. However, our family may have to wait for a while because our family has encountered something and needs to move. Moving? Did you leave suddenly today to deal with family matters? Robert asked subconsciously. Yes, my sister found some kind of talisman. It was just a piece of broken stone. I don't know what it is used for. As a result, she was targeted by the mysterious organization. Kara sighed helplessly and said, I can't put them on the spot. After catching them all, I have to prepare for moving first. Spell. Robert felt as if he had heard of this thing somewhere, but some memories were too old, and Robert's impression was not deep. Yes, there seems to be a mouse painted on it. Kara nodded, it's obviously just a small toy. I can easily crush it. I don't know why so many people are staring at it. It. Spell. Rat charm. As Kara continued to describe, Robert finally remembered some memories from before the time travel. It was a very good cartoon, but Robert could only quietly watch it on TV for a while every night during dinner. When he was too absorbed in watching it, he would be hit on the head with a tachyon. Robert can't remember the specific plot of the animation, but he can remember a few key characters: Jackie Chan, Xiaoyu, Dad, the big guy True, a villain who can shout crows to fly, and the Holy Lord. The reason why Robert can still remember Jackie Chan and others is because after traveling to the Dragon Ball world, Kame Sennin also transformed into Jackie Chan to participate in the world's best martial arts club, and even used Drunken Fist. Why are there talismans in this world? Robert was a little confused at first, but soon he became excited. No matter what, the existence of talismans at least shows the existence of the Holy Lord, and the Holy Lord seems to have a group of demons. Come on brother, it looks like I have a suitable opponent in the future. Hey! What are you thinking about? Why do you look so excited? Do you know that spell? Carla asked suspiciously when Roberto fell into silence and gradually became excited. Well, I know a little bit. Robert smiled and nodded, but he was not being modest. What's the use of that talisman? Kara's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked for her sister Alex. Robert was stopped by the question on the spot. He carefully began to recall the content of the animation he had watched. After a while, he said dryly, there are spells that can make people fly. There are spells that can make people fly. To increase the strength, there are also spells that can make the eyes shoot lasers. Well, they are similar to the laser eyes you and Clark have. Are you sure you didn't make it up? There's more than one spell. Carla looked at Robert suspiciously, and didn't believe what Robert said because Robert's performance didn't look reliable. Of course it's not a current one, that's all I can remember. Robert rolled his eyes angrily when questioned. There are a total of 12 talismans, corresponding to 12 kinds of animals, and they are the symbols of Chinese civilization. Do you know the 12 zodiac signs? The pictures on the charm are the pictures of the 12 zodiac signs. 12 zodiac signs? Which zodiac sign can shoot lasers from its eyes? Kara's eyes lit up and she looked at Robert with some expectancy and asked. Pig. Robert remembers this clearly, because he was like this before time travel. You are the pig. Hey! However, just as Robert finished speaking, Kara glared at Robert angrily, said angrily, and walked towards the direction where Clark came from before. Robert, Kryptonian's brains really don't work very well. Aren't you going to lead the way? I don't know where your home is. Just as Robert was stunned, Kara's voice rang again. Robert shook his head helplessly and led Kara towards the direction. Heading in the direction of Kent Farm. Robert and Kara were very fast. Robert found that Kara's speed seemed much stronger than her energy, but compared to Clark, there was still a big gap. Suddenly, Robert realized that the 27-year-old Clark could not be his sparring partner because he was too strong, but Kara, who had only been on Earth for 15 years, might be a good sparring partner. Even though Robert is not Carla's opponent yet, Robert believes that it won't take long for him to first match Carla's level of energy, and then by teaching Carla how to control her strength during sparring, he can continue to improve yourself through fighting. Thinking of this, Robert looked at Kara with bright eyes and decided to have a chat with Kara about this matter after he was full. Humph! Kara also felt Robert's fiery gaze. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, feeling a little proud in her heart, but she deliberately pretended to be dissatisfied and snorted coldly. Chapter 33, Different Understandings of a Good Life. Robert felt that he was used to Kara's mood changes again. In other words, Robert simply chose to ignore it. As long as Kara could be his sparring partner, Robert would never change her mood no matter how she changed. I cursed in my heart. That's what Robert said. Guaranteed to do it. Soon, Robert brought Carla to the Kent farm home. Faced with Carla's sudden visit, the Kents were a little confused for a moment. They subconsciously thought that Robert had come back with his girlfriend. But can Robert's tale really be hidden? Almost at the same time, a thought flashed through the minds of the Kents, and they immediately became worried. Mom and Dad, this is Clark's tribe. Robert didn't know that the Kents and his wife were so capable of brainstorming. He just saw that the Kents were stunned and didn't know how to speak, so he introduced Kara's identity. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, my name is Carla. I am Robert's classmate, and also Carl, that is, Clark's cousin. When Carla faced the Kents, she changed her expression again and introduced them very obediently. Own identity. Sister, sister. The Kents just nodded, and suddenly realized something was wrong. They looked up and down at Kara's age, with an indescribable confusion in their eyes. Let's go in and talk. Robert shook his head helplessly and reminded softly, Mom, I'll help you make food together. Clark won't come back to eat at night. Soon, Robert was helping Martha make food while telling the story of Kara's origins and Clark's current state. Kara sat aside obediently. Although she was very curious about Robert's anger, she was not interested. Ask. After hearing Robert's story, the Kents were a little worried about Clark, but they also knew that it was best for Clark to figure it out on his own. If Clark really can't figure it out, the Kents will enlighten Clark and try to help him overcome the hurdle in his heart. After Martha and Robert were busy for a while, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Kara and the Kent family ate together without any discomfort. This made the Kents very satisfied with Clark's cousin. Although she looks young. It's getting late, and it's time for me to leave. Martha and Jonathan, I will come to see you often. After the meal, Kara looked at the Kents warmly and said. Leaving now? Robert, go see Carla off. It's so dark and it's not safe outside. Martha winked at Robert and said. Unsafe. Robert blinked. In his knowledge, no one could pose a threat to Kryptonians like Clark and Kara, whether it was guns, ammunition, or the spell he just heard. New book bar. However, even so, Robert still stood up because he still wanted to talk to Kara about sparring. Under the night, Robert and Carla walked outside. Carla stretched out and her beautiful figure was clearly visible, but Robert did not pay attention. He was still thinking about how to persuade Carla to be his sparring partner. After all, Robert also knew that it was almost impossible to get a woman to be as aggressive as him. Even in the Dragon Ball world, there are only a handful of female warriors, especially those from the 7th universe. Whether it was Lan Chi and Kikai in the early stage or number 18 in the later stage, they all gradually gave up their ability to fight and became ordinary. This is true even for number 18, whose strength has not declined at all. When Robert participated in the Tournament of Power, he took the place of number 18. Therefore, Robert was thinking about how to fool Kara. Kara was a little dissatisfied at this time, because when she was stretching, Robert was lowering his head in deep thought without looking at her. Kara even wondered if Robert was still thinking about food. I think the environment around here is very good, and I plan to move here. However, Kara quickly took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, looked at Robert and said softly. Ah! Robert was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then his face was full of joy, and he even said impatiently, that's a good thing. It's great that you can move here. Anyway, you are so fast, and we can be together every day in the future. It's time to go to and from school. Are you looking forward to me moving here too? Kara's pretty face turned red and she looked at Robert shyly and asked. Of course, after you come here, you can practice with me. Then we can fight and learn together to improve our strength. How about it? Robert has already begun to look forward to the good life after Kara moves here. When the time comes, he will first practice with Kara and improve his strength through fighting. When he is stronger, he will change his training partner to Clark. With 2 Kryptonians as his training partner, Robert feels that his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, this good life belongs to Robert, Kara may not think so. Whoosh! Just when Robert was looking forward to a better life, a sense of crisis appeared in Robert's heart. It was almost an instinct of martial arts. Robert blocked his chest with his arms and tightened his grip. Then a pink punch hit Robert's arm. Pang! With a cry, Robert flew out and fell into the dirt, looking a little embarrassed, but not injured. I'll fight you! Was followed by Kara's angry voice. Before Robert could come back to his senses, Kara's figure had disappeared. Why are you angry again? Did you agree or not? You should give me an answer. Robert looked at the direction of Carla's departure with some confusion. It was related to his practice, and Robert was still very concerned about it. But Kara obviously heard Robert's voice, but had no intention of answering. Why are you angry again? Maybe the brain circuits of Kryptonians are different. After all, Clark's brain is not very easy to use. Robert patted the dust on his body, got up from the ground, and cursed in his heart. What? Robert promised that no matter how her mood changed, Kara would never slander her again? That was based on the fact that Carla agreed to be a sparring partner. Now that the fool could see that Carla was angry, he naturally did not agree to be a sparring partner. Robert did not break his promise. The helpless Robert did not go home directly, but started practicing again. After all, part of the time on the way from school was wasted, and the matter of Carla's sparring was not finalized. In addition, the appearance of the spell and the suspected Holy Lord made Robert Bate pressed a little harder. Although Robert doesn't know where to look for the Holy Lord and the talisman, Robert firmly believes that as long as his strength continues to improve, sooner or later he will be able to sense the other party's existence. For those strong men who don't know their origins and good and evil, Robert will not rush there to cause misunderstandings. But for a guy like the Holy Lord who is obviously a villain, Robert will not be polite. If he has the opportunity, he must have a good fight. Chapter 34. Offensive and Defensive Exchanges? Hey? According to Kara, someone is collecting talismans. Can I also collect talismans or related clues? Robert's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of the talismans and the Holy Lord. Collect Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball world. You can experience adventures, collect spells here, and you can also experience adventures. Soon, Robert made up his mind to participate in the talisman incident, to see the power of the talisman and the powerful people from all walks of life, and he couldn't help but feel excited. On the other hand, Kara returned home angrily, slowly suppressing her emotions. In the surprised look of the Danvers, she told them about moving and the recognition between herself and Clark. The Danvers did not expect that Kara would find her relatives so quickly, which could be regarded as the fulfillment of a wish they had with Kara. They had no objection to the proposal to move. Although Kent Farm was a little far from Central City, they had originally considered moving a little further away to avoid being targeted by the Masked Man's organization. However, things like moving cannot be handled in a short time. It also takes time to check the house address and various procedures. The next day came, Robert practiced and went to school as usual, and the injury to the bones of his right arm had basically healed. Although it was not as good as the recovery power of a broken limb, the recovery speed of a broken limb in 100 days was reduced to 2. God, it can be considered very powerful. No. Kara, what do you think of my proposal yesterday? Amidst the surprised gazes of the students, Robert found Kara and asked in a low voice with some expectation. Humph. Carla was originally very happy that Robert came to find her, but Robert mentioned yesterday's strange remarks about training and fighting, which made Carla glare at Robert angrily and decided that this ignore Robert for 2 days as punishment. Don't go. Let's talk about the 12 zodiac signs. Do you know more about them? Seeing that Kara not only had no intention of agreeing to practice fighting, but also turned around and left, Robert quickly changed a topic. I want to try to get clues about the spell from Kara. After all, there is no genius like Bulma in this world, and no one can create a spell radar. It is not that easy for Robert to find clues to the spell without a clue. However, what Robert didn't expect was that his deliberate avoidance of the word talisman made Kara stop and glare at him again, because Kara remembered that Robert had said before that pigs can shoot laser eyes. So, Carla silently extended the time of ignoring Robert until she moved again, and at least tried to find a way to touch Robert's tail. After all, Carla's secret of life experience has been told to Robert, but she knows nothing about Robert's life experience. She only learned that Robert was an alien during dinner last night. This is so unfair. Does this mean that the offensive and defensive forces are different? The erudite Barry had recently read some ancient Chinese texts, and was mumbling about the relationship between Robert and Carla with a little knowledge. Demeter and others lamented that Carla's charm was indeed invincible. Robert was conquered by Carla in just a few days and began to chat with her. Demeter and others are also a little lucky, because it seems that Carla's attitude towards Robert is no different from how she treats them, at least that's what they think. Although they had no chance, Robert seemed to have no chance either, which made them secretly happy. Robert was also a little helpless when Carla suddenly ignored his affairs. He was planning to ask again when he could have a free meal at Carla's house. This was something Carla had promised before, but now it seems to have been ruined. And Clark, during the previous battle, Clark blew up Robert's clothes and promised to treat Robert to a good meal, but now Clark is in a bad mood, and Robert can't even tell where his anger is. I couldn't sense it, so it seemed like this meal was also in vain. They're all pigeons. I'd better continue practicing to improve my strength. Robert felt a little helpless. Although he was eager to take risks, he couldn't run around without any clues. Robert, let's go out together tomorrow. After returning home from practicing in the evening, Clark still didn't come back. This made the Kents a little worried, so they looked at Robert and suggested, go out and relax and let Clark change. A feeling, do you know where he is? I don't know where he is, but I guess he has heard your proposal. Robert shrugged and said softly. I've made you worry, parents, Robert. After a while, Clark appeared at home with a hint of tiredness. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, but when Clark saw Robert suddenly I felt that I was thinking too much. At least Robert, this heartless guy, shouldn't have much to worry about himself. Clark, okay, just come back. We know that you feel uncomfortable, and we don't know how to enlighten you, but we are not worried about you being alone outside like this, so let's go out for a walk with you. Martha hugged Clark and comforted softly. Martha, I'm fine. Clark smiled reluctantly and whispered. It's not good for you to be bored all the time when you come back. Your parents will worry about you if you leave alone. Oh, of course, I'm worried about you too. Robert smiled, spread his hands, and said softly, so let's go out together. It's also good to walk around. Why don't I believe you are worried about me? Clark's expression softened a little, and he looked at Robert and muttered. Now, Mom and Dad, you saw that he slandered me. We can't just let this matter go. He must treat me to a delicious meal, plus the meal he owed me before. There are 2 meals in total. Just cash it out this weekend. Robert jumped up when he heard this, deliberately trying to liven up the atmosphere. Haha, Clark, this is something wrong with you as a brother. Since when did you owe him 2 meals? With Robert's appetite, you are always afraid of bleeding. Jonathan understood and cooperated with Robert. Said with a smile. When we go out, can't we just find a buffet? He's not picky about food, and he'll be satisfied with meat. Clark felt a little warm in his heart after listening to Robert and Jonathan's words, and then suggested, let's go there, let's go west to Colorado. I've been to both the south and the north. I heard that the scenery in Colorado is pretty good. Let's go and see it together. In this way, even though he hadn't started going out yet, Clark felt a lot more comfortable when he felt the warmth of his family. However, neither Clark nor Robert knew at this time that a choice and crisis was coming. Chapter 35. Storm and Crisis. On the second day, the Kent family set off in their dilapidated old pickup truck, enjoying the scenery along the way. The atmosphere was completely different from when Clark was alone, and the haze in his heart gradually dissipated. Welcome next time. At noon, in a cafeteria in the city, Robert came out of the restaurant with satisfaction. The restaurant manager sent Robert and his family away with a wry smile, preparing to deal with those who didn't have it later. Well-fed guests. This can't be blamed on the restaurant manager's lack of preparation. After all, you can tell how much Robert has eaten from how satisfied he is. During this period, the restaurant manager had not doubted Robert, but Jonathan, who had been prepared for it, took out the certificate of the Big Eater competition, which made the restaurant manager speechless and thought he was unlucky. Oh? Then I'll come over next time. I have to say that your food is very in line with my appetite. Robert's eyes lit up when he heard the restaurant manager's words, and he said with some anticipation, it's just a steak. The amount is a little less, so I recommend adding pasta to each portion, and you can also prepare more of those delicious breads. The corner of the restaurant manager's mouth twitched slightly, then he looked around, approached Robert and whispered, Kid, I'll pay you, and you go to Frankie's a street away on the left. In the buffet restaurant, their price is $5 higher than ours. Although other dishes are similar, they have more bread and the chef can cook the steak faster. Really? That's a great relationship. Robert laughed when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected reward from eating a meal. It seems that he can not only get bonuses by participating in the Big Eater competition. Soon, with the money quietly handed over by the restaurant manager, Robert made a promise that he would not come again, so that the restaurant manager breathed a sigh of relief and went to deal with the affairs of other customers. Robert did not continue to eat at the next buffet restaurant. He planned to go there and try it when he returned. After all, Clark still owed him a second meal. In this way, the Kent family set off again. I don't know how long it took. Clark, who was listening to Martha's jokes, suddenly became serious. His eyes were staring ahead, where a group of storms condensed into a tornado. Things that are raging and devouring everything around them. Wait. Dad. Stop. At the same time, Robert, who was meditating, also felt something was wrong. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the tornado and shouted quickly. At this time, Jonathan, who was driving the car, also looked at the direction of the tornado. I saw the tornado in the distance and the cars and people fleeing back. Subconsciously, Jonathan stopped the car, got out of the car and slowly looked forward. When he saw a group of people running towards this side in a panic, Jonathan came back to his senses and shouted to Robert and the others, "Quick! Hide under the bridge over there!" As Jonathan's words fell, he began to guide the panicked people, and Clark subconsciously followed Jonathan's words and followed Martha towards the bridge. "Are you kidding? We are young and strong, you are here to evacuate the crowd, and we are going to hide." But Robert would not blindly follow Jonathan's command at all, but would join Jonathan to help evacuate the crowd. At this time, Clark also came back to his senses. He hurriedly looked at Martha and said, "Mom, you go under the bridge first, and I will help. Be careful." Martha nodded with a worried expression. She had no intention of holding back. Instead, she ran under the bridge, nervously clasping her index finger and thumb together and looking at her family. Even though Martha knew that both Clark and Robert were different from ordinary people, Martha had no peace of mind in the face of such a terrifying natural disaster. Moreover, if Clark and Robert reveal their amazing abilities, I am afraid there will be more troubles in the future. It's okay to help, remember what I once said. On the other hand, Jonathan had the same idea. He felt that it was okay for his two sons to help, but he did not want to see their abilities exposed. "Okay. We will be careful." Clark nodded quickly after hearing this, and helped evacuate the surrounding crowd with Robert. At first, the evacuation of the father and son went smoothly, but as the tornado got closer and closer, the wind pressure became stronger and stronger, and the crowd began to stagger around. Robert and Clark were okay, but Jonathan was also walking awkwardly. "It's a bit laborious. Dad, you go to the bridge with them, and Clark and I will be here." Robert frowned upon seeing this and shouted to Jonathan. "No." Jonathan was quite stubborn. He once said that he hoped Clark would not help others when he saw others in crisis. But now he saw this disaster coming, but still chose to do his part. Trying to rescue and help others seems to be somewhat contradictory to his education, but it is very reasonable. Jonathan is a kind-hearted person. He is willing to rescue others regardless of danger, but he does not want his son to be exposed to abnormality and attract the attention of the world because of the rescue. There is no conflict between the two. "Help! Help me and the children, help!" At this moment, a woman's frightened cry for help came from not far away. Jonathan, who was the closest, struggled and ran over without any hesitation. Robert sighed helplessly and hurried to follow. When he ran to the source of the sound, Robert realized that the car in front of him had rolled over and the door on the other side was also pressed by another car, trapping a woman and two children inside. Stuck. Jonathan pushed the car hard, but didn't push it. Robert on the side was rude and smashed the front glass of the car with his elbow. He bent down and picked up the two children first, and then pulled them out. "A lady," Jonathan on the side opened his mouth, but did not speak in the end. "Clark, help, one child per person, we have to leave quickly." Feeling the increasingly strong wind around him, Robert hurriedly picked up a child and shouted to Clark. "Okay." Clark naturally wouldn't let Jonathan, who had difficulty walking, carry the child forward. He also hugged the other child and rushed to the bridge. The lady also hurriedly followed Robert and Clark, but Jonathan did not rush to evacuate, but glanced left and right, as if he wanted to see if anyone was trapped. And soon, Jonathan's eyes narrowed, and he saw a bunch of bloody clothes. Subconsciously, Jonathan walked over with difficulty. After a while, he found a body that had been knocked to the ground and had lost its breath. Alas! Just as Jonathan sighed, a fallen car door was picked up by the strong wind and hit him. "Dad!" Robert saw this scene just as he put down the child. He rushed in the direction of Jonathan, but at this time Jonathan struggled to get up from the ground and met the eyes of Robert and Clark. He smiled. Waving his hands to his two sons, Clark subconsciously remembered Jonathan's words and pulled Robert. Chapter 36, Difficult Choice. But one day, if one day, before you have thought clearly enough to stand up and face everything, even if I want to die in front of you, don't choose to save me. 15 years ago, on the night when Robert arrived, Clark, whose ability was exposed because of saving people, heard Jonathan's solemn instructions, and at this time, the instructions echoed in Clark's ears again. Yes, Jonathan said the same thing again, because he knew that Clark could hear his voice. 15 years later, his kindness has not changed, and his desire to protect his son has not changed either. Even though Clark has grown up, in Jonathan's heart, Clark is still the child who is confused about his life experience and the meaning of his existence under the stars. Even if he died in this tornado, Jonathan was not willing to see Clark and Robert show their abilities in front of so many people. Clark? Are you crazy? Robert struggled to break free from Clark's iron grip, and at the same time yelled angrily with the ability to read minds, "The tornado is coming, do you want to watch your father die? Dad will not agree to us saving him." Clark was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice appear directly in his brain, and then said with some sadness, "He has already told me not to take action. That's what I said to you. But not to me." Robert didn't bother to care about whether he was exposed or not. The energy in his body surged violently, and he yelled in an angry voice, "If you don't save yourself, don't do it. How big a deal is it to stop me and expose my abilities? Is it more important than my father's life? Clark, your biological parents died, but your parents raised you. They are your parents. If you watch your father die like this and don't let me save him, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Let me go and let me go save him. It's too late. With your speed, there is no way to rescue Dad." After hearing Robert's words, Clark subconsciously let go of Robert's hand, but soon his brain was running at high speed, and his eyes flashed. The struggling light sighed. After calculating that Robert could not save Jonathan, Clark also wanted to save Jonathan, but Jonathan's instructions were still echoing in Clark's ears, leaving Clark in a dilemma. On one side was his father's life, on the other was his father's teachings and warnings over the years, as well as the dangers of exposing his abilities. Clark didn't know what to choose for a while. "Damn it! Then you should take action when you step on the horse. I have thought of a way to prevent you from being discovered. Just take action. Hurry. If you don't take action, it will be too late." Robert's rich experience also calculated that he could not be saved. Dismissing Jonathan, he suddenly thought of a move, and the roaring voice echoed angrily in Clark's mind. Clark, who was in a dilemma and didn't know how to choose, subconsciously acted according to Robert's voice. Shua! With a sound, Clark's figure jumped out, and at the same time, Robert's chi violently exploded out, quickly transforming into light energy, illuminating everything around him like dazzling sunlight. Sun punch! The people around them closed their eyes when faced with the strong light. Even if they didn't close their eyes, their field of vision would become completely white and nothing could be seen. Even Jonathan, who was far away from the edge of the tornado on the other side, was also affected by the strong light. He closed his eyes subconsciously, and then felt his body light up and leave the ground uncontrollably. Jonathan thought he was swept up by a tornado. He knew in his heart that the only thing that greeted him was death. When death came, Jonathan's heart was suddenly filled with reluctance for Clark, Robert, and Martha. Abandon. Goodbye, Clark, Robert, Martha, I will be watching you from the sky. Thinking of this, Jonathan sighed sadly and murmured in a low voice. Dad, see you again, aren't we right here? At this moment, Robert's voice came from Jonathan's mind, SHH. Don't talk nonsense, you evacuated with us. I was not left behind by the tornado. Hey? You guys! Jonathan came back to his senses after hearing Robert's voice, and subconsciously opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had been sitting next to Clark at some point, and nearby was Yu Sheng, looking at people as the tornado leaves in the other direction. Woohoo, we survived, it's so scary. What was that strong light just now? It seemed like a flash bomb, I couldn't see anything. It's the sun. I can feel the warmth of the sun. Look, isn't the sun already out? Maybe it was too dark when the tornado was there, and our eyes didn't adapt to the sudden appearance of sunlight, so it felt dazzling. But it seems like the sun is celebrating us. Yes, this is such a disaster. God bless. Amen. The people around were talking about it, celebrating their survivors, and a trace of exhaustion flashed in Robert's eyes. Just now, in order for the Sunfist to have enough shielding effect, he had poured out all the energy in his body. It was converted into light energy, and the attention of so many people had just been directed, which also took a huge toll on Robert's spirit, so Robert seemed a little tired. Yes, the reason why the people around now turn their attention to the sun is because of Robert's hypnotic suggestion. Otherwise, if the light source as big as the Sunfist is not explained a little, someone will always become suspicious. Robert was not worried that someone would directly suspect him. He was mainly worried that those people would regard the bright light source as a miracle. Then it would not be good to publicize it and attract attention. "I'm sorry, Robert, you're right." Just when Robert was tired, Clark looked at Robert with an apologetic and frightened face and whispered, "I'm already starting to be scared now. If I really, instead of saving my father, I watched him being swallowed up by the tornado, I will regret it for the rest of my life." "Have you really not been discovered?" Jonathan heard Clark's words. Although he was glad that he survived, he still looked at Clark and Robert with some worry and asked in a low voice, "If we were discovered, would they still be so indifferent?" Robert smiled, spread his hands, and said softly, "Didn't they say that?" The sudden sunlight made them unable to see anything. Almost you left us." At this moment, Martha came back to her senses from the panic. She threw herself into Jonathan's arms and said with some fear, "I really can't imagine that. How will I live my life if I really leave?" Upon seeing this, Jonathan stopped questioning his two sons. Instead, he rubbed his aching arm and softly comforted Martha. "Thank you." Seeing this scene, Clark looked at Robert solemnly and said, "Thank you for what? Aren't those my parents?" Robert asked, pretending to be angry and rolling his eyes. Chapter 37, Teaching the Art of Mind Reading. "It's not just me who wants to thank you." Clark's expression became serious when he heard this, and his eyes flashed slightly as he said, "When I rescued my father, I seemed to see some figures with similar but different power auras to mine. They want me to thank you, but of course, this may just be my imagination. But, fortunately, you appeared. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't accept the power I have as much as I do now. I would be even more confused than I am now, and no one would directly help me make a choice at that critical moment. You're just so nervous that you're hallucinating." Robert smiled and shrugged, "So, in order to celebrate the rest of our lives, let's go have a big meal. I'm even hungry. Shall we come together? To thank you for saving our family's lives. We want to treat you to a meal." When the lady came over with her two children to thank the Kent family, she happened to hear Robert. If so, he sent out an invitation. And not just the woman, but the people who were guided by the Kent family to take refuge under the bridge also came to thank the Kent family. They did not discover that Robert and Clark had revealed their superhuman abilities, but the Kent family was able to help them when the crisis came. It was a great favor to them, and they naturally wanted to repay it. "Would you like to have a meal?" Robert's eyes lit up slightly, and then he scratched his head shyly and said sheepishly, "Isn't this bad? I'm better at eating, so I'm afraid I might scare you." "Forget it. We didn't think too much about it at the time. We just felt that we should stand up." Jonathan saw that the people around him did not notice anything unusual about his two sons. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the grateful people around him. The crowd laughed boldly. "Besides, my youngest son is indeed a better eater and has greater strength. He is a certified big eater in Kansas City. No matter how big his appetite was, we could still afford a meal. Fortunately, he was strong enough and decisive enough. If he hadn't opened the escape window, our family would have been trapped in the car." Ms. Grace looked at Robert and smiled, shook her head, and said softly to the two children beside her, "Micah, hero, you must learn more from this brother. Brother, your hair is so handsome, why don't they hang down?" However, because they were too young, Micah and Shiloh had no idea about life and death crises or life-saving graces. Instead, they paid attention to Robert on that gravity-defying hairstyle. "Micah, Shiro, you can't ask such rude questions." Grace patted the two children's heads and warned softly, then looked at Jonathan and said, "Our car has been involved. If it's gone or destroyed, we have to leave on foot anyway, why not find a place to have a good rest together, right? Yes, you saved us, and we didn't even show any sign. God will punish us. It's not an expensive gift, it's just a meal. It can be considered a part of our heart." As Grace's words fell, other people around him also echoed, and Jonathan smiled helplessly. In the end, he did not refuse such an intention, because he knew that this could also make these people feel more comfortable. Soon, a group of people walked to the nearest city in a somewhat embarrassed manner. After the disaster, they felt the beauty of life, and then talked enthusiastically with each other. Among them, the most popular one is naturally Jonathan. After all, compared to the taciturn Clark and the shy Robert, Jonathan is easier to communicate with. "How did you do it before?" Clark walked to Robert's side and asked quietly. "You mean Sunfist?" Robert raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "That is a method of converting the energy in the body into light energy. The burst of energy will attract people's attention, and then stimulate it with pure light. Their eyes, blocking their vision." Sunfist. Clark's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Robert with some expectancy and said, "I want to learn this." "Ah!" Robert was stunned for a moment when he heard this, looked at Clark suspiciously and asked, "This move is not very powerful, why do you want to learn it?" "When you use Sunfist, I can still see things in the light, and from the light you release, I feel a sense of warmth and closeness." There was a hesitation in Clark's voice. "Said. Warmth and closeness? Sunfist has such an effect." Robert scratched his head. Sunfist is the most popular move in the Dragon Ball world. The move itself is not complicated, but Robert is not sure. Can Clark learn? After all, the energy and chi in Clark's body are different. "I don't know if you can learn it. I'll teach you when I get back." Robert thought for a moment and whispered. "There is also a way to speak directly in the brain." Clark rubbed his hands and looked at Robert with some expectancy and said again. It can be seen that although he has experienced a crisis and inner entanglement and struggle, this may not be a good thing for Clark. At least now Clark will no longer indulge in the sadness and confusion of the death of his biological parents. At this time, Clark learned to cherish the present. His biological parents had died, but the Kents and their adoptive parents were still alive. He couldn't let them down, nor should he let them continue to worry about him, and he should protect them well. This is mind reading, a way of communicating through spiritual power. "I don't know if you can learn it." Robert spread his hands and decided to teach Taeyang Fist. It wouldn't be a big deal to teach another mind-reading skill. Robert also learned this mind-reading skill from Kame Sennin. It must be said that Kame Sennin is a martial arts master of the previous generation, and the number of abilities he masters far exceeds that of normal earthly martial arts masters. However, mind-reading is not that mysterious. It is just a way of using mental power. In addition to being able to establish a spiritual dialogue, it is not that easy to truly read the other party's memory. At most, it can be read. It is impossible to hear the other party's recent important memory scenes. As for hearing all the thoughts in the other party's mind. Therefore, most of the uses of mind reading are to establish mental dialogue during battle to prevent the enemy from hearing one's own conversation. Dumplings, Tianjin rice, piccolo, and others often use it in this regard. Kame Sennin and Kame Sennin were the first to use this ability. Crane Sennin only used it when scolding. Unlike sun boxing, which requires energy, mind reading is an extension of mental power, so Robert simply explained some of the principles to Clark. Is that so? However, what Robert didn't expect was that just after he finished explaining the principles of mind reading, Clark's voice sounded in his brain, which made Robert sigh with emotion at Clark's talent. So powerful! Chapter 38, If he doesn't die, he is destined to become a god. This is really convenient. Clark, who had just learned a new skill, seemed a little excited and kept communicating with Robert through mind reading. After all, in Clark's view, this was the first extraordinary skill he had learned. Which is different from the ability that one originally possesses. But Clark didn't know that the reason why he was able to master mind reading so quickly was because his mind itself was strong enough, which was also Clark's innate talent. And there's no guarantee that Clark wouldn't be able to master similar abilities without Robert's skills. Okay, let's just say a few words. I'm mentally exhausted right now and I don't have the energy to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. I just want to eat quickly. Robert, who had been harassed by Clark for a long time, finally took the trouble to interrupt the search for a new toy. Clark said. Sorry, I just want to get familiar with this ability. The Sunfist I mentioned earlier should wait until you have eaten and drank enough. Let's talk about it after we get home. At this time, Clark finally saw the mental strength of Robert's body. Tired, he looked around at the crowd, suddenly realized something, and felt a little guilty for a moment. He is obviously the elder brother, so why does he need Robert to help with everything from sun boxing to hypnosis? Thinking of this, Clark's expression became serious. He was determined to develop and master his abilities to prevent something like today from happening again. Robert and the determined Clark followed the crowd into the city. The group found a place and celebrated lively for surviving this natural disaster, while also expressing their gratitude to the Kent family. No. Robert didn't say much. He was completely immersed in eating, which made the people around him admire. Robert, the big eater in Kansas City, really lived up to his reputation. What Robert and Clark didn't know was that when Clark showed off his power and rescued Jonathan from the tornado, deep in a textile factory, a loom suddenly began to weave crazily. This loom is called the Loom of Destiny, and it is the most important treasure of a killer organization called the Brotherhood. It is the foundation of this organization's existence. Since ancient times, the Brotherhood has adhered to the program of pursuing violent order in troubled times, and has assassinated countless lives with violence. The Loom of Fate will weave the names of targets who should be eliminated, and the Brotherhood members will assassinate according to the list. The members of the Brotherhood do not think this is a cruel thing. They believe that they are following God's guidance. Killing one person is to save thousands. They act righteously. They are God's executioners in the world. However, these are all things in the past. Recently, the leader of the Brotherhood, Sloan, has gradually abandoned this principle. This is because he can no longer stand the other killer organizations who are enjoying themselves, drinking, and galloping around every day, while he is as the leader of a Brotherhood. He has to abide by those ancient rules and act according to the instructions of a loom. Sloan, I've suffered a lifetime of hardship, so why can't I enjoy it? Therefore, Sloan changed the message transmitted by the Loom of Destiny, because the Loom of Destiny is responsible for guiding the direction, and the previous leaders are responsible for interpreting and conveying it, which gave Sloan room to operate. However, since the first time Sloan changed the information on the Loom of Destiny, Sloan's own name appeared on the Loom of Destiny. This made Sloan feel frightened and uneasy, fearing that his men would discover this matter. In particular, the Loom of Destiny seemed to be angry. Sloan's name appeared one after another, as if it was determined to kill Sloan. It's ringing again? Damn it! A broken machine, hey! Sloan walked to the side of the Destiny loom and was cursing in a low voice. Then he keenly discovered that something was wrong, because the code composed of the threads of the loom was different from the code. My name is completely different, and even the code this time is much longer than before. This? A new name? Did the Destiny loom forgive me? Bah! I was just scared by a broken machine. Why do I need it to forgive me? Sloan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, then became a little unconvinced. Cursing in a low voice, he found a code book full of traces of time and began to interpret the new information of the Loom of Destiny. Sloan also wanted to know whose appearance made the Loom of Destiny give up on locking his name. Clark Kent, if he doesn't die, he is destined to become a god. Soon, Sloan translated the message of the Loom of Destiny, but after the translation, he was stunned because this was the first time the Loom of Destiny information other than name appears in the message given. Why is this happening? Because I tampered with the information of the Destiny loom before, is there something abnormal? But, what does it mean to be destined to become a god? Sloan's eyes flashed with confusion, but there was nothing to do about such a thing. Destiny loom will never give an explanation. Therefore, after Sloan thought for a while, he no longer considered the matter and chose to inform his subordinates. Others will not notice that I tampered with the information on the Destiny loom, but that's not necessarily the case with Carlos. I think he has been a little suspicious of me recently, and I can use this to divert their attention. An idea flashed in Long's mind, waiting for the arrival of his men, and then told the new order of the Loom of Destiny. If he doesn't die, is he destined to become a god? Sure enough, the killer Carlos was the first to question. The Loom of Destiny has never given such information. Are you sure you are not wrong? Carlos, you should not question the Loom of Fate, nor should you question Sloan. Everything is guided by God. Do you want to betray our faith? Before Sloan could speak, Fox beside him asked. He asked, staring at Carlos with an unkind expression. Even though Carlos is the #1 killer of the Brotherhood, Fox, as the #1 female killer of the Brotherhood, believes that she is no worse than Carlos. If Carlos dares to betray their faith, she will definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. Haha, I haven't betrayed our faith. Carlos sneered, not intending to argue with Fox. He noticed Sloan's abnormality, but he didn't have enough evidence yet. Now is not the time to turn the table over. This is a special message from the loom of destiny, and it must be the most important opportunity. Although I don't know what it means to be destined to become a god, there is only one god, and all other gods must be false gods. This may be the reason why Destiny Loom released this information. Sloane glanced at Carlos and then said seriously. The existence of a suspected false god must be very dangerous. For this operation, I decided to let Fox and Carlos take action together to find this false god and deal with him. Kill one person and save thousands. Kill one person. Save 1,000 people. Fox solemnly swore. Kill one person, save 1,000. Carlos took a deep look at Sloane, as if he had made some decision. Chapter 39, 2 Locking Sniper Bullets. His eyes returned to the Kent family. After a dinner, everyone slowly dispersed. Many people left Jonathan's phone numbers, saying that they must visit their place if they had the opportunity. They would entertain the Kent family well. For these enthusiastic people, Jonathan left the phone number, but had no intention of really contacting them. Instead, he took the family on the return journey. Although they encountered danger this time when they came out, and the broken pickup truck was destroyed by a tornado, the Kent family's purpose of coming out in the first place was achieved. After experiencing the life and death crisis, Clark's mentality obviously changed, and he was no longer immersed in grief. Bingo! And Jonathan didn't say anything more about not letting Clark save him even if he died in front of him, because he found that when he really faced death, he would still be reluctant to give up and still be afraid. Although Jonathan still doesn't want Clark and Robert to reveal their abilities, if they are ready to face everything, it may be time for them to make their own choices, especially Clark. It's just that Jonathan hasn't figured out how to talk about this matter again with his two sons. One night a few days later, Clark stood on the grass and looked at his hands in a daze, and then at the sky, with a hesitant light flashing in his eyes. Robert, don't eat. I have some questions to ask. After a while, Clark came back to his senses and said to Robert, who had just finished practicing in the wild and was eating. When Robert taught Clark the ability to read minds, he never thought that Clark would be able to evolve this ability into a means of long-distance communication, because in order to transmit one's consciousness to the other party, one needs to sense the other party's location, and for Clark, this was simply too simple. He could see the target of the conversation at a glance. What's going on? Fortunately, after Clark established telepathy through mind reading, Robert was also able to join the channel for communication. This was considered an alternative independent communication system. It's about my practice. The weather was not very good a few days ago and the sun didn't shine. I practice every day and I don't feel any stronger. But I didn't practice today. I just basked in the sun and felt that my body had changed again. Stronger. Clark was not sure of his own thoughts, so he said with a hint of hesitation, I suspect that my power may come from the sun. Maybe the sun's irradiation can make me stronger. Hey! Robert raised his eyebrows when he heard this, sorted out the remaining food, and headed in the direction of Clark. Sun? Maybe that's true, otherwise you wouldn't be able to learn Sunfist so easily. Robert quickly stood in front of Clark, looked at Clark and analyzed, could it be said that your race is a plant? Able to carry out photosynthesis? Yes, after Robert came back, he had already taught Clark the Sunfist. Originally, in Robert's opinion, Clark, who had no chi, would not be able to learn the Sunfist, because the core of the Sunfist is to convert chi into light. Yes, and then Robert's eyes temporarily lost vision. Later, Robert thought that Clark's race might be gifted, so he taught Clark some simple ways to condense energy waves. Then Clark's eyes fired lasers again, which shocked Robert. At the time, Robert was a little confused as to why Clark could learn Sunfist but could not condense energy waves, but now Robert probably understands. In other words, your ability itself comes from the sun. The sun makes your body extremely powerful. While developing various physical abilities, it condenses unique energy in your body, so you can transform this energy into Sunfist. After Robert came back to his senses, he looked at Clark and said seriously. Well, how about this? You call my teacher and ask for a leave for me. How about we verify it tomorrow? When Clark heard this, he took a deep look at Robert. He suspected that Robert's verification was false and that he didn't want to go to school. Clark, one by one? What I said is true. Robert's expression did not change at all, but he analyzed it very seriously. Look, if I go to school, I will leave before dawn, and after dark you can't come back until you can see the sun at all, right? Since you can't see the sun, how can I verify it for you? Can't you just call teacher Selena? What a big deal! Don't you know that your teacher sends me messages every day? Clark's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, and Lana didn't know where she found out about this, and now she also sends me messages every day. Information. Mom, ahem, then you choose one. If it doesn't work, just try them all. You are the only Kryptonian, aren't you going to propagate your own race? Robert shrugged, very indifferent. Said. I'm a breeder, you're a ghost. Why don't you go breed the Scions? Clark glared at Robert in annoyance and asked. Aren't I still young? I'm only 15 years old. Robert spread his hands and said with an innocent face, besides, I haven't met a powerful female warrior, and no one has chased me like this. Stuck, forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you. I'll ask for leave for you, but it's only for one day. Clark subconsciously wanted to say something, but in the end he rolled his eyes helplessly, turned around and called Robert to ask for leave. Time soon came to the next day. As the sun rose, both Clark and Robert brothers cheered up. Clark carefully felt the changes caused by the sunlight on his body, while Robert was observing Clark's aura. There will be a small increase in the aura on your body, and then it will return to calm. This should be the power of the sun being transformed by your body into energy that is unique to you. Robert quickly gave his observation results. Every cell of mine is absorbing the power of the sun to strengthen itself, allowing my body to continue to improve. Hey! Clark devoted himself to observing himself, and then he suddenly noticed something. Subconsciously lift your head. The hair all over Robert's body exploded, the energy on his body surged crazily, and his body subconsciously tensed up. With a cry of pang, a sniper bullet hit Clark's forehead, but it did not break the defense. Clark's head did not move at all, but the sniper bullet fell to the ground after violent deformation. Pang! At the same time, another sniper bullet hit Robert's forehead. Robert's head tilted back, and the sniper bullet was bounced away. You can see the appearance of Robert's head. There was a red mark, and there was a little scarlet in the center of the red mark, but there was no blood. Although there was one more person beside him and a bullet was wasted, it can be considered a satisfactory solution. On the hillside 2,500 meters away, before Carlos could finish what he said to Fox, his expression suddenly changed. Ward Fa. Chapter 40. Cruel Means. The expressions of Carlos and Fox changed very quickly. Even the joy of success did not emerge in their hearts and was replaced by panic. After all, the two sniper bullets flew out of the sniper rifle and hit Clark and Robert. The time is less than 6 seconds. Yes, after a search of intelligence from the Brotherhood, Clark was finally located. After a few days of planning, both Carlos and Fox felt that they could successfully complete the task. After all, Clark and Robert next to him looked similar to each other. There is no difference between ordinary people. But when the sniper bullets did not blow up Clark and Robert's heads, Carlos and Fox's hearts instantly went cold. Without any hesitation, Carlos and Fox directly dropped their sniper rifles and ran away. They want to kill us? Why? Clark had not yet come to his senses at this time. His eyes were locked on Carlos and Fox, and he asked with confusion in his eyes. No matter what the reason is. If you dare to kill us, you will pay the price. Robert didn't think so much at all. His figure directly rose into the air and flew towards Carlos and Fox. Robert, can I accept this injustice? I just remastered the art of dance. Fly. Clark couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw Robert flying over. He didn't expect that Robert would show another ability that he had never seen before. Clark, you can always come up with something new for me. Robert's flying speed was very fast, at least much faster than Fox and Carlos's speed, even if they rushed into the car, and during the flight, the red spot on Robert's forehead had disappeared. Humph! Robert watched Fox and Carlos hide in the car, and a shock wave hit the trunk of the car. With a sound of pang, the car flew out and stumbled in mid-air. The four wheels were spinning crazily in the sky, but there was no movement in the car. It seemed that both Fox and Carlos had overturned because of the car. And as if dead, Robert quickly landed in front of the vehicle and tore off the door. At this moment, 2 black guns were aimed at Robert and fired at the same time. Boom! Boom! You don't think pretending to be dead will be useful to me, do you? Robert curled his lips with some disdain. Before the gunfire rang out, he ducked sideways to dodge 2 bullets, and then shot Fox and Carlos away one by one with one hand. He was taken out of the carriage. Hey! However, what Robert didn't expect was that the 2 bullets he had dodged suddenly turned around and shot towards his head again. Boom! Boom! But unfortunately, the bullet hit the car again after Robert turned his head to avoid it, and could not turn and shoot at Robert again. Are there any special abilities? Robert looked at the 2 strange killers in front of him in surprise. Just when he was about to ask something, he saw Fox take out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Robert in the chest. Carlos on the side also took action at the same time, poking Robert's eyes with one hand and poking Robert's neck with the other. As for Fox and Carlos's counterattack, Robert's way of resolving them was also very simple. He lifted and slapped his arms and directly smashed Fox and Carlos to the ground. Not only were their attacks neutralized, but also because of their powerful the force of the impact caused their bodies to deform violently, causing their whole bodies to tremble in pain. Ah! Fox and Carlos gritted their teeth, but still let out weak moans of pain. Robert, hey! Clark, who came over at this time, opened his mouth slightly when he saw Robert's cruel methods, and was about to say something, but then he suddenly discovered the abnormality of Fox and Carlos, and subconsciously said, "Be careful. Their adrenaline has increased significantly and they have the ability to fight back." Sure enough, just as Clark said, Fox and Carlos seemed to ignore the pain in their bodies for the time being, and used their injured bodies to forcefully burst out with powerful force and hit Robert at the same time. Card. Card. However, Robert didn't give them any chance at all. He directly twisted their arms and then broke their limbs, instantly making them lose their ability to resist. Ah! Even a powerful killer couldn't bear the pain of broken limbs. Fox and Carlos couldn't bear the pain anymore and screamed in pain. "Tell me why you want to kill us." Robert looked at Fox and Carlos without any sympathy or softness and said, "Ha! Even if you kill us, you will continue to be hunted endlessly. Destined to become a god? You are just a false god. You have been discovered by the true god, and the only thing that greets you is death." Fox endured the pain and gritted his teeth. Shouted at Clark, then closed his eyes and muttered, "Kill 1 person, save 1,000 people, we work in the darkness, but serve the light." Clark, is she talking to me? What the hell? Robert looked at Fox suspiciously. He suspected that the assassin had lost his mind, so he looked at Carlos. But Carlos also remained silent. He endured the pain and tensed his body. He glared at Robert unwilling to be outdone, with no intention of speaking. "Forget it, I'll do it myself." Robert sighed softly, shook his head helplessly, and reached out his hand to hold Fox's head. Fox's body trembled slightly, but he did not stop. He continued to recite his creed, as if he was facing his own death calmly. Brotherhood? Killer? Fox? Leader Sloane? Follow the orders of the Loom of Destiny and kill whoever the Loom of Destiny tells you to kill. After a while, Robert read some simple information from Fox's brain. He memorized the scene and got some information, but Robert couldn't understand why a group of people would obey the orders of a loom, even though the loom looked very evil. "You." After hearing Robert's words, Fox, who was reciting his creed, looked at Robert with horror on his face, and then gritted his teeth and said, "It turns out there is not only one false god. You, this false god, will go to hell." Poof! Before Fox could finish his words, Robert released a shock wave from his palm, killing Fox from head to toe without even spilling blood. Robert. Seeing Fox being killed directly by Robert, Clark's eyes flashed with a trace of unbearability, and he shouted subconsciously, while Carlos on the side flashed his eyes when he saw the way Fox died. A hint of panic. "You don't want me to let them go, do you?" Robert raised his eyebrows, looked at Clark in surprise and said, "They are coming for us, and they have already figured out the location of our home. Do you think letting them go is a good thing for parents? We can resist their bullets." "Can parents resist bullets? Or do you think you can protect your parents all the time? If something happens to your parents, you won't have time to regret it."